Hi, this is Sam Barron, author of the book that you're about to listen to. If you enjoy listening to this audiobook as much as I enjoyed writing the book, please consider subscribing to my BookEmpathy channel on YouTube and also consider buying a copy of the book to help support the author. Thank you and happy listening.
BookEmpathy.com presents Blood Orchard by Sam Barron. Narrated by Virtual Voice Heart. Visit BookEmpathy.com for free books every day. Chapter 1. It was a glorious Texas afternoon, and Grace Vance was grateful for a great many things. She was grateful for the cloudless November sky stretching above Blum Orchard, for the golden sunlight streaming through the apple trees that surrounded the historic farmhouse. She was grateful for her daughters seated beside her on the stage, 8-year-old Esther with her solemn eyes and careful posture, and 6-year-old Miriam who couldn't quite contain her energy even in this formal setting, her patent leather shoes swinging rhythmically beneath her chair. Most of all, Grace was grateful for her husband, Caleb, who sat at the podium just a few feet away, his voice carrying across the field with the perfect blend of strength and compassion that had drawn her to him from the very first day they'd met in that political science seminar at Rice University 15 years ago. The challenges we face as a nation require us to move beyond divisions, Caleb was saying, his hands resting lightly on the podium as he concluded his opening remarks. They're human challenges that require human solutions. And finding those solutions begins with the simple act of listening to each other with open hearts and minds. Grace watched him with a love so profound it sometimes caught her by surprise, even after 12 years of marriage. The way the afternoon light caught in his dark hair, now silvering slightly at the temples. The way his smile transformed his entire face, reaching his eyes in a way no public figure's polished grin ever could. The way he carried himself with a quiet confidence that drew people in rather than holding them at a distance. The crowd before them was larger than anyone had anticipated. What was supposed to have been a modest community forum had swelled to nearly 3,000 people, filling the open field adjacent to Blum Orchard Farm. Grace marveled at the sea of young faces, college students in university sweatshirts, 20-somethings with phones raised to capture the moment, young professionals who'd clearly come straight from work, still in office attire. Caleb's message of civic engagement and respectful dialogue had resonated particularly with younger generations, tired of the polarization they'd inherited and hungry for a different approach. They sat on blankets spread across the grass, stood in respectful clusters near the stage, perched on tractors at the field's edge. Some enterprising souls had even climbed onto pickup truck beds or watched from nearby farmhouse rooftops, determined not to miss the event that had been the talk of 3 counties for months. To Grace's left sat the Vice President of the United States, Kirk Maitland, and his wife Alina, their presence a last-minute addition that had sent the local organizers scrambling to adjust security protocols. Alina caught Grace's eye and offered a discreet smile of solidarity, one political wife to another, though Grace never thought of herself in those terms. Caleb wasn't a conventional public figure. He was something else entirely, a voice for traditional values and civic dialogue that transcended traditional categories and labels. On Grace's other side, beyond the girls, sat Governor Martin Hayes and Mayor Ellen Collins, along with 3 local officials whose names Grace had memorized during the pre-event briefing. She'd made it a point to greet each one personally, thanking them for supporting Caleb's vision of respectful dialogue across divides. The Lord had blessed her husband with this platform, and Grace considered it part of her ministry to nurture the relationships that made his work possible. She adjusted the light cardigan around her shoulders. The afternoon was warm for late November, but she believed in dressing modestly for public events, and returned her attention to Caleb, who was now transitioning to the forum's main purpose. "I've said my piece," he told the crowd, his smile inviting them into the conversation. "But I didn't come here to lecture. I came to listen, to engage in genuine dialogue with this community. So let's get to the real reason we're all here. Your questions, your concerns, your hopes for this community and this country." The applause was immediate and enthusiastic, rippling across the field like wind through wheat. Grace felt a rush of pride and gratitude to the Lord for allowing Caleb's message to find such receptive soil, especially among young people often dismissed as apathetic or disengaged. In a time when shouting matches had replaced civil discourse, when social media amplified the most extreme voices while drowning out the reasonable majority, her husband had somehow created a space where people could disagree without demonizing each other. A young woman with a wireless microphone, Maria, one of the local volunteers, moved through the crowd, approaching a young man in a university sweatshirt who had his hand raised. Grace watched, knowing exactly how Caleb would handle the exchange. He would listen intently, making the questioner feel truly heard. He would acknowledge the concern behind the question, validating the person's experience before offering his perspective. He would find common ground where possible, without compromising his core principles. "Mr. Vance," the young man began, "I appreciate what you're trying to do with these forums, but how do we bridge divides when it feels like the other side isn't interested in dialogue at all?" Grace saw Caleb nod thoughtfully, taking the question seriously rather than rushing to a prepared response. She loved this about him, his genuine engagement, his refusal to reduce complex issues to sound bites or talking points. "You know, that's a real good question," Caleb said, nodding. "And I hear it a lot. Look, I get the frustration. I really do. When folks feel like nobody's listening, it's easy to wonder if talking even does any good anymore." Miriam squirmed in her seat beside Grace, her energy barely contained despite Grace's whispered reminder earlier about the importance of sitting still during Daddy's event. Grace placed a gentle hand on her daughter's knee, a silent request for patience that she knew would last only a few minutes at best. She kept a small notebook and crayons in her purse for precisely these moments, ready to deploy them when Miriam's 6-year-old energy inevitably overflowed its bounds. "But here's what I've learned," Caleb continued, his voice warming. "Most folks, doesn't matter how they vote or what they believe, they want the same basic things. They want their families to be okay. They want their communities to thrive. They want their kids to have a better shot than they did. And when we start talking about those things instead of all the labels we stick on each other, well, that's when real conversation can happen." The young man nodded, seemingly satisfied with the response, and handed the microphone back to Maria, who moved to the next raised hand, a young woman with bright blue hair and multiple piercings, the kind of appearance that might draw judgmental looks in other settings, but was welcomed here in this gathering that celebrated diverse perspectives. Grace felt a slight tension in the air as Maria approached this particular questioner. Something in the young woman's posture, the defiant tilt of her chin, suggested this wouldn't be as gentle an exchange as the previous one. "Mr. Vance," she began, her voice sharp with barely contained hostility as she held her phone up to record. "You talk a pretty game about dialogue and unity, but let's be honest. You're just another privileged Christian nationalist using coded language to push an extremist agenda that wants to drag this country back to the 1950s. How do you justify peddling this fantasy of traditional values to young people when those same values have been used to oppress women, minorities, and LGBTQ plus individuals for centuries? A ripple of shock went through the crowd. Several people booed the questioner, while others shifted uncomfortably in their seats. Grace felt her own face flush with indignation at the hostile tone, the deliberate mischaracterization of everything Caleb stood for. She watched several young people in the audience exchange uncomfortable glances, some recording the exchange on their phones, while others looked toward the stage to see how Caleb would respond to such a direct attack. But Caleb remained perfectly calm, his expression neither defensive nor dismissive. Instead, Grace saw something she recognized, the same thoughtful consideration he brought to their most difficult conversations at home, the same patient love he showed when one of their daughters was struggling with a particularly challenging emotion. "Well, I appreciate you askin'," he said, his voice carrying clearly across the now silent field. "I can see you feel real strong about this." Grace felt her heart swell with renewed love for this man, who could meet hostility with such grace. Caleb leaned forward slightly, his eyes finding the questioner's face in the crowd. "But I gotta tell you, I just don't buy the whole idea behind your question. Faith, real faith, that's never been what hurts people. If you look at history, it's faith that's driven every great movement for good in this country. Faith ended slavery. Faith powered the civil rights movement. Faith built the hospitals and schools and orphanages that have helped millions of folks." The crowd had gone completely still, hanging on every word. "The hurt you're worried about, that doesn't come from faith or traditional values," Caleb continued, his voice gentle but firm. "It comes from people who have walked away from faith, who'd rather chase power and stir up division than love their neighbors. Traditional values aren't about keeping anybody down. They're about lifting everybody up. They're about treating every single person with dignity, building strong communities where folks take care of each other, and standing up for what's right with a humble heart." Grace watched the young woman's expression begin to soften slightly, though her posture remained guarded. "Look, I get why you might feel that way," Caleb said. "Trust ain't something you just hand out. It's something you earn by showing up, day after day, and doing what you say you're gonna do. I can't change what other folks might have done or said, but I can tell you what I believe with my whole heart. Every person in this crowd, doesn't matter where they come from, what they've been through, or how they see themselves. Every single one of y'all is loved by God and deserves respect and dignity. That's the heart of everything I stand for." The silence stretched for a moment longer, then broke into thunderous applause that seemed to roll across the field like a wave. Grace felt tears prick her eyes as she watched her husband, this good man who refused to meet anger with anger, who could acknowledge hurt without abandoning truth, who could extend grace without compromising conviction. The young woman lowered her phone, clearly not having expected such a thoughtful, compassionate response. Several people around her were nodding, and Grace saw the hostile edge in her posture begin to dissolve. I appreciate that response," she said finally, her voice noticeably softer. "I guess I'm just tired of being hurt by people who claim to speak for God." "I hear that," Caleb replied, his voice full of genuine warmth. "And I'm sorry you've been hurt like that. Nobody should have to carry that kind of pain. That's exactly why we need to keep talking to each other, so we can get past all the assumptions and really listen to what's in each other's hearts." As Maria moved to the next questioner, Grace felt a profound sense of pride wash over her. This was why she'd fallen in love with Caleb Vance all those years ago, not just for his intelligence or his principles, but for his ability to see the person behind the hostility, to respond to pain with healing rather than defensiveness. In a political climate that rewarded the loudest voices and the sharpest attacks, her husband had just demonstrated that there was still room for grace, still power in treating every person as worthy of respect and thoughtful engagement. The questions continued, touching on local issues like water rights and broader concerns about traditional values and civic engagement. Through it all, Caleb maintained that thoughtful, principled approach that had made him so effective, engaging deeply with issues from a strong foundation of Christian principles, challenging people to think critically while upholding timeless truths. Mr. Vance, a young woman in her early 20s, was saying now, her voice carrying the slight tremor of someone unused to public speaking. As a Christian, I sometimes feel that my religious values are dismissed in these conversations. How do you make room for faith perspectives in your vision of dialogue? Grace felt herself leaning forward slightly, knowing this question touched on territory close to their hearts. Caleb's own faith was deep and genuine, the cornerstone of his life and work. Unlike many public figures who shied away from open expressions of faith, Caleb had always been forthright about the Christian principles that guided his thinking on every issue. "Well, thank you for that question," Caleb responded, his whole face lighting up. "You know, faith isn't just important to me personally, it's the bedrock of everything I do. My Christian faith shapes how I see every issue, every challenge, every opportunity we face as a community and as a nation." Grace felt a wave of love for him, for his willingness to speak boldly about his faith without apology or hesitation. They had prayed together that morning, as they did before every event, asking for wisdom and guidance, for hearts open to the concerns of others, for words that would heal rather than wound. She saw the answer to those prayers in how Caleb engaged with each person who approached the microphone, treating them with the dignity that came from recognizing the image of God in every human being. "Look, I think we're doing ourselves a real disservice when we try to push faith out of the public square," Caleb continued. "The wisdom that's guided folks for thousands of years, that's got something to say about the problems we're facing today. At the same time, we gotta remember that we live in a country where people believe different things, and that's okay. It's about finding that balance, and it's worth the effort." Grace glanced toward Shane Reynolds, Caleb's head of security, who stood at the edge of the stage with the constant vigilance of someone always scanning for potential threats. He caught her eye and gave an almost imperceptible nod. Everything was proceeding smoothly, no concerns to report. His presence was comforting, though Grace tried not to dwell on why such security was necessary. The rising vitriol in public discourse, the increasing threats against public figures, the unsettling undercurrent of violence in rhetoric, these were realities they lived with, but not ones she allowed to dominate her thinking. "Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding," she reminded herself silently, the familiar words from Proverbs bringing their usual comfort. God had called Caleb to this work, had opened doors that no human could have opened, had protected them through challenges that would have derailed a lesser purpose. She trusted that divine protection would continue, covering them with grace sufficient for whatever lay ahead. The forum continued, the questions flowing naturally as Maria moved through the crowd with her microphone. Grace watched Caleb in his element, doing the work he believed in most deeply, creating spaces for genuine engagement across the divides that threaten to tear apart their national fabric. His responses were thoughtful, nuanced, sometimes challenging, but never dismissive, always seeking to build bridges rather than walls while standing firmly on the bedrock of his Christian convictions. As Maria moved to the next questioner, Grace felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. She was witnessing her husband do exactly what God had called him to do, speaking truth with love, challenging a generation to rise above the cynicism and division that had poisoned so much of public life. The young people in the audience leaned forward, phones recording, faces intent, hungry for the kind of authentic leadership Caleb offered, tired of the hollow performative politics that dominated so much of public discourse. "Mommy," Miriam whispered, her energy bubbling over, "can I color now? I want to draw a picture for Daddy." Grace smiled, reaching into her purse for the small notebook and crayons she'd packed. "Of course, sweetheart," she whispered back. "That would make Daddy very happy." Miriam nodded solemnly, accepting the materials with the focused intensity she brought to all creative endeavors. Within moments, she was absorbed in her drawing, her patent leather shoes continuing their rhythmic swinging beneath her chair. Maria approached a young man with close-cropped hair and earnest eyes. He looked to be in his early 20s, perhaps a college student based on his university sweatshirt. "Mr. Vance," he began, his voice clear and direct, "given the rise in mass shootings across the country, what concrete steps do you believe we should take to protect our communities while also respecting constitutional rights?" Grace watched Caleb lean forward slightly, the way he always did when addressing particularly weighty questions. This was a topic they discussed at length in private: the balance between safety and liberty, the role of faith communities in healing broken lives, the deeper cultural issues that went beyond simplistic policy solutions. "Now that's a real important question," Caleb said, leaning forward with that focused attention he gave to the weightiest topics. "And it's one that deserves more than just the usual talking points we always hear. First thing we gotta do is be honest about what we're dealing with." A sound split the afternoon, impossibly loud, impossibly wrong, and the perfect day shattered like glass. Grace felt something warm and wet splash across her face and neck. For one confused, suspended moment, she thought it might be water. Had someone thrown a drink? Then understanding crashed over her with nauseating clarity as she recognized the metallic smell, the distinctive warmth of blood that was not her own. Her husband's blood.
Chapter 2. He lifted his head from the rifle stock, blinking in disbelief at what he'd just done. Holy shit. Holy shit, I actually did it. The scope brought the distant stage into sharp focus, and through the magnified lens he could see the chaos beginning to unfold. People were screaming, scattering like startled birds. Grace Vance had blood on her face, his blood, Caleb Vance's blood, and she was reaching toward her husband's crumpled form with a look of absolute horror. The young man's hands trembled as he kept the rifle trained on the scene. He'd practiced this shot hundreds of times, spent weeks calculating wind patterns and bullet drop, but somehow he hadn't fully believed he would actually pull the trigger when the moment came. The planning had felt almost theoretical, like a video game or a detailed fantasy. But the metallic taste in his mouth and the ringing in his ears from the rifle's report were brutally real. I killed him. I actually killed Caleb Vance. Through the scope he watched Secret Service agents swarm the stage, their black suits stark against the pastoral setting. One agent had thrown himself across Grace Vance and her daughters, shielding them with his body. Another was shouting into his radio, his mouth moving frantically though no sound carried across the half-mile distance to the barn roof. The crowd was in full panic now, people running in every direction, some dropping to the ground, others pushing and shoving to get away from the stage. Cars were already starting to move in the parking area, creating bottlenecks as everyone tried to flee simultaneously. Look at them run, he thought with a mixture of satisfaction and disgust. All those people who came to worship their false prophet. Now they see what happens when someone finally has the courage to act. But even as he savored the moment, a cold realization crept over him. Somewhere in that chaos, trained professionals were already beginning their search for the source of the shot. They would have sophisticated equipment, protocols, experience. And he was lying exposed on a barn roof with a smoking rifle. He swept the scope across the crowd one more time, drinking in the scene of confusion and terror. Then movement caught his eye, several black-clad figures near the edge of the field, moving with purpose rather than panic. One was raising binoculars, scanning the surrounding buildings methodically. Time to go. He rolled away from the rifle and began crawling toward the edge of the roof, keeping low. The old barn's metal sheeting was hot from the afternoon sun and slick in places where morning dew hadn't fully evaporated. As he reached for the window he'd propped open earlier, his foot slipped. For a terrifying moment he felt himself sliding toward the edge, the rifle clattering beside him. 30 feet below, the hard-packed dirt of the barnyard waited. He clawed desperately at the metal roofing, his fingernails scraping against the ridged surface as he fought for purchase. His left hand caught the window frame just as his legs went over the edge. For several heartbeats he hung there, suspended by one arm, the rifle dangling from its sling around his neck. With a grunt of effort, he managed to get his other hand on the frame and haul himself up enough to tumble through the window into the barn's dusty attic. He landed hard among old hay bales and rusted farm equipment, the rifle's scope jamming painfully into his ribs. For a moment he just lay there, breathing hard, his heart hammering against his chest. The sound of sirens was already audible in the distance. "Move. You have to move now." He grabbed the rifle and made his way to the ladder, leading down to the main floor of the barn. The rungs were old and some felt loose under his weight, but he descended quickly, jumping the last few feet to the ground. The barn was dim and musty, filled with the accumulated scents of decades of farm work, hay, leather, motor oil, and the sharp ammonia tang of animal waste. He picked his way carefully between pieces of old machinery and stacked feed sacks, trying to move quickly without making noise that might carry outside. Halfway to the back door, his foot came down in something soft and wet. The smell hit him immediately, fresh horse manure, still warm from the morning. It squelched up around his sneaker, soaking through the fabric. Fuck. The curse exploded from him before he could stop it. He lifted his foot, strings of filth connecting it to the barn floor. There was no time to clean it off properly, no time to do anything but wipe it roughly on a nearby feed sack and keep moving. The back door of the barn opened onto a small corral, and beyond that, a grove of post oaks where he'd hidden his grandfather's pickup truck. The ancient Ford sat exactly where he'd left it, covered with a camouflage tarp to break up its outline. He threw the tarp aside and opened the tailgate, tossing the rifle into the truck bed, where it landed with a metallic clang. Then he jumped into the driver's seat and reached for the ignition. Nothing. His hand patted frantically around the steering column, then moved to his pockets. Left front empty. Right front wallet and phone. Back pockets nothing. No. Panic flooded through him as he imagined the keys lying on the barn roof, probably sliding toward the edge right now, ready to fall and mark the spot where the shot had come from. He would be caught because of something so stupid, so... His fingers found the keys in his jacket pocket, the one he never used. Relief washed over him so powerfully he almost laughed. The old Ford's engine turned over on the second try, settling into the familiar rough idle he remembered from childhood visits to his grandparents' place. He put it in drive and eased forward, following the dirt track that led away from the barn through a stand of mesquite trees. The track was rutted and rough, forcing him to drive slowly despite every instinct screaming at him to floor it. Twice the truck bottomed out on high spots, the axles scraping against stone. But eventually he reached the dirt road that connected several rural properties in this part of the county. Here he could drive faster, though he kept it reasonable, maybe 10 over the speed limit. Fast enough to put distance behind him, not fast enough to attract attention if a deputy happened to see him. When he reached the paved county road, he had to make a choice. Left would take him directly back toward town. Right led deeper into ranch country, but would eventually loop back to the main highway. He turned right, the truck's tires squealing slightly as he accelerated onto the blacktop. In his rearview mirror, he could see a pillar of dust rising from the direction of the orchard, and the flashing lights of emergency vehicles were visible even at this distance. After a couple of miles, he slowed and pulled over at a wide spot in the road. Looking back, he could count at least a dozen sets of flashing lights around the barn and orchard complex. As he watched, 3 more vehicles came racing down the county road from town, 2 sheriff's department cruisers, and what looked like an unmarked federal car. They were setting up a perimeter, probably establishing roadblocks at every major intersection. But he was already outside their initial search area, and his grandfather's ranch was another 5 miles down back roads they might not even know about. The rifle was still visible in the truck bed, its black stock stark against the white paint. Anyone who looked closely would see it, and while plenty of ranch trucks carried firearms, the timing would be suspicious. But stopping to hide it properly would waste precious minutes he might not have. He pulled back onto the road and continued deeper into ranch country. The landscape was classic hill country, rolling terrain covered in oak and juniper, broken by occasional clearings where cattle grazed. Most of the ranches out here were big spreads, the houses set far back from the road and often hidden by trees. His grandparents' place was one of the older ones, established in the 1940s when his great-grandfather bought the land with money he'd saved working oil rigs. The main house sat on a ridge overlooking a small valley, with barns and outbuildings scattered around it in the haphazard way of a working ranch. The gravel drive crunched under the truck's tires as he pulled up to the main barn. Everything was quiet. His grandparents had left early that morning to attend Caleb Vance's forum, along with most of their neighbors. The irony wasn't lost on him. He parked the truck in its usual spot beside the barn and shut off the engine. The sudden silence was profound after the mechanical noise of the drive. Somewhere in the distance, a cow lowed mournfully. Working quickly, he carried the rifle into the barn where his grandfather kept his gun cabinet. The old wooden case held a collection of hunting rifles and shotguns accumulated over decades of ranch life. He wiped down the rifle with an oily rag, removing any fingerprints, then locked it back in its designated spot between a .3006 and a 12 gauge. The truck keys went back on their hook by the barn door, right where Grandpa always kept them. To anyone checking, it would look like the old Ford hadn't moved in days. His own car, a beat-up Honda Civic that had seen better decades, was parked behind the house where his grandparents let him keep it during his college breaks. It started reluctantly, the engine coughing before settling into its characteristic wheeze. The drive back toward town felt different now. The initial panic was fading, replaced by a growing sense of confidence. He'd planned this carefully, thought through every contingency. The authorities would be looking for someone fleeing the scene, not someone calmly returning to it. But as he crested a hill about 2 miles from the town limits, his confidence evaporated. Red and blue lights flashed across the road ahead, a police checkpoint with at least 4 vehicles blocking both lanes. His hands tightened on the steering wheel as he slowed with the line of cars ahead of him. There was no way to turn around without looking suspicious. He was committed now. Stay calm. You're just another concerned citizen coming back from the rally. The wait seemed endless as officers checked each vehicle, looking at IDs, asking questions. Finally, it was his turn. A deputy stepped up to his window, someone he recognized from around town but couldn't quite place. "Evening," the deputy said, shining a flashlight into the car's interior. "Can I see your license and registration?" He handed over the documents with what he hoped was the appropriate level of nervous cooperation. "Terrible thing that happened today," he said. "I was at the rally when it happened. Just awful." The deputy examined his license. "You're one of the Blum boys, aren't you? Martha and Joe's great-grandson?" "Yes, sir. Just visiting for the weekend." "Hell of a thing," the deputy agreed, handing back the documents. "You see anything unusual while you were there?" "Just chaos after the shot. People screaming, running everywhere. I got out of there pretty quick, figured you folks didn't need civilians getting in the way." The deputy nodded approvingly. "Smart thinking. We'll get whoever did this, don't you worry. Drive safe now." As he pulled away from the checkpoint, he watched the officers in his rearview mirror until they disappeared around a curve. Only then did he allow himself a small smile. "You don't know what I did and got away with today, you idiots. I just killed the Hitler of our time. My name's going down in the history books now."
Chapter 3. Ruth was preparing the turkey for tomorrow's roasting and checking on the pumpkin pies in the oven when Jake appeared in the kitchen doorway. Shifting his weight from one foot to the other in that particular way that meant he had something important to ask, but wasn't sure how to begin. At nearly 12, he was starting to show hints of the height he'd eventually reach, all elbows and knees like a young colt still growing into his frame. His dark hair, so like Aaron's, fell across his forehead in a way that made him look both younger and older than his years. "Hey, sweetheart," Ruth said, closing the oven door and wiping her hands on her apron. The kitchen was warm and fragrant with the sense of tomorrow's Thanksgiving preparations. The herb butter she'd been mixing for the turkey, sage for the stuffing, and the cinnamon from the pumpkin pies baking in the oven. "How was school?" "It was good." He paused, then pulled a folded paper from his backpack. Ruth, can I ask you something?" The slip made Ruth's chest tighten with warmth. Jake had been calling her Ruth since she and Aaron had gotten together, carefully maintaining the boundary that respected his late mother's memory. But occasionally, in moments like this when he was nervous or distracted, Mom would slip out, and she treasured each accidental gift. "Of course. What's up?" Jake unfolded the paper, revealing a consent form with the header, Camp Galilee Summer Bible Intensive. Ruth recognized the letterhead. It was from the church they'd attended a few times when she'd first moved in with Aaron, back when they were still figuring out how to blend their lives and families. "I was wondering if you could sign this," Jake said, his words coming out in a rush. "It's for Bible camp this summer. 6 weeks of study and outdoor stuff and—" "Jake," Ruth interrupted gently, setting down the dish towel she'd been holding. "Why are you asking me instead of your dad?" Jake's shoulders sagged slightly, and she could see him choosing his words carefully. "I know you're probably wondering about that." He looked down at the form, then back up at her. "It's just, Mom was really religious. Really strong in her faith. She made sure Marcus and I went to church every Sunday, said prayers before meals, read us Bible stories at bedtime." Ruth nodded, encouraging him to continue while her heart ached for the careful way he was navigating this conversation. "After she died," Jake continued, his voice growing quieter, "Dad kind of stopped. We stopped going to church, except maybe on Easter or Christmas. We stopped saying grace. And I get it, you know. I think maybe Dad was mad at God for taking Mom away, or maybe he just couldn't handle being in church without her." He paused, swallowing hard. "But I miss it. I miss feeling like there's something bigger than just this. I miss thinking that Mom might be watching over us from heaven." Ruth felt tears prick at the corners of her eyes. She reached out and touched Jake's shoulder, feeling the tension there. "Honey, that's a beautiful thing to want. But I can't sign this without talking to your dad about it first. You understand that, right?" Jake nodded quickly. "I know. I just thought maybe if you signed it and we just called it summer camp without saying the Bible part, he might be okay with it. I don't want to hurt his feelings or make him think I'm saying he did something wrong." The consideration and maturity in his voice made Ruth's chest tight. He was protecting his father while trying to honor his own needs, walking a line that no child should have to navigate alone. "Jake, your dad loves you more than anything in this world. He wants you to be happy and to explore the things that matter to you. I think you might be surprised by his reaction." She squeezed his shoulder. "Will you trust me to talk to him about this tonight?" Relief flooded Jake's features. "Really? You'll talk to him?" "I promise. And we'll figure this out together, as a family." Jake threw his arms around her in a quick, fierce hug that caught her off guard. "Thank you, Ruth. Thank you so much." As he disappeared upstairs to start his homework, Ruth looked down at the consent form, reading through the activities listed: morning devotionals, scripture study, community service projects, hiking, swimming, campfire worship services. It painted a picture of exactly the kind of experience that would nurture the spiritual hunger she could see growing in Jake, and exactly the kind of thing that might break Aaron's heart to think about. 2 hours later, Aaron came through the front door with Ava and Marcus in tow, all of them laughing about something that had happened at drama club. Ava was animated, her hands flying as she signed and spoke simultaneously about the monologue she'd been working on. And then Sarah completely forgot her lines, Ava was saying, so she just started making up stuff that sounded like the 1930s. "Well, I do declare that's the most triangular thing I ever did see. The whole class lost it." Erin chuckled, ruffling her hair. "Triangular. That's the best she could come up with." "It was actually pretty creative under pressure," Ruth said, giving them both welcome home hugs. The scent of Thanksgiving dinner clung to her clothes, making the homecoming feel even more festive. "How did your monologue go?" "Better than triangular improv," Ava grinned. "Mrs. Peterson said I really showed Emily's connection to life and death. I get to be the narrator for the whole play." "Good for you," Aaron said. Marcus had already disappeared upstairs with his backpack, probably to text Priya about whatever literary discussion they'd had during advanced English. Ruth caught his arm as he started toward the kitchen to sample her Thanksgiving preparations. "Can you give me a few minutes first? I need to talk to you about something." Something in her tone made Aaron pause. His eyebrows went up. Ava, reading the room, announced she had homework to finish and disappeared upstairs. "Everything okay?" Aaron asked, settling onto the couch beside Ruth. She handed him the consent form, watching his face carefully as he read through it. She saw his expression change as he processed what he was looking at, confusion giving way to surprise, then to something that looked like pain. "Jake asked you to sign this." "He did. And before you say anything, let me tell you why." Ruth explained Jake's reasoning, his careful consideration of Aaron's feelings, his longing for the spiritual connection that had been such a big part of his early childhood. She watched Aaron's face cycle through emotions, hurt that Jake had felt he couldn't approach him directly, understanding of why that might be the case, and something deeper that might have been grief. When she finished, Aaron was quiet for a long moment, staring down at the form in his hands. "I didn't realize," he said finally. "I didn't know he was missing that." Ruth waited, giving him space to process. "Sadie was incredible," Aaron continued, his voice soft with memory. "Her faith was this unshakable thing, this bedrock that everything else was built on. She never doubted, never wavered, not even when the doctors told us the cancer had spread. She said God had a plan, that we needed to trust in His timing and His wisdom." He looked up at Ruth, his eyes bright with unshed tears. "I believed it too, you know. I prayed harder than I'd ever prayed in my life. I made bargains with God, promised to be a better man, a better father, a better Christian if He would just save her. Because how could He take someone like Sadie? Someone who loved so completely, who gave so much to everyone around her." Ruth reached for his hand, squeezing gently. "When she died anyway," Aaron continued, "it felt like everything I'd believed in was a lie. All those prayers, all that faith, for what? She was gone, and the boys and I were left trying to figure out how to keep breathing without her." He wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. "I couldn't sit in church and sing hymns about God's love and mercy when I felt like He'd abandoned us. I couldn't say grace over dinner when I was angry at the God we were supposed to be thanking. And now?" Ruth asked softly. Aaron was quiet for another moment, then a small smile crossed his face. "Now I think maybe I was asking the wrong questions. Maybe instead of asking why God took Sadie away, I should have been grateful for the years we had her. Maybe instead of being angry about her death, I should have been celebrating the way she lived, the faith she modeled, the love she poured into our family, the boys she raised to be kind and thoughtful and good." He looked down at the consent form again. "If Jake wants to explore his faith, if he wants to connect with that part of himself that came from his mother, then I want to support that. I want to encourage it. Hell, maybe I should be going to Bible camp too." Ruth felt a surge of love for this man who could examine his own pain with such honesty, who could put his children's needs ahead of his own comfort. "Should we talk to Jake together?" Aaron nodded, standing and extending his hand to help her up. "Let's go find our son." They found Jake in his room, supposedly doing homework but clearly distracted, his math worksheet only half finished as he stared out the window at the November afternoon. "Hey, bud," Aaron said, knocking on the doorframe. "Can we come in?" Jake turned, his eyes immediately going to the consent form in Aaron's hand. His expression was carefully neutral, but Ruth could see the tension in his shoulders. Ruth told me about Bible camp, Aaron said, settling on the edge of Jake's bed while Ruth took the desk chair. And I owe you an apology. Dad, you don't. Yes, I do. Aaron's voice was gentle but firm. I owe you an apology for letting my own struggles with faith keep you from exploring yours. Your mom, your birth mom, she would have wanted you to have this opportunity. She would have been proud that you're seeking this out on your own. Jake's eyes widened with surprise and hope. Really? Really? And more than that, I'm proud of you. For knowing what you need, for being brave enough to ask for it, and for being thoughtful enough to worry about my feelings in the process. Aaron smiled, and Ruth could see Sadie in that smile. The warmth, the unconditional love, the fierce protectiveness. You don't ever have to hide your faith from me, Jake. You don't have to pretend to be someone you're not to protect my feelings. So I can go? Jake asked, his voice barely above a whisper. You can go, Aaron confirmed, signing his name on the form with a flourish. And I want to hear all about it when you come back. Maybe you can even help me remember some of the things I've forgot. Jake launched himself into Aaron's arms with the enthusiasm of someone who'd been holding back for too long. Ruth watched them embrace, father and son reconnecting over shared memory and new possibility, and felt the familiar warmth that came from witnessing her family grow stronger. There's one condition, Aaron said as Jake pulled back. Jake's face fell slightly. What? Your mom always liked it when you boys said grace before big family meals. If you're going to get serious about your faith, I think it's time you took that on. Starting with Thanksgiving dinner tomorrow. Jake's grin was like sunrise. I'd love that, Dad. I'd really love that. The next evening, their dining room table groaned under the weight of Thanksgiving abundance. Ruth had spent the better part of 2 days preparing Aaron's family recipes alongside a few of her own innovations. Roasted turkey with herb butter, cornbread stuffing with sage and cranberries, mashed sweet potatoes topped with toasted pecans, green bean casserole that managed to be both nostalgic and sophisticated. The house smelled like butter and spices, and the particular warmth that came from cooking with love. Marcus regaled them with stories from advanced English, including a detailed analysis of Priya's essay on symbolism in To Kill a Mockingbird that made it clear his admiration for her intellect was growing alongside his crush. Ava entertained them with her impression of Mrs. Peterson, trying to direct the more dramatic students in her class. Jake, glowing with the happiness that came from feeling heard and supported, talked excitedly about the camp activities he was most looking forward to. When they'd filled their plates and settled around the table, Aaron looked to Jake with a smile. Would you like to say grace? Jake nodded, suddenly serious with the weight of the moment. They all joined hands around the table, heads bowed, as Jake found his voice. Dear Heavenly Father, he began, his young voice steady and clear. Thank you for this food for our family and for the love that brings us together. Thank you for second chances, for new beginnings, and for parents who listen with open hearts. Please watch over Mom and let her know that we remember her love and try to live by the example she set. Bless this family, keep us safe, and help us to be grateful for all the gifts we've been given. In Jesus' name, Amen. Amen, they echoed, and Ruth noticed she wasn't the only one wiping away tears. The meal that followed was one of those perfect family moments that felt golden even as it was happening, easy conversation, shared laughter, the comfortable silence of people who belonged together. Marcus helped Ava perfect her impression of Mrs. Peterson, while Jake excitedly planned his packing list for camp, still months away. Aaron caught Ruth's eye across the table and smiled, a look that said thank you for helping me remember what matters. The morning after Thanksgiving, Ruth woke to find Aaron already up, standing at their bedroom window with a cup of coffee, watching Jake shoot baskets in the driveway while Marcus coached his form from the sidelines. "Sleep well?" she asked, wrapping her arms around his waist from behind. "Better than I have in years," he said, leaning back into her embrace. "I'd forgot how good it feels to have everything out in the open. No secrets, no one walking on eggshells." They made leftover turkey sandwiches for lunch. Aaron put on a movie that no one paid complete attention to. Jake and Marcus tried to teach Ava how to shoot free throws, with limited success. She kept signing commentary about their coaching techniques instead of focusing on the ball. It was nearly 4 in the afternoon when the phone rang. Ruth answered it without looking at the caller ID. "Baker." Ruth listened for a moment. Aaron looked up from the book he was reading on the couch, then froze as he saw her expression. She hung up the phone and looked at him. She felt as if she'd been gut-punched. He frowned, putting down the book, and came over. "You okay?" he asked. She experienced a moment of pure, blinding fury and saw Aaron's eyes widen as he looked at her. She knew that in this moment, he saw the cold, deep well of righteous fury that she knew was always banked beneath her attractive, hard-working Texas mom's exterior. That look that should have flashed as a red light beacon to all wrongdoers, warning them that justice was heading their way, and it would be swift and unrelenting. She collected herself, picked up the car keys, and said grimly, her jaw set, "Let's go." Chapter 4. Sheriff Tommy Hutchins was already waiting for them as Ruth and Aaron stepped out of the Range Rover. He was a big man gone soft around the middle, with sun-spotted hands and a gray mustache that drooped past the corners of his mouth. His khaki uniform was wrinkled and sweat-stained, and when he removed his hat, his scalp showed pink through thinning hair that stuck up in odd directions. The crime scene tape fluttered in the November wind like prayer flags marking a desecration. Ruth's boots hit the gravel with a soft crunch that seemed too loud in the strange, hushed atmosphere that had settled over what had been Blum Orchard's peaceful field just 2 hours ago. The stage where Caleb Vance had died remained cordoned off, its wooden platform now stained dark with blood that was still wet enough to catch the afternoon light. Ruth stared at that blood and felt the sharp, familiar stab of memory. The moment she'd had to tell Ava that Jim was dead, watching her daughter's face crumple in silent anguish, the way grief looked on someone who couldn't cry out. Somewhere today, 2 little girls had learned the same terrible truth. Caleb Vance was a good man, Hutchins said without preamble, his voice thick with emotion. "Best man I ever knew, if I'm being honest. Didn't matter what you believed or how you voted. He'd treat you with respect, listen to what you had to say. Hell, he helped my nephew get into college, wrote him a recommendation letter even though the boy's daddy had been bad-mouthing Vance's politics all over town." His voice hardened with barely controlled rage. "And those kids over there, they came to hear him speak about hope and unity, and instead they watched a good man get murdered." Ruth followed his gesture toward the crime scene perimeter, where clusters of young people gathered, college students in university sweatshirts, some holding each other and crying openly, others standing in stunned silence. Many held flowers, handmade signs, even stuffed animals, creating an impromptu memorial as close to the shooting site as the federal agents would allow. Ruth watched a young woman with tears streaming down her face place a bouquet of white roses as close to the stage as the crime scene tape would allow, and the sight hit her like a physical blow. Ava had done the same thing at David's grave, week after week, until Ruth finally had to ask her to stop because watching her daughter's ritual grief was breaking what was left of Ruth's heart. She noticed Aaron's jaw tight as he watched the same scene, probably remembering his own boys in those first terrible weeks after Sadie died. Hutchins gestured toward the bloodstained stage. Single shot, high-powered rifle, distance of approximately 400 meters from that barn over yonder. He pointed to a weathered structure on a low rise beyond the orchard trees. Got him in the throat. Mrs. Vance and the girls were sitting right beside him. Lord knows how they weren't hit too. Ruth felt herself shifting into investigation mode, the familiar mental transition from emotional response to analytical thinking. 400 meters. That was a manageable distance for someone with decent marksmanship skills and the right equipment, but it still required preparation and patience. A throat shot rather than center mass suggested either incredible precision or incredible luck. Witnesses? She asked. 3,000 of them, give or take. But they were all looking at the stage when it happened, not scanning the horizon for muzzle flashes. Couple folks thought they heard the shot, but with all the screaming that started up, nobody's sure. Hutchins shook his head. Shooter picked his spot well. Had a clear line of sight, but was far enough out that nobody would have been looking his direction. Ruth's eyes tracked from the stage to the barn, calculating angles and sight lines. The shooter would have had to account for distance and elevation, but these weren't impossible variables for someone who'd done his homework. What can you tell us about what happened? Ruth asked. You said high-powered rifle. What caliber? Ruth asked. FBI's ballistics folks pulled a .308 fragment from the stage. Probably something like a Remington 700 or similar hunting rifle, though they haven't found the weapon yet. Hutchins's tone carried the frustration of a lawman who understood that without the murder weapon, they were starting from behind. Let's see the barn, Ruth said. They walked through the orchard in silence, past apple trees heavy with fruit. Ruth found herself wondering if anyone would ever want to buy apples from the place where Caleb Vance died, then pushed the thought away. The killer had chosen his path through here, and every detail mattered. The barn sat on private property belonging to the Levant family, who'd been at the forum when the shooting occurred. It was old but well-maintained, the kind of structure that had served multiple generations of the same farming family. Ruth could see why the shooter had chosen it: elevated position, clear view of the target area, multiple escape routes through the orchard and beyond. Family's been cooperative, Hutchins said as they approached. Said they didn't give nobody permission to use their property, didn't see anything suspicious in the days leading up to the shooting. They're pretty shook up about the whole thing. A cluster of federal vehicles surrounded the barn, black SUVs with government plates, a mobile crime lab, communications trucks bristling with antennas. Ruth counted at least 20 agents working the scene, photographing, measuring, collecting trace evidence with the thoroughness that came when the entire nation was watching. The barn's roof was crawling with federal agents, their movements careful and methodical as they processed what was clearly the primary crime scene. Ruth could see photographers documenting every angle, evidence technicians collecting samples, investigators measuring and marking positions. Ladders around back, Hutchins said. Though the feds ain't too keen on extra folks tramping around up there. They climbed the ladder to the barn's roof, where Agent Levant himself was overseeing the evidence collection. The spot where the shooter had lain was clearly marked, scuff marks in the dust and debris, the depression where a human body had pressed against the corrugated metal roofing. Ruth knelt beside the marked area, careful not to disturb the ongoing investigation. Her trained eye took in the details, the positioning that would have given a clear view of the stage, a small pile of sunflower seed shells scattered nearby, scratches in the metal that looked fresh. "He was here for a while," she said to Aaron, keeping her voice low. "Look at the seed shells." "Nervous habit." Aaron crouched beside her, following her gaze. The scratches in the metal looked new, like he was trying to find a stable position. Ruth studied the scratches more closely. They weren't the controlled markings of someone who knew exactly what he was doing. They were erratic, overlapping, the kind of marks made by someone adjusting and readjusting. "These shell casings," she said, pointing to several .308 casings that had been marked and photographed but not yet collected. "How many total?" One of the evidence techs looked up. "3 total. 2 here, one about 6 feet over." Ruth frowned. 3 shots for 1 hit. She walked carefully around the perimeter of the marked area, studying the layout. The corrugated metal showed scuff marks in several places, not just where the shooter had lain. "Aaron, look at this pattern," she said, gesturing to the marks. "See how they're spread out?" Like he moved around, trying to find the right spot. She noticed something else, a small tear in the metal roofing near the barn's edge, with what looked like fabric caught in it. "Has anyone photographed this yet?" she asked the nearest tech. "Got it covered," he replied. "Looks like denim. Probably snagged it getting up here or leaving." Ruth examined the ladder they'd used to reach the roof. The rungs showed fresh scratches, and there were smudges on several of them that looked like boot prints. She pointed them out to Aaron. "Heavy boots," she observed. "Work boots, maybe hunting boots. Size looks substantial." They made their way to the barn's edge, where Ruth could see the escape route more clearly. The roof sloped down toward a section where someone could drop to a lower outbuilding, then presumably to the ground. "Sheriff," she called to Hutchins, who was conferring with one of the federal agents. "Did anyone check the ground around the back of the barn?" "Feds got people all over it," he replied. "Found some tire tracks in the dirt road behind the property, but it's been dry lately, so they're not real clear." Ruth walked to the other side of the roof, studying the sight line from different angles. The view was unobstructed, but she noticed something interesting about the positioning. "Aaron, stand where the shooter would have been," she said. As Aaron positioned himself in the marked area, Ruth moved to get his perspective on the target zone. "What do you see?" "Clear view of the stage," Aaron said. "But from this angle, he would have had Mrs. Vance and the daughters in his peripheral vision. If he'd missed by much to either side." She pulled out her phone and took several photos of the sight lines from different angles, the scuff marks, the tear in the metal. The federal agents didn't object. They'd already documented everything, but Ruth wanted her own reference points. She examined the barn structure itself, noting how the metal sheets were joined, where they showed which sections would creak under weight. Aaron followed her methodical circuit of the rooftop, watching her catalog details that might mean nothing or everything. Ruth crouched near the shooting position again, studying the depression where a body had lain. She pulled out a small measuring tape from her jacket pocket and checked the dimensions, then photographed it next to a quarter for scale. The federal techs had already done this, but Ruth wanted to see the measurements for herself. "Ruth," Aaron said after she'd completed her 3rd circuit of the roof, "maybe we should head down and see what else there is to examine." She looked up, realizing she'd been lost in the details for longer than she'd intended. "Right. Let's check the escape route." They climbed down and walked around to the back of the barn, where Ruth could see the dirt road Hutchins had mentioned. The tire tracks were faint, just compressed earth in a few spots where the ground was softer. But there were other marks, boot prints leading from the barn to where a vehicle would have been parked. Ruth followed the prints, photographing the clearest impressions. Heavy soles, possibly size 11 or 12. The stride length suggested someone tall, maybe 6 feet or over. The prints showed a slight drag to the left heel, which might be useful for identification later. "He was in a hurry," Aaron observed, noting how the prints were deeper at the toes, suggesting someone moving quickly. Ruth nodded, following the path toward the road. The shooter had parked maybe 50 yards from the barn, far enough back to avoid being seen from the main road, but close enough for a quick escape. She examined the area where the vehicle had been, noting crushed grass and a small oil stain on a flat rock. "Old truck maybe," she said, pointing to the stain. "Something that leaks." They walked the dirt road in both directions, noting how it connected to other ranch roads, the sight lines from various positions, the time it would take to reach paved roads. Ruth photographed everything: fence posts, cattle guards, gate latches, even the pattern of ruts in the dirt. She was crouched beside a cluster of prickly pear cactus, near where the vehicle had been parked when something caught her eye. A small piece of plastic, clear with blue lettering, caught between the cactus spines about knee-high. It looked like part of a water bottle label, but the fragment that was visible didn't match any of the major brands she recognized. Ruth looked around. This was cattle country: mesquite, prickly pear, and native grasses. No reason for a piece of plastic to be caught at exactly the height where someone getting into a truck might brush against the cactus. She photographed it in place, then carefully extracted it with her pocket knife. The fragment read, "Idle SPR," in blue letters on a white background. Not Dasani, not Aquafina, not any of the common brands. She showed it to Aaron. "Ever seen this before?" she asked. Aaron studied the fragment. "Don't think so. Doesn't look familiar." Ruth tucked it into an evidence envelope she kept in her jacket. It was probably nothing, but in her experience, nothing was usually something, especially when it didn't belong in the natural landscape of South Texas ranch country. By the time they'd finished examining the escape route, Ruth had taken over 200 photographs and dictated several voice memos into her phone with measurements, observations, and questions. She traced the shooter's likely path from parking spot to barn to roof and back again, noting every detail that might later prove significant. "You about ready to go meet with the task force?" Aaron asked as she crouched to examine another set of boot prints. "Or are you planning to solve this whole thing yourself before lunch?" Ruth looked up, recognizing the gentle teasing in his voice. "Just being thorough." Aaron grinned. "Remember the Kowalski case? You spent 6 hours at the scene before you'd even talked to a witness." "That was different." "Right. This time you've only been at it for 40 minutes. Ruth straightened, realizing Aaron was right. She'd been so focused on cataloging every detail that she'd lost track of time. The federal agents were still processing evidence, but they'd moved on to other parts of the scene. Ruth and Aaron were the only ones still examining the immediate area around the barn. "Okay," she said, pocketing her phone. "Let's go see what the feds have to say." By the time they'd finished their examination of the barn, Ruth had built a preliminary impression in her mind. Someone with basic firearms knowledge, but no professional training. Someone who'd planned meticulously, but had never been in a high-stress shooting situation. Someone local enough to know the Morrison family would be at the forum, but not experienced enough to avoid leaving such clear evidence of his panic. The command center had been set up in a large white tent adjacent to the crime scene, the kind of portable structure that could be erected quickly when disaster struck. Generator-powered lights cast harsh shadows across folding tables laden with laptops, radio equipment, and the detritus of a major investigation in its early hours. Coffee cups, sandwich wrappers, manila folders thick with preliminary reports. Ruth estimated at least 50 people working inside the tent, their various agency affiliations clearly marked by clothing, equipment, and the subtle but unmistakable tribal behaviors of federal law enforcement. FBI agents clustered near one bank of computers, Secret Service personnel commanded the central area, state troopers and local deputies occupied the periphery like satellites in unstable orbits. Near the tent's entrance, a tall man in a crisp suit was addressing the assembled personnel. Ruth didn't need to see his credentials to recognize him as the person in charge. The bearing, the expensive haircut, the way everyone else deferred to his presence. Director Levant, Secret Service, she guessed from the way he commanded the room. No indication that this was anything other than a targeted assassination of our protectee. He was saying, his voice carrying the authority of someone accustomed to being obeyed without question. However, given the proximity of the vice president to the target, we must assume the possibility of a broader plot. The Secret Service is therefore claiming primary jurisdiction over this investigation, effective immediately. Ruth's gaze shifted to the woman standing beside him. Late 40s, auburn hair pulled back in a severe bun, her FBI windbreaker fitting like it had been tailored specifically for her frame. The nameplate read, AIC Lambert, and her jaw was tight as she watched Levant announce the jurisdictional takeover. Ruth had had enough experience with interagency jurisdictional disputes to see that Lambert, and possibly the FBI itself, wasn't happy about ceding authority to the Secret Service. The Vance assassination was going to rattle folks not just statewide and nationwide, but around the world. It was the kind of case that made or broke careers, and based on what she'd seen, it was tailor-made for the Bureau. She could understand Lambert's frustration, even if she'd had more than her own share of jurisdictional disputes with the FBI herself in the past. All evidence will be processed through Secret Service channels, Director Levant continued. All interviews will be conducted under Secret Service authority. All media communications will be coordinated through Secret Service Public Affairs. Questions? Sheriff Hutchins stepped forward, clearing his throat. Director Levant, I'd like to introduce Texas Rangers Ruth Baker and Aaron Tate from the Department of Public Safety. Director Levant's eyes narrowed as he processed the names, and Ruth saw his expression shift from polite interest to something cooler. He was younger than she'd expected, maybe mid-40s, with silver at his temples and an even tan. Rangers, Director Levant said, his tone carrying the dismissive courtesy of someone going through motions. I appreciate you showing up and offering your services, but this is not your jurisdiction. The Secret Service has command of this investigation. Thank you for coming, and I wish you a pleasant drive back. Chapter 5. The November air hit Ruth like a slap after the stuffy atmosphere inside the command tent. She drew in a deep breath, tasting dust, and the lingering scent of blood that still clung to the crime scene, despite the federal agents' attempts to sanitize everything with their procedures and protocols. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the orchard, turning the apple trees into dark silhouettes against the Texas sky. Sheriff Hutchins walked beside them, his boots crunching on the gravel with the heavy tread of a man carrying more weight than just his physical bulk. His disappointment was written across his weathered face, as clearly as if he'd tattooed it there. Well, that was about what I expected, he said, removing his hat and running a hand through what was left of his gray hair. Federal boys swoop in, take over everything, and send the locals packing like we're some kind of yokels who don't know which end of a gun the bullet comes out of. Ruth shrugged, understanding Hutchins's frustration, but also recognizing the reality of their situation. "I get it, Sheriff." And to be honest, Levant's probably right. They've got the best minds in the country on this case now. Profilers, forensic specialists, intelligence analysts, people who have spent their whole careers dealing with this kind of thing. They don't really need us adding to the dog pile. Aaron nodded his agreement, though Ruth caught the slight tightness around his eyes that meant he was processing the dismissal with the same mix of professional understanding and personal irritation she felt. They'd both been through enough jurisdictional disputes to know how the game was played, even if they didn't particularly like it. Hutchins stopped walking and turned to face them, his expression serious. "Maybe so, Rangers. Maybe they've got all the fancy degrees and the high-tech equipment and the unlimited budgets. But I'll tell you what they don't have. They don't know rural Texas the way y'all do." Ruth felt herself paying closer attention. Hutchins had been working these counties longer than she'd been alive, had dealt with everything from cattle rustling to domestic violence to the occasional murder. If he thought local knowledge mattered in this case, it was worth hearing him out. "Those federal agents," Hutchins continued, "they're great at their jobs, don't get me wrong. But they're going to approach this like it's some kind of international conspiracy or terrorist cell operating out of major cities. They're going to look for the kinds of patterns they're trained to see: sophisticated networks, complex financing, urban support structures." He gestured toward the orchard and the rolling hills beyond. "This here's different country. Different rules, different people, different ways of doing things." Aaron crossed his arms, his investigator's instincts clearly engaged. "What are you thinking, Sheriff?" "I'm thinking whoever did this knows these back roads like the veins on his hands. Knows which ranchers are at church on Sunday mornings, which barns have the best sight lines, which dirt roads connect to which paved ones." Hutchins's voice carried the conviction of someone who'd spent decades understanding the rhythms of rural life. The feds can run all the database searches they want, but they're not going to find this boy by looking at airline manifests and hotel registrations. Ruth nodded slowly, seeing the logic in Hutchins's reasoning. The shooting had required intimate knowledge of the local geography, the kind of familiarity that came from growing up in these hills rather than studying them on satellite maps. "So what are you asking us to do?" she said. Hutchins smiled for the first time since they'd left the command tent. "I'm asking y'all to keep a hand in this case, so to speak. I'll pass on everything I hear from the task force, share whatever intelligence comes down from on high. And while y'all won't be officially working with the federal boys, well..." He shrugged. "There's nothing the Secret Service or the Bureau can do to stop me from working with whoever I choose to work with. This is still my county, and I still got jurisdiction over local crimes." Ruth felt the familiar pull of a case that mattered, the magnetic attraction of justice that needed doing. But she also knew her own tendencies, her habit of charging ahead without considering the political ramifications. She glanced at Aaron, deferring to his better judgment in matters that required diplomatic navigation. "We should probably check with Ben before we commit to anything," Aaron said, already reaching for his phone. "Make sure the department's okay with us staying involved, even unofficially." Ruth nodded, appreciating his caution. She had a tendency to go riding off into fights without worrying about the consequences, always happy to wade into whatever battle needed fighting. But Aaron was better at handling these kinds of delicate situations, better at understanding when discretion was the better part of valor. As Aaron moved a few steps away to make the call, Ruth found herself studying the crime scene with fresh eyes. The federal agents were still processing evidence methodically, but she wondered if they were asking the right questions, looking for the right kinds of clues. Sometimes the most important details were the ones that didn't show up in forensic reports or ballistics analyses. She was lost in these thoughts when a voice behind her said, "Ranger Baker." Ruth turned to find AIC Lambert approaching. Her FBI windbreakers zipped against the cooling evening air. Up close, Ruth could see that Lambert was older than she'd first appeared, maybe late 40s, with laugh lines around her eyes that spoke to a sense of humor carefully kept in check by professional demands. "Agent Lambert," Ruth replied, extending her hand. "We didn't get properly introduced in there." "No, we didn't," Lambert agreed, shaking Ruth's hand with a firm grip. "And please call me Sarah. I wanted to catch you before you left." "Oh." Lambert smiled, and Ruth was surprised to see genuine warmth in the expression. "I'm familiar with your work, Ranger Baker. You and your partner have been making quite a name for yourselves in this region." Ruth felt her eyebrows rise in surprise. She couldn't imagine why an FBI agent in charge would know anything about a couple of Texas Rangers, unless they'd somehow stepped on federal toes without realizing it. "I'm surprised you've heard of us." "Are you kidding?" Lambert's smile widened. "The Highway 59 standoff, the Kowalski investigation, that whole mess with the pharmaceutical smuggling ring, your cases are becoming required reading at Quantico. I'm honestly surprised you two haven't been poached yet." Ruth laughed, the sound carrying more amusement than she'd felt all day. "The last thing either Aaron or I want is to become federal agents." "No offense." "None taken," Lambert replied, nodding with obvious understanding. "I get it. You know the terrain, this is your turf, you know how to hunt them down out here. Home team advantage." Ruth found herself reassessing the FBI agent. She generally disliked feds as a rule: too much bureaucracy, too much politics, too much focus on jurisdiction instead of justice. But Lambert seemed different, more practical, more focused on results than procedure. "So what can I do for you, AIC Lambert?" Ruth asked. Lambert paused, glancing around at the bustling crime scene, the clusters of federal agents, the command tent with its constant stream of personnel coming and going. She seemed to be weighing her words carefully, choosing her approach. Aaron finished his call and spotted Ruth talking with Lambert. He raised an eyebrow in Ruth's direction, and she gave him the smallest possible tilt of her head, a signal that meant, "Give me a minute, I'll fill you in later." Aaron nodded and walked over to a nearby concession stand that had been set up to provide coffee and sandwiches to the army of investigators, leaving Ruth alone with Lambert. "I'd like to share some information with you," Lambert said finally, her voice low enough that it wouldn't carry to the nearest cluster of agents. "But I want to be crystal clear that it's more in the form of consultation rather than a formal exchange." Ruth stared at her, trying to decode the careful language. After a moment, Lambert allowed herself a small smile and admitted, "We at the Bureau do get a bit hung up on procedures. After all, we put the Bureau in bureaucratic." Despite herself, Ruth felt her lips twitch with amusement. "To cut through the legalese," Lambert continued, "I can't officially share task force evidence or data with you since you're not officially part of the task force. But I'm free to talk with you as a fellow Leo and share information if I believe you might be able to help me gather more evidence. Evidence that I would then be free to share with the task force officially." Ruth's smile became more genuine. "So Levant won't let us in through the front door, but you'll slip us in through the back." Lambert shrugged. "Something like that." Ruth considered the offer, recognizing both the opportunity and the risk. Working around federal jurisdiction was always tricky, but if it meant staying involved in a case that mattered, it might be worth the complications. Okay, Ruth said. But I want something in return. Lambert's eyebrows rose. What? I'd like to speak to the profiler assigned to the case. Get his take on what kind of person we're dealing with, what might drive someone to do this. Not a problem, Lambert replied without hesitation. She stepped away and made a quick phone call, speaking in the kind of shorthand that came from years of federal service. When she returned, she handed Ruth a business card. I've shot him your contact info and let him know you'll be calling. His name's Dr. Elliot Markham, and he's one of the best we have at the Behavioral Science Unit, or the BSU, as we call it. I appreciate it, Ruth said, tucking the card into her jacket pocket. I'll be in touch, Lambert said, then headed back toward the command tent with the purposeful stride of someone with work to do. Aaron returned with 2 cups of coffee, handing one to Ruth as he watched Lambert's retreating figure. Making friends with the feds. Ruth accepted the coffee gratefully, wrapping her hands around the warm cup as the evening air continued to cool. Maybe. You know how I feel about feds. Aaron chuckled. Boy. Do I. Ruth shrugged. She had a turbulent history with joint task forces involving federal agents and had several clashes with them. FBI special agents in particular seemed to be especially contentious. So what did she want? He asked. To establish an unofficial working relationship, since we're not officially on the task force. Or so she claims. He raised his brow. You don't trust her. Ruth thought about it for a second. I don't trust the feds. They always have an agenda. And that agenda sometimes prevents them from drawing a straight line from investigating a crime to seeing justice done. So what are you going to do? Play along for now? But keep my eyes wide open for the first sign of betrayal. Ruth sipped her coffee, surprisingly good for something that had come from a concession stand, and felt the caffeine hit her system like a small miracle. What did Ben say? Aaron grinned. He gave us the go-ahead. Said, and I quote, "It's not like I could tell Ruth not to go ahead, and she'd actually listen anyway." Ruth let a small smile slip as finished her coffee and shrugged. Fair. She crumpled the cardboard cup and dropped it in a trash can. She was just turning away when her phone began buzzing urgently in its hip holster. At the exact same moment, every phone in the vicinity erupted simultaneously with the distinctive, jarring tone of an Amber Alert. The sound was impossible to ignore, designed to cut through any other noise, to demand immediate attention, to signal that a child's life hung in the balance. Ruth pulled out her phone, reading the alert that flashed across her screen with the cold formality of emergency protocols. Amber Alert. 8-year-old Ellie Jenkins abducted in white Ford F-150 pickup. TX plate partial TX4. Last seen heading north on Highway 16 from Blum Orchard area. Child is blonde, wearing blue t-shirt. Suspect considered armed and dangerous. Do not approach. Call 911. Around them, the crime scene erupted into controlled chaos as federal agents and local law enforcement personnel all received the same alert simultaneously. Ruth could see people talking rapidly into phones, hear the crackle of radio communications, sense the sudden shift in energy that came when a major case took an unexpected turn. Sheriff Hutchins came out of the tent followed by a deputy, both talking on their radios. He made a gesture with his head to Ruth and Aaron. Rangers, he said, moving toward his patrol car, follow my cruiser. We think this might be our shooter. Ruth felt the familiar jolt of adrenaline. She tossed her coffee cup into a nearby trash can and headed for their Range Rover, Aaron falling into step beside her.
Chapter 6. He hadn't meant to go into town. After clearing the checkpoint, he planned to drive straight back to his apartment to hide out until the massive police presence subsided. That would have been the smart thing to do. That was, in fact, the plan. But Mihaela would be there, and he wasn't sure that he was ready to see her yet. For one thing, he was so hyped up right now, she would see it all over his face. She would know. He wasn't sure he was ready for that. He needed time. Yes, that was it. He just needed to hang somewhere, chill, let his mind play catch up with what his body and drives had done, give himself time to deal. The adrenaline wouldn't leave his system. His hands trembled slightly on the steering wheel, and the silence of the rural roads only amplified the surreal feeling that had settled over him since pulling the trigger. As he drove, rolling past the blinking caution lights and hand-painted welcome sign, he felt the excitement settle into his bones. Main Street was alive in a way he'd never seen before. Sheriff's cruisers and blacked-out federal SUVs barreled through intersections, lights strobing, sirens cutting the June air. People lined the sidewalks, phones pressed to their ears, voices pitching up with every rumor. A news helicopter circled overhead, a constant, throbbing presence, rattling the windows and churning up the dust. He grinned because this was his doing. They'd talk about it for years, maybe decades, the day everything exploded in Blum, Texas. The day Caleb Vance died. Over the beater's radio, he caught fragments of breaking news, massive manhunt, shooter still at large, unprecedented security measures. I did that, he thought, watching a convoy of black SUVs speed past in the opposite direction. I changed the course of history. The University Fitness Center was nearly empty when he arrived, most students either glued to their screens or gathered in communal spaces to process what had happened. The few people present clustered around the wall-mounted TVs, workout routines forgotten as they stared at footage of the crime scene. Two guys and a girl in tank tops stood in a tight circle near the protein shake bar, heads bent together in urgent conversation, gym towels draped unused around their necks. He loaded plates onto a barbell, his movements pure habit. The familiar rhythm of bench presses grounded him, gave his shaking hands something to do. His muscles burned with each repetition, the physical pain providing a welcome distraction from the chaos of his thoughts. Awful, isn't it? A guy on the neighboring bench nodded toward the TV. Yeah, he grunted, not breaking his rhythm. Awful. The simple exchange seemed to satisfy the man, who abandoned his own half-hearted workout and began doom-scrolling on his phone. All around, everyone seemed to have forgotten that they were in a gym. Except for him. He pushed himself harder than he ever had, finding the exercise invigorating and cathartic. No one paid much attention to the guy actually exercising while the world exploded around them. His anonymity was a shield. Though when the news finally came out, when he came out as the killer, he thought with a hammer trip of excitement he wouldn't stay anonymous. Then everyone would know his name. That was only part of the thrill, a small part, but now that he had gone through with it, he was surprised at how much it excited him. Like having a secret identity in a superhero movie. I'm like Clark Kent, he thought as he headed to the showers, or Bruce Wayne. It gave him a thrill that made his taut muscle groups ripple. After a quick shower in the empty locker room, he headed to the Grindhouse, the coffee shop downtown where students congregated. The normality of the routine, gym, shower, coffee, created an illusion of ordinary life that helped steady his racing heart. He parked behind the feed store and walked 2 blocks to the coffee shop across from the community college. It was packed, as usual, the atmosphere electric with tension. Every table occupied, the line for coffee stretching to the door. The usual weekend chatter had been replaced by urgent conversations, everyone sharing what they'd witnessed, what they'd heard. The barista had a black ribbon pinned to her apron. Wild theories abounded. TVs mounted on the walls played breaking news coverage, the sound turned up for once, captions scrolling across the bottom of the screens. For once, nobody was asking to switch channels or turn it down. Even the house music had been turned off. The news was all everyone wanted right now. It felt like the end of the world. Was this how it had been on 9/11? He hadn't even been born then, but he imagined it was pretty close. It thrilled him again, sending electrical impulses through his gym-stretched body, making his pecs ripple. He was today's Osama bin Laden. His skin prickled with hyper-awareness as he waited for his order. The scent seemed sharper, coffee beans, cinnamon, the sweat of bodies pressed too close together. The sounds more distinct, ice rattling in plastic cups, the hiss of the espresso machine, the constant ping of news alerts on dozens of phones. His senses felt raw, overexposed, like a nerve stripped of its protective covering. The barista called his name, and he accepted his black coffee with hands he forced to remain steady. Finding an open chair at a table already occupied by 5 students near the window, he nodded a silent question. A girl with purple-streaked hair scooted her chair over to make room, and he slid into the space without a word. The place buzzed with speculation. The conversation swirled around him, voices overlapping. I heard there were 2 shooters like that thing in D.C. a few years ago. Never seen so many cops in my life. No way it was just one guy. They said he was ex-military, some psycho living out in the sticks. Friends said they found shell casings at some barn. Probably some nut job who couldn't handle. Bet you anything it's political. Vance was too controversial. He pissed off the wrong people. My dad stuck at a roadblock on Highway 16. Secret Service totally failed, how could they let? He sipped his coffee, letting the bitter heat burn down his throat, anchoring him to the present moment. His heartbeat pounded in his ears, almost drowning out the voices around him. He feared they might somehow hear it, this thundering drum that seemed to announce his guilt with each pulse. I just can't believe it happened right here, said the purple-haired girl, whose name tag from a nearby boutique read, Veronica. She turned slightly toward him, including him in the conversation. Did any of you guys actually see it happen? The table's attention shifted as a guy with a Texas State hoodie described being near the back of the crowd. Someone else mentioned a friend who'd been volunteering at the event. A girl with glasses and a nose ring had been driving past on her way to work. He remained silent, letting their stories wash over him. His fingers traced the rim of his coffee cup, round and round, the motion soothing something frantic inside him. Through the window, he watched more emergency vehicles speed past, their lights flashing against the darkening afternoon sky. They're saying it was a long-distance shot, said a guy in a basketball jersey. Like professional. No way it was just one person, countered another student. Had to be coordinated. There were too many security measures for a lone shooter to get through. Veronica shook her head. My brother works at the sheriff's office. He said they're focusing on a single shooter theory. Some guy with military training or something. The man on the grassy knoll, the lone wolf, said a guy wearing a t-shirt with the name of some obscure rock band he'd never heard of, CSN. Then the guy laughed bitterly, like he'd said something ironic. It came off as weird. If he was trying to reference a movie or show, the killer didn't get it. He'd never seen so many strangers in his little backwoods town before. They'd all come here for Caleb Vance. Caleb Vance, whom he'd shot, he thought proudly. He fought to keep his expression neutral, his posture relaxed. The urge to correct them, to tell them it hadn't required military training, just patience and a steady hand, bubbled dangerously close to the surface. He swallowed it down with another sip of coffee, letting the scalding liquid burn away the dangerous impulse. A state trooper walked into the coffee shop, and he felt his muscles tense, ready for flight. The officer merely ordered coffee and spoke quietly into his radio, but the presence of the uniform sent a cold sweat prickling across his back. 2 more police cruisers sped past the window, lights flashing but sirens off. "My roommate's boyfriend works at the gas station on Highway 16, Veronica said, leaning forward. The movement sent a waft of her shampoo toward him, something floral and clean. Federal agents came in asking for all their security camera footage from the last 24 hours. They're checking every camera in a 20-mile radius. His stomach tightened, but he kept his expression mild, interested but not alarmed. He'd been careful. The truck was hidden, the rifle wiped clean. He'd made it through the checkpoint. The TV above the counter switched to a live press conference. Everyone in the coffee shop fell momentarily silent, watching as a stern-faced federal agent stood at a podium surrounded by law enforcement officials. The caption read, "Manhunt continues, 4 VANCE assassin authorities believe shooter still in area." A new voice cut through the momentary quiet, loud and angry. "Whoever did this should be executed on national television. No trial, no appeals, just a bullet to the head, same as they gave Vance." He turned to see a tall guy in a Texas A&M sweatshirt who'd been sitting at the next table. The newcomer's face was flushed with emotion, hands clenched into fists on the tabletop. "I mean, what kind of coward shoots a man giving a speech about unity? What kind of sick fuck targets someone in front of his wife and kids?" The guy was on a roll now, his voice rising. Doesn't matter what his politics were, Vance deserved better than to die like that. Whoever pulled that trigger is human garbage. A wave of heat rushed up his neck and into his face. His heart hammered against his ribs so violently he was certain others must see his shirt moving with each beat. The coffee cup trembled slightly in his grip. He set it down carefully, afraid it might shatter in his suddenly clumsy fingers. His throat closed up, making it hard to breathe. The room seemed to shrink around him, the voices becoming distant and tinny, as if filtering through water. Sweat beaded on his forehead despite the cool air conditioning. Veronica noticed his reaction. "You okay?" she asked, her voice low enough that only he could hear. He realized his jaw was clenched so tightly that pain radiated up into his temples. He forced himself to relax, to breathe, to smile at her concern. "Yeah, I'm fine. It's just..." Hearing someone talk about it like that. He hesitated, then added, "Actually, I agree with him." "You do?" Veronica looked surprised, her eyebrows rising. "Of course," he said, warming to the role even as his stomach twisted. Violence isn't the answer, no matter how much you disagree with someone politically. Vance was trying to create dialogue, to bring people together. Killing him just makes everything worse. The words felt foreign in his mouth, like stones he was forced to swallow. Speaking them aloud created a strange, disorienting effect, as if he were splitting in two, the person who pulled the trigger and the person condemning that act sitting in the same skin. "I'm surprised to hear you say that," Veronica said, studying his face with new interest. "I remember you arguing in political theory that sometimes radical action is necessary for meaningful change." His pulse spiked again. Had he really exposed his beliefs so openly? He couldn't remember the specific discussion, but it sounded like something he might have said in the abstract safety of a classroom. "That was just theoretical," he said quickly. "Academic debate, you know. In real life, killing people is never justified." "It's despicable." The last word caught in his throat, nearly choking him. A helicopter thundered low overhead, rattling the coffee shop windows. Outside, another convoy of unmarked government vehicles sped past, their dark tinted windows concealing whoever hunted him. Veronica shifted her chair closer, the movement bringing her knee against his. The contact sent an electric jolt through his body, and he jerked reflexively. She didn't pull away. Instead, her hand found his thigh under the table, warm and deliberate through the denim of his jeans. "That's actually really nice to hear," she said, her voice softer now, more intimate. "I thought you were one of those guys who's all revolution and chaos in theory, but wouldn't actually stand for something decent in reality." Her fingers squeezed gently, then began tracing small circles on his leg. The sensation bypassed his brain entirely, heading straight to his groin. His breath caught and he felt blood rushing downward, making him lightheaded. "Violence has no place in a civilized society," he continued woodenly, the words coming easier now, flowing into the space her approval had created. "Whoever did this, whatever their reasons, they've just made things worse." He felt sick saying it, but Veronica's smile widened. She leaned closer, her breast pressing lightly against his arm as she reached for her coffee. The casual intimacy of the contact sent another surge of heat through him, displacing his discomfort with something more primal. The whole place felt electric, every conversation a little too loud, every glance a little too sharp. He realized the adrenaline wasn't just his, it was everywhere, pulsing through the town like a fever. "Want to get out of here?" she whispered, her breath warm against his ear. "My roommates at that vigil they're setting up at the community center. She won't be back for hours." The invitation caught him off guard. He hadn't come here looking for this, hadn't even considered Veronica in that way before. But her attention felt like validation, like proof that his camouflage was working. And there was something intoxicating about being wanted by someone who had no idea who he really was or what he'd done. "Sure," he heard himself say. The next half hour became a blur, fragments of consciousness like snapshots. Walking across campus with Veronica, her fingers intertwined with his, the institutional beige of her dorm room walls, news alerts chiming on both their phones, her lips on his, tasting of coffee and cinnamon gum, his hands in her purple-streaked hair, the persistent wail of sirens in the distance. He came back to full awareness when he felt her fingers at his belt buckle. They were on her narrow dorm bed, her shirt already discarded on the floor, his university sweatshirt pushed up around his chest. She was saying something about a condom in her dresser drawer, but her words seemed to come from far away. A police helicopter passed directly overhead, the thundering rotors rattling the window panes. The sound sliced through his daze, bringing him sharply back to reality, what he'd done mere hours ago, the scope through which he'd watched a man's head explode, the manhunt scouring every corner of the county for him. "Wait," he said, the word sharp and sudden between them. "I can't do this." Veronica paused, confusion crossing her face. "What's wrong?" He almost blurted out that he was in a relationship, a serious one, but stopped himself in time. Mihaela would be mad if he outed her to some rando co-ed he'd made out with. He sat up abruptly, pulling his sweatshirt back on. I just remembered I have somewhere I need to be. Right now. I completely forgot. Seriously. Her expression shifted from confusion to annoyance. No. He was already standing, scanning the floor for his shoes. I'm sorry. I have this thing. I lost track of time. The lie sounded pathetic even to his own ears, but he couldn't stay in this room another minute, couldn't continue this performance. His skin felt too tight, his thoughts too loud, the room too small to contain what he'd done. The door opened and a girl with short blonde hair and glasses stepped in, freezing when she saw the scene before her, Veronica half-dressed on the bed, him frantically putting on his shoes. Well, sorry I didn't, the roommate's eyes widened as she took in the scene. Then she registered that he wasn't Veronica's boyfriend, a varsity halfback on a football scholarship. Wait, you're... Just leaving, he cut her off, grabbing his phone from the nightstand. He pushed past her into the hallway, acutely aware of his body's betrayal, the physical evidence of his arousal making his exit all the more awkward. He heard the roommate's voice as the door closed behind him. Seriously, Veronica. You're fooling around on Noah. Today of all days, and quickened his pace toward the stairwell. Outside in the cool late afternoon air, he finally stopped, leaning against a tree as his heartbeat slowed. The bark felt rough and real against his palm as he braced himself. Through the campus trees, he could see more emergency vehicles arriving at the community center, lights flashing in red and blue patterns against the gathering dusk. The reality of what he'd done just hours ago crashed back over him with sickening clarity. What the fuck was he doing? Getting involved with someone right now was beyond stupid. He'd managed to remain invisible for years by being forgettable, unremarkable, just another face in the crowd. Now he'd drawn attention to himself with not one but two girls who would remember this interaction. What the fuck are you doing? He asked himself, the question echoing in his mind as he walked away alone, the weight of the day's actions settling onto his shoulders like a physical burden. The truth was, he didn't know. He had thought he was good after the workout, pumped and sweated out, but there were wasps buzzing inside his head, something scratchy and itchy just behind his eyes, and he was having difficulty keeping his thoughts in a straight line. He should go home. Crash out on the couch, watch something, burn a couple hours watching reels, anything to keep himself from veering off course into nowhere land. He sat for a long minute in the Toyota, trying to get himself together. Finally, he gave up and began driving homewards. Time blurred again. He saw and heard and took in everything and everyone he passed. The town was teeming, but actually saw and heard nothing. Beats later, he couldn't recall who or what he'd seen and heard. What was the girl's name he'd made out with in her apartment? Or was it her dorm room? Valencia. Victoria. He felt both surprised and relieved when he drove up the familiar circular driveway and parked in front of the large colonial-style house, a historic house. He didn't recall a single thing from the drive here. Not even passing through the security checkpoint and the gate guards. Didn't recall Carlos or Jan saying good morning, Mr. Blum. Yet he must have, because here he was. Not good morning, though, they would have said good evening, because he could see the sun going down behind the house. The back porch always had beautiful views of sunsets. Wait, he thought as he got out of the Toyota and his boots crunched on the gravel. This isn't my apartment. How did I get here? I was heading home, but it was already too late. Someone had seen his car pulling up, or the gate guards had called ahead, more likely, and the front door was opening, his mother looming. "Charlie. Oh, Charlie," we were frantic. "Where have you been? We've been calling. Worried sick about where you were the instant we heard. What a terrible day. What a terrible, terrible day." "I'm here, Ma," he heard himself say as she enfolded him in her arms. And here he was. Not his apartment, but home. His actual original home until he'd moved out just a year and a half ago. The home of his family and ancestors, after whom the town was named, and the orchard where he'd shot Caleb Vance only hours earlier. They went into the house together.
Chapter 7. The Range Rover barreled down the two-lane highway, tires humming against the hot asphalt as Aaron navigated the winding curves at 15 over the posted limit. Up ahead, a convoy of law enforcement vehicles stretched into the distance. Local sheriff's deputies, state troopers, unmarked federal vehicles, their emergency lights flashing red and blue against the golden afternoon light. The road twisted through scrubby hill country, patches of cedar and mesquite framing sweeping vistas of central Texas that Ruth might have appreciated under different circumstances. Right now, her focus was locked on Sheriff Hutchins's cruiser, 3 vehicles ahead in the procession. The sheriff had waved them along after receiving the Amber Alert, offering no more information than a curt, "Follow me," before jumping into his patrol car and racing off with siren blaring. The radio clipped to Ruth's tactical vest crackled with constant chatter, agencies stepping over each other as they tried to coordinate a response. Local deputies calling positions, state troopers establishing roadblocks, federal agents demanding updates, all attempting to claim their piece of the action. "Sounds busier than a command center during a terrorist attack," Ruth muttered, adjusting the volume. Aaron nodded, his eyes never leaving the road as he took another curve at speed. Everyone wants a piece of the guy who killed Vance. Career maker case. Ruth unclipped her phone and dialed Hutchins, putting him on speaker. The line rang twice before he answered with a gruff, "Hutchins." "Sheriff, it's Ruth Baker. You want to fill us in on where exactly we're racing to?" "Heading up to Lost Hollow Creek, North Branch," Hutchins replied, his voice nearly drowned out by the wail of his siren. "Got a witness called in. Saw a white pickup matching the Amber Alert description pulled off at one of the old fishing spots. Says the driver was acting strange, had a little girl with him who looked upset." Ruth frowned. "And you're sure this connects to Vance?" "Not my call to make, Ranger." Feds seemed convinced. The frustration in Hutchins's voice was evident. "I'm just hold on." Ruth could hear him switching to another call, his voice muffled as he responded to someone else. After a moment, he came back on the line. "Sorry, Baker. Got the FBI, Secret Service, and DPS all calling for updates. You know how it is. Everyone wants to know which forms to fill out while we're trying to catch the bad guy. Can you at least tell me who we're chasing?" "His name. History. Anything." "August Jenkins," Hutchins replied quickly. "That's all I got right now. Listen, I've got the task force coordinator on the other line. We'll talk when we get there." The line went dead before Ruth could press for more information. She clipped the phone back to her belt with an irritated sigh. "Not much to go on," Aaron observed, smoothly passing a slow-moving farm truck that had pulled halfway onto the shoulder to let the convoy pass. "Call Ben," Ruth said. "Maybe he can fill in some gaps." Aaron nodded, using the hands-free system in the Range Rover to dial. The call connected through the vehicle's speakers after a few rings. "Miller," came the tired voice of their supervisor. Ben, it's Aaron. I've got Ruth with me. Of course you do, Ben replied, the weariness in his voice becoming more pronounced. Let me guess, you're in the middle of that convoy heading toward Lost Hollow Creek. Got it in one, Ruth said. What's the deal with this Amber Alert, Ben? Do you really believe it's our shooter? There was a moment of silence, then a heavy sigh. Ruth, I thought Director Levant was clear on this. The Bureau has lead, and we've been asked to stand down. We are stood down, Ruth said, catching Aaron's raised eyebrow with a half shrug. I'm just asking you for your opinion. Give me a sec. They could hear the faint sound of typing in the background. It looks legit. Ruth frowned, unconvinced. You sure? Sure, Ben replied. This guy August Jenkins abducted his 8-year-old daughter Ellie from her aunt's home and is believed armed and dangerous. Ruth raised her eyebrows at Aaron, who shrugged sympathetically, keeping his eyes on the road as he navigated another sharp turn. And you think that makes him a shoo-in for Caleb Vance's shooter? She asked. Ben sighed, the sound heavy through the car's speakers. It's not a straight line, I'll give you that, but he has a history of violence, has made numerous online threats against Vance, including one Facebook post recently where he specifically says he's going to grab my M24 and blow a hole in your lying face. Ruth waited, but when Ben didn't continue, she pressed, That's it. One social media post threatening to kill someone whose views he didn't agree with. Ben, that would make 82% of the U.S. population suspects. Ruth, Ben said, his voice taking on the patient tone she knew so well. For once, just believe your fellow Leos know your job, and you're not the only one with a direct line to the gods of law and order. Of course that isn't it. Jenkins has been threatening to do something that will make the whole world sit up and take notice, and he repeated the phrase again to his sister-in-law when he grabbed his daughter and fled with her. Connect the dots. Ruth watched the line of emergency vehicles snake ahead of them, their lights flashing against the golden Texas landscape. Something felt off, but she couldn't pin it down, just the familiar itch at the base of her skull that had saved her life more than once. I still don't feel it, she said. You don't feel it? Ben repeated, his voice rising slightly. Ruth, do me a favor and don't kick up a ruckus this one time. Will you do that for me, please? As an old friend. The plea in his voice caught Ruth off guard. She knew Ben was going through a hard time. The last thing he needed was Ruth making waves. I just wanted to talk it through with you, Ben, she said, softening her tone. But I guess I can see how those dots do connect, and yeah, Jenkins could be our guy. Thank you, Ben replied, heaving an audible sigh of relief. I'm going to let you go now, and Ruth. Yeah, Ben. Take care out there, okay? Both of you. The call ended, and Ruth sat silent for a moment as Aaron drove, following the convoy as it turned onto a narrower road marked by a weathered sign for Lost Hollow Creek Recreation Area. The land opened up to a rugged valley crisscrossed by a shallow creek, scattered fishing spots and primitive campsites dotting the landscape. In the distance, she could see the convoy slowing, vehicles pulling off onto the gravel shoulder where a park ranger's truck was already parked. Ruth couldn't shake the feeling that they were chasing the wrong lead. It wasn't that Jenkins didn't sound dangerous, he absolutely did. But something about the timeline, the hasty connection to Vance's murder, the convenient Amber Alert pulling in every law enforcement agency in a 50-mile radius. It felt too neat, too convenient. The convoy ahead had stopped completely. Aaron eased the Range Rover onto the gravel shoulder, behind the last Sheriff's Department cruiser. What are you thinking? Aaron asked quietly, recognizing the look on Ruth's face. That sometimes the most obvious suspect is a distraction from the real killer, Ruth replied, unholstering her weapon to check it before sliding it back into place. But let's see what we've got. They walked toward the staging area, where a crowd of law enforcement personnel had formed a loose semicircle around Director Levant. Ruth and Aaron hung back near the outer edge of the group, positioning themselves behind a cluster of state troopers. The last thing they needed was Levant spotting them and throwing another jurisdictional tantrum. Ruth surveyed the gathering, easily 30 officers representing every agency, from local to federal. She couldn't recall seeing a larger impromptu field briefing since her cheerleading days, when the entire Colton High football team would huddle up before a critical play. Army veteran named Wilkins spotted Jenkins about a half-mile up the creek, Levant was saying, his voice carrying clearly across the makeshift command post. Says our suspect was clearly agitated, talking loudly to himself, gesturing with what Wilkins identified as an M24 sniper rifle. Ruth caught Aaron's eye, and he raised an eyebrow slightly. Military-grade weapon, matching the online threats Ben had mentioned. The child, his daughter Ellie, was crying and appeared distressed. Levant continued. That's what prompted Wilkins to call it in. We're establishing a perimeter around the fishing cabin area, but I want to emphasize the need for extreme caution. This suspect is armed and has already demonstrated his willingness to kill. Levant began assigning positions and tactical approaches, his finger jabbing at a hastily unfolded topographic map. Ruth noted the professionalism in his directives, even as she questioned the underlying assumption that Jenkins and the Vance shooter were one and the same. As the briefing concluded, the assembled officers began breaking into their assigned teams. Ruth caught a glimpse of Sack Lambert at the edge of the group. Their eyes met briefly, and Lambert gave a slight nod before tapping her phone and turning away. Moments later, Ruth's phone vibrated. A text message appeared on the screen. Sack Lambert, Markham's expecting your call. Ruth showed the message to Aaron, who looked surprised. Let's go back to the car, she said. They returned to the Range Rover as the tactical teams began moving out, a coordinated flow of armed personnel disappearing into the scrubby landscape around Lost Hollow Creek. We're going to sit this one out, Ruth said, sliding into the passenger seat. We are. Aaron looked confused as he got in behind the wheel. Yeah, obviously, she replied. We're not even supposed to be here. Besides, look at the firepower and manpower already chasing down that poor vet. He'll be lucky to not end up looking like a piece of Swiss cheese. Not to mention the poor kid, who I genuinely hope makes it out of this alive. God bless her little soul. Aaron nodded grimly. They both knew the statistics. Armed encounters with law enforcement, even under ideal circumstances, were unpredictable at best. Factor in the pressure of a high-profile political assassination and dozens of amped-up officers carrying automatic weapons, and the odds of Jenkins and his daughter making it through unharmed were dismally low. So what are we doing? Aaron asked. Ruth pulled out her phone and found the business card Lambert had given her earlier. Talking to someone who might help us. She dialed the number for Dr. Markham at the Behavioral Science Unit. The call connected after 2 rings. Doctor. Markham answered a crisp, formal voice. Doctor. Markham, this is Ranger Ruth Baker with the Texas Rangers. I believe Sack Lambert mentioned I'd be calling. Ah, yes, Ranger Baker. She did indeed. I've been reviewing the preliminary data from the Vance homicide. Fascinating case. "So what can I do for you, Ranger Baker?" Markham asked after the usual pleasantries. "I'd like your take on Caleb Vance's killer, based on the known facts." There was a slight pause on the line. "Are you aware that I'm not actually on site for this one, Ranger Baker?" "I'm assuming that's the case since we're talking on the phone instead of face-to-face," Ruth replied. "Well, I don't usually like to parse an opinion without at least being on site," Markham said. "And as you know, most of what we do here at BSU has to do with repeat offenders." "You mean serial killers," Ruth replied. "And mass murderers. And similar perpetrators who are likely to commit the same or similar violent crimes more than once," he specified. "And you don't believe the Caleb Vance shooter falls in any of those categories?" she asked. Another pause, slightly longer this time. "Quite honestly, no, I do not." "That makes sense," she said, catching Aaron's interested glance. "It appears to be a politically motivated murder, a typical political assassination, probably based on ideological differences, not exactly the kind of person who's likely to go out and shoot other targets with similar ideological views." This time, she could hear a smile in his voice. "It sounds to me like you don't need my assistance at all, Ranger Baker." "Fair enough, but humor me for a moment, if you please. I want to know if you have a basic profile of the shooter." "Based on the evidence?" he asked, his tone shifting subtly. Ruth caught the change. "To start with," she replied. "Well," he said, "given the physical evidence recovered from the scene, the distance of the shot, and the nature of the assassination itself, we're likely looking for a white male, mid-30s to early 40s, with military or law enforcement training. The precision of the shot suggests someone familiar with distance shooting, probably a former sniper or someone who has extensively trained with long-range weapons. The politically motivated aspect indicates an individual with strong ideological convictions, likely active in online forums where these views are reinforced. The fact that he targeted a public figure at a large gathering, rather than in a more private setting, suggests a desire for notoriety and public impact. August Jenkins fits this profile quite well, I'm told." "Thank you, Professor," she said, "and now I'd love it if you could tell me what you really think." He chuckled. "You're a sharp one, Ranger Baker. Been looking me up, have you?" Ruth admitted that she had, briefly outlining what she knew about his background, his groundbreaking work on atypical offender profiles, his famous descents on several high-profile cases, his reputation for trusting instinct as much as evidence. Then she repeated her question. "My gut tells me we're dealing with an atypical case," Markham said, his voice quieter now, as if he was concerned about being overheard. "I don't believe our shooter is in his mid-30s, a military veteran, someone who's been posted abroad and seen combat, not politically active online, and not with a history of violence, domestic or otherwise." Ruth leaned forward slightly. "Go on." "On the contrary, I think the shooter could quite possibly, not likely and not certainly, but quite possibly, have been a younger person, still a man but in his early 20s or even late teens, an amateur who's never fired a gun with the intent to kill a human being before, and possibly involved in a serious relationship. And lastly, that he was motivated not by politics alone, but by a personal motive." "What might that be?" Ruth asked. "That's something I wouldn't wish to speculate on at the moment," Markham replied. "But perhaps if I have more data, I could be persuaded to venture a more informed opinion." "Thank you, Professor Markham. You've been very helpful." "I appreciate your taking the time." Ruth ended the call and set the phone down on the console between them. Aaron, who had heard everything on speakerphone, looked at her expectantly. She sat still for a moment, processing Markham's assessment against her own instincts, connecting it with the evidence they'd gathered at the barn, the timing of events, the mistakes that seemed too amateur for a professional. "We have to go back to Blum Orchard," she said finally. "Right now." Aaron turned the SUV around and floored the accelerator. Chapter 8. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the Blum Orchard grounds as Ruth stepped through the flap of the command center tent, leaving behind the scorching Texas heat for the artificial chill of industrial air conditioning. Her boots sank slightly into the trampled grass beneath the temporary flooring, a reminder of how quickly this peaceful orchard had transformed into a crime scene. "Back to the circus," she muttered to Aaron as they navigated past clusters of federal agents hunched over laptops and talking urgently into phones. The tent hummed with the white noise of technology: cooling fans, radio static, keyboards clicking, cell phones vibrating against metal tabletops. Somewhere in the distance, a generator chugged steadily, providing power to this makeshift hub of investigation. While most of the law enforcement world was off chasing August Jenkins through Lost Hollow Creek, the command center felt oddly deserted. A skeleton crew manned various stations, their faces lit by the blue glow of computer screens. A technician in the corner argued in hushed tones with someone on the phone about bandwidth limitations. Two agents in shirt sleeves, ties loosened and collars unbuttoned against the heat, huddled over a map spread across a folding table, their voices too low to make out. Outside, someone shouted an order, followed by the slam of vehicle doors and the crunch of gravel under tires. The sound faded quickly, leaving behind the muted buzz of the remaining personnel. Ruth spotted a young blonde woman in the corner, staring intently at a laptop screen. The agent's FBI windbreaker hung over the back of her chair, and a half-empty energy drink sat beside a stack of papers. She couldn't have been more than 28, with the razor-sharp focus of someone who'd graduated at the top of her class, but hadn't yet accumulated enough field experience to blunt her edges. "That's probably our girl," Ruth said, nodding toward the corner. They approached the woman, who looked up with tired eyes that immediately widened in recognition. The agent straightened in her chair, almost knocking over her energy drink in the process. "Agent Raft?" Ruth asked, extending her hand. "I'm Ranger Ruth Baker, and this is my partner, Ranger Aaron Tate. Zach Lambert said you could help us." "Oh. Yes, of course." Agent Raft stood up quickly, smoothing down her blouse. Her handshake was firm but slightly clammy. "I'm Special Agent Megan Raft. I wasn't expecting. I didn't know Lambert had sent you over." Ruth noted the slight flush creeping up the attractive young agent's neck. Fresh out of Quantico, if she had to guess. Probably her first major case. Agent Raft stood about 5'6", with the lean build of someone who maintained the Academy's fitness standards with religious dedication. Her blonde hair was pulled back in a practical ponytail, and intelligent green eyes moved constantly, taking in details with the precision Ruth recognized from rookies still trying to prove themselves. A silver necklace with a small pendant, probably a St. Michael medal, patron saint of law enforcement, disappeared beneath her crisp white blouse. "She didn't exactly send us," Ruth clarified, "but she mentioned you're the one compiling the attendance records for the rally." Raft nodded eagerly. "Yes, I've been cross-referencing the online registrations with the actual check-ins at the security gates." She gestured to her laptop, where a spreadsheet displayed thousands of rows of data, color-coded and highlighted with a meticulousness that spoke to hours of tedious work. "We had people scan IDs at entry points. I'm trying to build a complete picture of who was there." The radio on a nearby desk crackled to life, a dispatcher's voice cutting through with an update about roadblocks being established on Highway 16. A federal agent Ruth didn't recognize reached over and turned down the volume without looking up from his own monitor. "And how's that going?" Aaron asked, pulling up a folding chair beside Raf's workstation. The metal legs scraped against the temporary flooring, drawing a glance from a supervisor across the tent. "Well, I wouldn't call it complete yet," Raf said, turning her screen slightly. She had the precise diction of someone who'd grown up in the Northeast, but was consciously softening her consonants in Texas. "There are still discrepancies I'm working through. Some people registered but didn't show. Others came as +1s without separate registration, and we had a few technical glitches with the scanners." "Comprehensive, complete whatever," Ruth interrupted, waving her hand dismissively. A faint sheen of sweat still clung to her forehead from the outdoor heat, despite the aggressive air conditioning that had goosebumps forming on Raf's bare arms. "Do you have the list?" "Sure," Raf said, clicking through several tabs on her spreadsheet quickly. "Here's what I've got so far." She turned the screen to show Ruth. Outside, the wail of a siren grew louder, then faded as another vehicle left the compound. A young agent rushed past their table, clutching a stack of papers, nearly colliding with a technician carrying a box of electronic equipment. Ruth waved her off. "You probably had several thousand names on there." Agent Raft nodded. "About 5,243 and counting," she agreed, her fingers poised over the keyboard, nails cut short and practical, not a trace of polish. "So what good would it do me to look at 5,000 names?" Ruth asked, her mind already shifting into the analytical framework that had become second nature after years of investigations. She could feel the familiar sensation, a cooling of her emotions, a narrowing of focus, patterns emerging from the chaos of data like shapes materializing in a Magic-Eye puzzle. "It's not like I would recognize the killer by his name. What I need is for you to run some filters for me." An empty coffee cup rolled off a nearby desk, its plastic clatter drawing momentary attention before the background hum of activity resumed. At the tent entrance, 2 agents held the flap open while a third wheeled in a cart loaded with computer equipment. Ruth leaned in closer, lowering her voice. "Filter for males between 18 and 25, no military background, and attendance confirmed at the rally." Agent Raf's fingers flew over the keyboard, entering parameters with the ease of a keyboard ninja. A slim silver watch glinted on her wrist as she moved. A graduation gift, perhaps, with more sentimental than monetary value. "I can do that. If you'd like to get some coffee or something, I can text you when I'm done." Ruth pulled a metal stool closer and sat down, the legs wobbling slightly on the uneven flooring. "Actually, we're in kind of a hurry," she said. "We'll just wait here while you do your thing." She exchanged a glance with Aaron, who understood without words. They had maybe 2 hours before the Jenkins fiasco played out, and the full investigative force returned to the command center. Every minute counted. Agent Raft looked surprised but nodded. "Of course, I'll get right on it." Her posture straightened slightly as she focused on the screen, the clicking of her keyboard filling the momentary silence between them. A strand of blonde hair had escaped her ponytail, and she tucked it behind her ear without taking her eyes off the monitor. Somewhere in the tent, a phone rang 3 times before being answered. Task Force Communications, a male voice answered sharply, then dropped to a murmur. Ruth's mind was already 3 steps ahead, arranging and rearranging puzzle pieces. This wasn't a military hit. The evidence at the scene told a different story. The lack of precision in the shell casing placement, the evidence of nervousness in the scuff patterns on the barn roof, the amateur mistake of leaving identifying fibers behind. No, this was someone local, someone who knew the area but wasn't a professional, someone with a connection to Blum Orchard itself. As the filters ran, Agent Raft glanced up from her work. "If you don't mind my asking, Ranger Baker." Ruth nodded knowingly, her lips quirking into a half-smile. "You're wondering why we're back here, with you greenhorns minding the store, while the big boys and girls go running around the countryside, chasing down the big bad assassin." An involuntary laugh escaped Agent Raft, who quickly stifled it and smiled. The sound momentarily transformed her face, erasing the lines of fatigue that had settled around her eyes after hours of staring at spreadsheets. "I guess." A flurry of activity near the communications station drew Ruth's attention. Someone had received news from the field team, and 3 techs clustered around a radio, their faces intent. Whatever they heard wasn't alarming enough to cause a larger reaction, and they soon dispersed back to their stations. Ruth nodded, smiling back. "You feds are great at your jobs, I'll give you that. But when it comes to homegrown local Texas crimes, I'd wager my paycheck against yours any day that we know more about how folks think and act around here than you'll ever learn in one of your career refresher seminars." Outside, thunder rumbled in the distance. A storm was moving in, and the air pressure in the tent shifted subtly. The canvas walls billowed slightly before settling. Agent Raft smiled again, and Ruth noticed the intelligence behind those green eyes, sharper than most of the federal agents she'd encountered over the years. "My paycheck isn't anything to speak of," she said, "but maybe my boss's." Ruth grinned and pointed at Agent Raft. "I like this gal." "Don't you, Aaron?" Aaron nodded, smiling. "I like her too, Ruth. She sounds like a straight shooter." On the other side of the tent, an agent cursed as he spilled coffee down the front of his white shirt. His colleague handed him a stack of napkins without looking up from a report. "So, what made you think of these particular filters?" Agent Raft asked, her attention split between Ruth and the loading bar on her screen. The blue progress indicator inched forward, reflecting in her eyes. "Everyone else seems convinced our shooter is ex-military." Ruth leaned back on her stool, crossing her arms. The filtered air inside the tent felt artificial against her skin, too cold and too dry, nothing like the honest Texas heat outside. Because everyone's looking for what they expect to see, not what's actually there. The evidence at the scene tells a different story. Her mind called up the images she'd cataloged at the barn, the 3 shell casings that indicated a novice's nervousness rather than a professional's confidence, the panicked scrapes in the metal roofing, the boot print with its distinctive drag suggesting someone moving hastily rather than with disciplined control. She watched the young agent's face carefully. The shooter made amateur mistakes. A tone sounded from the computer, cutting through the ambient noise of the command center. Agent Raft looked back at her screen, blinking away the fatigue that momentarily clouded her focus. "Okay, I've got about 2,823 names that match those criteria." Ruth nodded, her mind already breaking down the next set of parameters. The profile was coming together in her head like a photograph developing in chemical solution, edges sharpening, details emerging. "Do you also happen to have a list of county residents?" "Yes, we pulled census data and property records as part of the investigation," Agent Raft replied, already opening another database. A cell phone on the desk beside her buzzed with an incoming text, but she ignored it, fully engaged in the task. "By local, do you mean county residents?" "That's right," Ruth confirmed. A maintenance worker entered the tent, carrying a coil of extension cord over his shoulder. He moved to a corner power strip and began swapping out a frayed cord, his movements quick and practiced. "Do you want me to apply both filters?" Agent Raft asked, fingers hovering above her keyboard. The overhead lights caught the fine, downy hairs on her forearms as she waited, poised for the next instruction. Ruth leaned forward, her voice taking on the quiet intensity that Aaron recognized as her moving deeper into investigative mode. "What I want is for you to now apply both filters, then eliminate all local residents of that description who were confirmed in attendance at the event." Agent Raft's brow furrowed, but she began typing rapidly. "Okay, so young males who live in the county but weren't at the rally." Her fingers flew across the keys, executing a series of complex queries. The computer fan whirred louder as it processed the commands. The tent flap opened, admitting a blast of hot outside air and a young deputy who scanned the room quickly before making his way to the communications station. His boots left faint, muddy prints on the temporary flooring. "That gives us 2,079 names," Agent Raft said after a moment, a note of impressed surprise in her voice as she realized where Ruth might be going with this. "Now filter out all local Blum Orchard residents who were in attendance." The command center's rhythm continued around them. Radio chatter, keyboard clicks, hushed conversations, the hiss of the air conditioning fighting against the Texas heat. No one paid them any attention, all focused on their own tasks in the investigation. Agent Raft entered the new parameters, her confusion evident but her execution flawless. The database churned through the data, rows of names appearing and disappearing as the filters applied. A wisp of blonde hair fell across her forehead again, but this time she didn't bother to push it back. "Down to 1941, she reported, glancing up at Ruth. The dark circles under her eyes suggested she'd been at this terminal for hours, possibly since the shooting itself. "It's still a very large pool," Agent Raft remarked, skepticism creeping into her voice. Ruth nodded, her expression neutral. "But it's a large pool of innocent people." Agent Raft frowned at that, but Ruth continued without explanation, her mind following the logical thread that had been forming since she'd examined the scene. There was a rhythm to investigation, a cadence as familiar to her as her own heartbeat, and right now that rhythm was building toward a conclusion. Pull up the most recent town census list and run the same age and gender filter. The air conditioner cycled off momentarily, leaving a conspicuous silence before humming back to life. Outside, engines started, another vehicle departing, continuing the steady exodus toward Lost Hollow Creek, where everyone believed the killer was hiding. More typing, more database queries. Raft's movements were precise, economical, the mark of someone trained to work quickly under pressure. That gives us 468 names. Cross-check the two lists we're left with, and eliminate any names that had relatives in attendance at the event. The frown on Agent Raft's face deepened as she worked through the request. Her fingers paused occasionally as she translated Ruth's instructions into specific database commands. That leaves 95 names. A helicopter passed overhead, its rotors drowning out all other sounds for a moment. The canvas ceiling of the tent vibrated with the noise, dust motes dancing in the shafts of sunlight that penetrated through small gaps. "I don't understand," Agent Raft said finally, looking up at Ruth with a mixture of confusion and dawning comprehension. "You don't have to," Ruth replied, her focus now laser-sharp, her voice taking on the soft drawl that emerged when she was closing in on a target. "Just keep going, sweetheart, we're on the home stretch now. Filter the list of 95 names with anyone whose family member owns property overlooking, or adjoining the Blum orchard field where the event was held. The tent seemed to fade around her, all the noise and activity receding as Ruth's mind narrowed to this single track of investigation. She could feel it, the familiar tightness in her chest that came when the puzzle pieces were clicking into place. Agent Raft entered the last query, her movements more deliberate now, almost reverent, as if she too could sense they were approaching something significant. A few keystrokes later, she pointed to her screen. 7 names left. Ruth leaned over to look, her heartbeat steady and measured. The screen showed 7 names: Herbert Grayson, J.W. Morrison, Emmett Blum, Raymond Crawford, Victor Sanchez, Chester Roberts, and G.D. Morales. "Now we're talking," Ruth said, her voice soft but intense. In her mind, a map was forming: 7 properties, 7 families, 7 possible connections to a sniper's nest with a clear line of sight to Caleb Vance's podium. Agent Raft's eyes were shining with sudden understanding, the fatigue momentarily forgotten as she made the connections. "So you're saying that the shooter was someone local who knew the event site well enough to gauge distance, angles, range, but didn't have any family members in attendance who could have been hurt by the subsequent chaos, and who was either related to or knew the family that owned the barn they choose to use as a sniper's alley. That they themselves wouldn't have been in attendance at the event and wouldn't have registered to attend beforehand either." She paused and added doubtfully, "That's an awful lot of assumptions." "Play big or go home," Ruth said, then took a picture of the laptop screen with the 7 names with her phone. The camera shutter sound drew a glance from a nearby agent before he returned to his own work. Thunder rumbled again, closer now. The storm was approaching, and Ruth could feel the changing pressure in her sinuses. Time was running short. "Thanks, darling, you've been a bunch of help." Ruth slipped her phone back into her pocket and stood, the metal stool legs scraping against the floor. Outside, a light rain had begun to fall, pattering against the tent canvas. She started to walk away, stepping around a stack of equipment cases. The air in the tent was growing more humid as people continued to enter and exit, the flap opening to admit the muggy pre-storm atmosphere. "Ranger Baker." Agent Raft called after her, standing from her workstation. Ruth stopped and looked back. Agent Raft stood with her fingers still resting lightly on her keyboard, her expression a mix of professional reserve and barely contained excitement. "If you need a helping hand bringing this one in," she said, then suddenly remembered where she was and looked around self-consciously at the other agents moving through the command center. Ruth nodded and gave her a 1-finger salute. "I'll keep you in mind, sweetheart," she said, then continued walking, Aaron falling into step beside her. They navigated around the communications station, past a whiteboard covered with timelines and witness statements, and through the tent flap into the humid afternoon. The first large raindrops were beginning to fall, dark spots appearing on the dusty ground around them. As soon as they were out of the tent, Aaron said, "Those are some mighty big names around these parts, Ruthie. You sure about this?" Ruth shrugged, feeling the weight of her weapon against her hip, the familiar pressure of a case breaking open. "Not yet, but there's only one way to be sure."
Chapter 9. The Blum family library smelled of leather and lemon oil, just as it had when he was a child. He ran his fingers along the spines of first-edition Faulkners and Welty collections that no one ever read, arranged in perfect alphabetical order by the housekeeper, Mrs. Abernathy. The room was exactly as it had always been: Persian rugs over hardwood floors, leather chairs worn to perfect comfort, brass reading lamps that cast amber pools of light in the gathering dusk. His sister Eliza sat in the window seat, legs tucked beneath her, a book open on her lap. Sunlight streaming through leaded glass caught the honey gold of her hair, making her look like a figure in an oil painting, the Southern belle at leisure. At 19, she was the perfect Blum daughter, studying art history at Vanderbilt, destined for marriage to some appropriate young man from an appropriate family with an appropriately sized trust fund. "Charlie," she said, looking up with a smile that transformed her face from merely pretty to genuinely beautiful. "I thought you were in your room." "Just wandering," he said, feeling the familiar disorientation that had plagued him since stepping back into his childhood home. The room seemed both smaller and larger than he remembered, the hallways longer, the ceilings higher. Everything was simultaneously too sharp and slightly out of focus, as if he were looking through someone else's prescription glasses. She patted the cushion beside her. "Come sit. I've hardly seen you since you got here." He crossed to the window seat, noticing how his boots, scuffed and worn from actual use, looked jarringly out of place against the perfectly polished floors. The disconnect was a physical manifestation of how he felt, wrong, ill-fitting, an intruder in a place that should have felt like home. "Remember when we used to play hide-and-seek in here?" Eliza asked, her voice soft with nostalgia. "You'd always hide behind that atlas shelf, and I'd always find you. And you'd always hide inside the window seat, and I'd always find you," he replied automatically. The memory felt like it belonged to someone else, a character in a story he'd once read. "Those poor books," she laughed. "Mrs. Abernathy would get so mad." He nodded, remembering the housekeeper's exasperation, the way she'd scold them while simultaneously slipping them fresh-baked cookies. That had been before college, before Mihaela, before Spivak and Butler and Hooks had shown him the machinery beneath the surface of his comfortable life. Before the afternoon on the barn roof, the pressure of the trigger against his finger, the moment that had permanently severed the connection between his past and present. "I saw on the news they're searching for the shooter," Eliza said, her expression growing serious. "Uncle Robert says they've got roadblocks all over the county." He felt his pulse quicken, forced himself to maintain a neutral expression. "Yeah, I had to get through one on the way in. It's so awful. Those poor little girls." Eliza's eyes clouded with genuine grief. "Can you imagine watching your father get shot right in front of you?" He couldn't respond. His throat had closed around any possible words. Those girls hadn't been real to him when he'd been on the barn roof. They'd been abstractions, collateral damage in a necessary revolution. Now, through his sister's empathy, they'd become real, two children traumatized forever by what he'd done. "Charlie, are you okay?" Eliza leaned forward, studying his face. "You look pale." "Fine," he managed. "Just tired. Didn't sleep much last night." "You've seemed different lately," she said, her voice cautious. "Ever since you moved out, really. Is everything okay with you and Mihaela?" He noticed her hesitation before the name, the slight tightening of her mouth. Eliza was trying, at least she used the right name, which was more than he could say for most of the family, but her discomfort was evident. It was the same with all of them. They tolerated his phase, his college politics, his unusual relationship, but only because they were certain he'd eventually outgrow it all and return to the fold. "We're fine," he said shortly. "How's your college application going?" She allowed the subject change, launching into a detailed explanation of her portfolio preparation. He nodded in the right places, asked appropriate questions, all while feeling the distance between them expanding like dark matter. Once they'd been co-conspirators, united against the strictures of Blum family expectations. Now she was fully assimilated, while he'd become something unrecognizable even to himself. The wraparound porch at the back of the house overlooked acres of manicured lawn that rolled gently downward to a line of pecan trees marking the property's edge. Beyond those trees lay more blum land, orchards, barns, tenant houses that had once been slave quarters. All of it soaked in history and privilege, inheritance and blood. His brother James and Uncle Robert stood at the railing, cigars sending ribbons of blue smoke into the still evening air. James, at 27, was the golden child, Harvard Business School graduate, junior partner at a Dallas investment firm, engaged to the daughter of a Texas Supreme Court justice. He'd fulfilled every expectation with the easy confidence of the truly entitled. "There he is," James said, spotting him in the doorway. "Thought you might be hiding out until dinner." He stepped onto the porch, conscious of the boards creaking beneath his weight. "Just catching up with Eliza." "Good to see you, son," Uncle Robert said, offering his meaty hand for a shake. "Been too long." Uncle Robert was actually his father's cousin, but the title had stuck since childhood. He was in his 60s now, his once imposing frame running to softness around the middle, his hair silver white against perpetually tanned skin. He owned 3 car dealerships and was chairman of the Blum County Republican Party. "They're saying it was some radicalized vet," James said, returning to what had clearly been their topic of conversation before the interruption. "Guy with PTSD or something. Grabbed his kid and went on the run after the shooting." "Doesn't surprise me," Uncle Robert nodded sagely. "Those boys come back broken. Military ought to do better by them." He took out his vape pen, earning a dismissive look from James, who considered vaping effeminate compared to proper cigars. The sweet vapor filled his lungs, calming the tremor that had started in his hands at the mention of the shooter. "Whole town's crawling with feds," James continued. "FBI, Secret Service, U.S. Marshals. Dad says they've taken over the community center as a command post. Had to go through 3 checkpoints just to get into town," Uncle Robert added. "They're checking IDs, looking in trunks. Never seen anything like it." He exhaled slowly, the vapor dissipating in the evening air. "Seems like overkill for one guy." "It was a political assassination, Charlie," James said, with the condescending tone he'd perfected since childhood. "They have to take it seriously." Uncle Robert tapped ash from his cigar. "Vance was a good man. Traditional values, Christian principles. This country needs more like him, not fewer." He bit the inside of his cheek to keep from responding. Vance had been a monster in a tailored suit, using traditional values as cover for pushing policies that maintained systems of oppression. His rhetoric about unity and dialogue had been designed to silence dissent while preserving the status quo. "These college campuses," Uncle Robert was saying, "they're brainwashing kids these days. All this critical theory nonsense, teaching them to hate America, hate tradition." James nodded. "Creating little terrorists. Wouldn't surprise me if this shooter turns out to be some professor's pet project." The rage built behind his sternum, hot and tight. They had no idea, no conception, of the structural violence perpetuated by the systems they cherished. The invisible harm done by tradition and values to anyone who didn't fit the narrow mold of acceptability. "You okay there, little brother?" James asked, noticing his silence. "Hit that vape thing too hard." "I'm fine," he managed, the words scraping his throat like ground glass. "How are your classes going?" Uncle Robert asked, clearly making an effort to include him. Still doing that. What was it? Cultural studies. Critical theory, he corrected automatically. It's going well. Waste of a good mind, James muttered, not quite under his breath. Could have gone to business school, made something of yourself. He absorbed the barb without response, having heard variations of it for years now. The Blum men were supposed to be practical, to study business or law or medicine. His interest in theory was viewed as both effeminate and dangerous, a rejection of the family's carefully cultivated pragmatism. Dinner's in 30, James said, checking his Rolex. Better go get cleaned up. He nodded, grateful for the excuse to escape. As he turned to leave, Uncle Robert clapped a heavy hand on his shoulder. Don't take it personally, son, he said, misinterpreting his silence as hurt feelings. Your brother just wants what's best for you. What's best for me, or what's best for the Blum family image? He thought but didn't say. The kitchen was a hive of activity, staff members moving with the choreographed precision that came from years of working together. Mrs. Abernathy supervised from her station near the massive Viking range, directing the final preparations for dinner with the quiet authority of a battlefield general. His mother stood at the granite island, arranging flowers in a crystal vase, peonies and hydrangeas from the cutting garden, their scent mingling with the savory aromas of cooking food. At 49, Eleanor Blum remained striking, her ash-blonde hair cut in an expensive bob, her slender figure maintained through rigorous discipline and regular visits to her trainer. Charlie, she smiled, noticing him hovering in the doorway. Come taste this remoulade and tell me if it needs more capers. He crossed to her side, accepting the small spoon she offered. The sauce was perfect, tangy and complex, with just the right bite of mustard and pickle. It's good, he said, and her smile widened at the approval. We're doing all your favorites tonight, she said, turning back to her flowers. Crab cakes, cornbread, that Brussels sprout dish you liked at Christmas. The thought of food made his stomach clench. He hadn't been able to eat much since the shooting, his appetite vanishing beneath the weight of what he'd done. You didn't need to go to all that trouble. Nonsense. We hardly see you these days. She adjusted a peony, her diamond tennis bracelet catching the light. Your room's just as you left it, by the way. I had Maria change the sheets, but everything else is the same. His childhood bedroom, walls covered with soccer pennants and vintage movie posters, shelves lined with trophies and model cars. A shrine to a version of himself that no longer existed. The thought of sleeping there made him vaguely nauseous. Thanks, he said, unable to explain why the gesture disturbed rather than comforted him. She paused in her arranging, studying his face with maternal concern. You've lost weight. Are you eating properly? That apartment of yours can't have much of a kitchen. I'm fine, Mom. Really? And you're so pale. She reached out as if to touch his face, then seemed to think better of it. Are you getting enough sleep? Before he could answer, his father appeared in the kitchen doorway, cell phone pressed to his ear. William Blum at 52 was still an imposing figure, 6'3", broad-shouldered, with the confident bearing of generational wealth. He ended his call with a curt goodbye and pocketed the phone. Markets are already responding to the assassination, he said to no one in particular. Defense stocks up 4%, tech down nearly 3%. Billy, is that really appropriate dinner conversation? Eleanor asked mildly. William shrugged. Just stating facts, dear. He noticed his son and nodded a greeting. Charlie. Good to see you made it through the roadblocks. Yes, sir, he responded automatically, falling back into the formal patterns of their relationship. This whole situation's going to play hell with the zoning vote next month, William continued, accepting a glass of bourbon from Mrs. Abernathy with a distracted nod of thanks. Council was split already. Now with all this upheaval. He tuned out his father's political calculations, the familiar drone of concerns about property values and development rights. Even a political assassination was filtered through the lens of business opportunity and financial impact. Everything reduced to numbers on a balance sheet. Charlie, his father's voice cut through his thoughts, you should wear the navy blazer tonight. Your grandfather Emmett's coming to dinner. It wasn't a suggestion. William Blum didn't make suggestions, only pronouncements. The navy blazer was the minimum acceptable standard for family dinner when grandfather Emmett was in attendance. Yes, sir, he said again, feeling 16 rather than 22. His maternal grandmother found him in the upstairs hallway as he made his way reluctantly toward his childhood bedroom. Marion Lee was 83 but carried herself like a woman 20 years younger, her back ramrod straight, her silver hair coiled in an elegant chignon. She had been born to oil money in East Texas and had never let anyone forget it, even after marrying into the Blum family. Charlie, she said, pronouncing it Charlie in her genteel drawl. I was hoping to catch you before dinner. Grandmother, he said, bending to accept the dry kiss she placed just beside his cheek. She smelled of Chanel No. 5 and face powder, the scent of his earliest memories. You're looking thin, she observed, echoing his mother. Is that friend of yours feeding you properly? He stiffened at the deliberate omission of Mihaela's name. My girlfriend is an excellent cook, actually. His grandmother's lips thinned at the word girlfriend, but she chose not to engage directly. I've been reading about this shooting. Just terrible business. Poor Margaret Vance, can you imagine losing your husband like that? And those children. He made a non-committal noise, desperate to escape the conversation. The world's changing too fast, Charlie. People have forgotten the old ways, the proper ways of doing things. She patted his arm, her diamond rings catching the light. I'm glad you came home. You've been away too long. I've been living 20 minutes away in town, he thought but didn't say. In his grandmother's view, he might as well have moved to Mars when he left the family compound. I should get changed for dinner, he said, gesturing toward his bedroom door. Yes, of course. Your grandfather Emmett will be joining us. You know how he feels about punctuality. She gave his arm a final pat and continued down the hallway, her posture perfect, her step measured and deliberate. Inside his bedroom, time had stopped. Soccer trophies from middle school lined the bookshelf. An ancient gaming console sat beneath a TV that was now 2 generations out of date. The walls were still covered with posters from bands he'd forgotten liking. The bed was made with parade ground neatness, the navy and burgundy comforter, Blum family colors, stretched tight enough to bounce a quarter. He sat heavily on the edge of the bed, overwhelmed by the persistence of this preserved past. How could this room still exist unchanged, when he himself had been so completely transformed? The boy who had lived here was gone, erased by knowledge and experience and the irrevocable act of violence that had cleaved his life into before and after. His phone buzzed in his pocket. A text from Mihaela, how's it going? Family driving you crazy yet? He stared at the screen, unable to formulate a response that wouldn't sound completely unhinged. What could he possibly say? Fine, just having an existential crisis while pretending I didn't kill someone yesterday. He set the phone aside without answering and began to change for dinner. The Blum family dining room was designed to impress. 16-foot ceilings with ornate crown molding. A crystal chandelier that had once hung in a French shade-dao. A massive mahogany table that could seat 30 but was currently set for 16, the family's Wedgwood china and sterling silver flatware gleaming against crisp white tablecloths. He took his assigned seat halfway down the table, between cousin Rebecca, his father's sister's daughter, and his younger brother Nathan. The seating arrangement was as rigid as everything else in Blum family tradition. Grandfather Emmett at the head, grandmother Marion at the foot, with everyone else arranged by age, marriage status, and a complex calculus of family, standing that no one had ever explicitly explained, but everyone somehow understood. The room filled gradually with family members in various stages of formal dress. Uncle Robert and Aunt Patricia. James and his fiancée, Caroline. His father's brother Michael and his third wife Bethany, who was only a decade older than James. His mother's sister Judith, perennially single and sharp-tongued. Grandparents, cousins, in-laws, the full Blum dynasty assembled for what had become, without official declaration, a family council on the assassination that had occurred practically in their backyard. The staff began serving Carlos and Anna, who had been with the family for 20 years, along with two younger servers he didn't recognize. First came the appetizers, crab cakes with remoulade, the crab hand-picked by Mrs. Abernathy that morning. Then a salad of fresh greens from the kitchen garden, dressed with a vinaigrette that had been in the family for generations. The main course was beef tenderloin cooked to a perfect medium rare, accompanied by scalloped potatoes rich with cream and Gruyere, roasted Brussels sprouts with bacon, and fresh yeast rolls that steamed when broken open. The food was exquisite, as always, but he could barely eat. Each bite seemed to expand in his mouth, the textures too intense, the flavors overwhelming. He pushed the food around his plate, constructing the illusion of eating while actually consuming almost nothing. Federal agents crawling all over the place, his grandfather Emmett was saying at the head of the table. Emmett Blum was 87, his face deeply lined from decades of Texas sun, his hands spotted with age but still strong. He had taken the struggling family orchard business and transformed it into a regional empire, expanding into real estate, banking, and eventually oil. Had to show my ID to get onto my own property this morning. Your property? His mother asked, setting down her wine glass. The barn where they think the shooter fired from, Emmett explained. It's on the old Ferris tract that I bought back in '97. Been sitting empty for years. Meant to tear it down, never got around to it. His stomach clenched violently, acid burning up his throat. He kept his eyes fixed on his plate, breath shallow, as his heart jackhammered against his ribs. He knew his grandfather on the barn, had known when he chose it, but hearing him discuss it so casually across the dinner table sent a wave of cold fear through him. What if Emmett had spotted something, noticed something disturbed? What if he mentioned footprints or shell casings the police had missed? What if he somehow suspected, looking across the table at his own grandson? Any idea who might have done it, Grandpa? Nathan asked, his 16-year-old face alight with morbid curiosity. Emmett shook his head. Police seem to think it's some veteran fellow. Jenkins, I believe the name was. Took his daughter and ran. It's on all the news sites, James added. Guy had a history of threats against Vance, posted all kinds of radical stuff online. Such a tragedy, his mother murmured. Poor Mrs. Vance. Those little girls. The conversation continued around him, theories about the shooter's identity and motivation flowing as freely as the wine. He felt increasingly disconnected, as if observing the scene through thick glass. These people, his family, were discussing him without knowing it, speculating about his actions, his thoughts, his plans. Symptom of the moral decline in this country, Aunt Patricia was saying. No respect for authority anymore. It's these radical professors, Uncle Robert added, filling kids' heads with anti-American garbage. Somewhere distant, a door slammed. The sound of running water. His phone buzzed again in his pocket, another text from Mihaela that he couldn't bring himself to check. Charlie, his mother's voice cut through the fog. You've hardly touched your food. Aren't you feeling well? 16 pairs of eyes turned toward him. He managed what he hoped was a reassuring smile. Just tired. Didn't sleep much last night. Too busy with that girlfriend of yours. James asked, the word dripping with innuendo. What was the name again? Michael. Mihaela, he corrected, his voice tight. Her name is Mihaela. James smirked. Right. Her name. He made air quotes around the pronoun. How does that work exactly? I mean, how can she be your girlfriend when she has a penis? Is she even really a she at all? The table fell silent. His mother's face went pale. His father frowned deeply, not at James's rudeness, but at the uncomfortable topic being raised at the dinner table. The rage that had been simmering all day boiled over in an instant. He stood so violently that his chair toppled backward, hitting the hardwood floor with a crash that echoed through the suddenly silent room. Her name is Mihaela, he said, his voice trembling with fury. And she's more of a woman than anyone at this fucking table could ever understand. Charlie. His mother gasped. Language, his father warned simultaneously. No, he said, looking around at the shocked faces of his family. No, I'm done. I'm done sitting here listening to this bullshit. Do you have any idea what you all sound like? Sitting in your perfect house, eating your perfect dinner, talking about moral decline and traditional values, while people are suffering, really suffering, because of those exact values. Son, his father began, rising from his seat, I think you need to calm down and... I will not calm down. The words tore from his throat like barbed wire. That's the problem with all of you. You just want everyone to calm down, to be quiet, to accept the way things are. But the way things are is killing people. Charlie, please, his mother pleaded, tears forming in her eyes. But he was beyond stopping. The words poured out of him, a confused jumble of half-digested theory and genuine rage. You all sit here in your privilege, never questioning the systems that keep you comfortable while oppressing others. You talk about tradition like it's sacred, but what you really mean is maintaining your power over everyone else. The faces around the table registered shock, confusion, and in some cases, genuine hurt. His sister Eliza was crying quietly. Nathan stared at him wide-eyed, as if he'd suddenly transformed into a stranger. You know what? Whoever shot Caleb Vance. They're a fucking hero. The words were out before he could stop them, hanging in the air like smoke. An absolute hero. Taking direct action against someone who was actively causing harm to marginalized people. Charlie. His father thundered, fully standing now. That is enough. Vance was a monster, he continued, unable to stop himself. A monster in a suit, using pretty words about dialogue and unity to silence the people he was hurting. He didn't deserve to walk the face of this earth, and whoever took him out did humanity a favor. His grandfather Emmett, who had remained silent until now, spoke in a voice like ice. "You will sit down and apologize for that disgusting display, or you will leave this house." He looked around the table one last time, at the family he had once belonged to, the people who had once been his entire world. They were strangers now, or perhaps he was the stranger, transformed by knowledge and violence into someone they could never recognize or understand. "Goodbye," he said simply, and walked out of the dining room without looking back. Behind him, chairs scraped as people rose. His mother called his name. His father's voice rose in anger. But he kept walking through the foyer with its crystal chandelier and antique credenza, out the massive front door, and into the forbidding night.
Chapter 10. J.W. Morrison's ranch house sat on a rise overlooking 800 acres of prime grazing land, the kind of spread that had been in the same family since the Republic of Texas was still finding its footing. The house itself was solid rather than showy, limestone and cedar construction with a deep porch wrapping around 3 sides, built to withstand Texas storms and summer heat with equal resilience. A pair of weathered rocking chairs faced west toward the sunset, accompanied by a small table that held a half-empty glass of what Ruth guessed was bourbon. Ruth parked the Range Rover beside a mud-splattered Ford F-250. The truck's dents and scratches evidence of actual ranch work rather than city posturing. Unlike many wealthy landowners who kept pristine vehicles as status symbols, Morrison clearly used his for its intended purpose. "Sheriff Hutchins said Morrison was expecting us," she said, killing the engine. "Said he wasn't exactly thrilled about the visit, but wouldn't give us any trouble." Aaron nodded, eyeing the property with professional interest. "Place has good sight lines. You can probably see clear to the county line from that upstairs window. And right into Blum Orchard from the back pasture," Ruth added. The front door opened before they reached the porch steps. "J.W." Morrison stood in the doorway, one shoulder propped against the frame in a casual posture that didn't quite mask the wariness in his eyes. At 72, he carried his age with the weathered dignity of a man who'd spent most of his life outdoors. His face was deeply lined, particularly around eyes that had spent decades squinting into Texas sun. He wore practical ranch clothes, faded Wranglers, scuffed boots, and a pressed blue chambray shirt with pearl snaps rather than buttons. "Rangers," he said, his voice a gravelly bass that matched his appearance. "Sheriff said you'd be stopping by." "Mr. Morrison," Ruth replied, extending her hand. "I'm Ranger Ruth Baker, and this is my partner, Ranger Aaron Tate. We appreciate you making time for us." Morrison's handshake was firm but brief. As their hands met, Ruth noticed extensive scarring on the backs of his forearms, the skin mottled and shiny where it disappeared beneath his rolled-up sleeves. "Come on in," he said, stepping back from the doorway. "No point in standing around in the heat." The interior of the house matched the exterior, functional, comfortable, built to last. Morrison led them through a living room with leather furniture and Western artwork to a study at the back of the house. Large windows provided views of grazing land dotted with black Angus cattle, rolling all the way to a line of hills that marked the property's boundary. The room was clearly Morrison's domain, with a sturdy oak desk positioned to take advantage of the view, bookshelves filled with agricultural references and Texas history, and several hunting trophies mounted on the walls. "Have a seat," Morrison said, gesturing to 2 leather chairs positioned across from his desk. He eased himself into his own chair, with the careful movements of someone managing old injuries. What can I do for the Texas Rangers that the federal boys aren't already handling? Ruth studied Morrison as she took her seat, noting the defensive posture beneath his hospitable veneer. His hands rested on the desk, and again she noticed the extensive scarring on his forearms. "We're following up on some specifics about the Vance shooting," she said, deciding on direct approach. "Your property has one of the better vantage points overlooking Blum Orchard, and we're talking to everyone with that kind of access." Morrison's expression remained neutral. "I figured as much. Though I don't see how I can help you. I was working the north pasture with two of my hands when it happened. Got the call from my foreman about the commotion afterward. Would you mind walking us through your movements that day?" Aaron asked. Morrison leaned back slightly. "Not much to tell. Been having trouble with coyotes in the north section, where we've got some new calves. Me, Eddie Forsyth, and Miguel Suarez were setting up new deterrents, lights, sounds, that kind of thing. We were out there from about 7 that morning until nearly 2 in the afternoon." As Morrison spoke, Ruth noticed him absently rubbing at the scarring on his right forearm. He caught her looking and paused. "Burns," he said matter-of-factly, extending his arms so the scarring was fully visible. "Got them back when I was on the volunteer fire department, about 15 years ago. Wildfire out on Route 16, an RV was caught in its path. Owner got out but left his dog chained up. Poor thing was panicking, couldn't get loose." Morrison's eyes shifted to a framed photograph on the wall behind Ruth. She turned to look at the image, a younger Morrison in firefighter gear with his forearms wrapped in gauze, standing outside a fire station beside a medium-sized brown dog with a bandage around its neck. "I wrapped my turnout coat around him and was carrying him out when a burning branch came down on us," Morrison continued. "Shielded the dog but caught it on my arms. Ain't no way I'd 'a' let that idiot RV owner have him back. Found a good home for him myself. Rusty there lived another 8 good years with the Wilkersons over in Mason County." "That's quite a story," Ruth said, genuinely impressed. "You saved him." Morrison shrugged, the gesture somehow combining modesty with pride. "Badge of honor, far as I'm concerned. Besides, back then, volunteering was just what you did. Small community like this, the only thing standing between all you owned and the fire was your neighbors." He leaned forward, his weathered face serious. "We'd stand side by side even with them that were our worst enemies, because that's what people do when fighting a common threat. They stand together. Now," he continued, shaking his head slightly, "seems like people forget that there are things bigger than us puny mortals. Takes a pandemic or a natural disaster to remind us, by which time it's always too late." "Always." Ruth nodded, allowing the moment to settle before steering the conversation back to their investigation. "Your property borders Blum Orchard to the northwest, is that right?" Morrison seemed to shift mental gears, his expression becoming more guarded. "That's right. Been that way since my grandfather's time. Emmett Blum's tried to buy that section a dozen times over the years." "Is there access between the properties?" Aaron asked. "Official access? No, but anyone who knows these hills could move between them easy enough. There's a dry creek bed that runs along the property line and several old hunting trails." Morrison studied them for a moment. "You thinking the shooter came across my land to get to that barn?" Ruth kept her expression neutral. "We're exploring all possibilities. Would someone need special knowledge to navigate between your property and the Blum land?" Morrison considered this. "Not special exactly, but local. You'd need to know which trails are maintained, where the creek crossings are passable. It's not like following a map. GPS gets confused out here, sometimes with the terrain. Have you noticed any unusual traffic or trespassers in the weeks before the shooting? Ruth asked. Nothing specific, Morrison replied, then paused. Though Eddie, my ranch hand, mentioned seeing tire tracks near the south fence line about a week before. We get hunters trespassing sometimes, especially when they've been drinking, so I didn't think much of it. What kind of tracks? Aaron asked. Eddie didn't say, and I didn't ask. Just told him to check the fence for damage and let it be. Morrison's eyes narrowed slightly. You folks don't really think this Jenkins fellow is your shooter, do you? Ruth met his gaze. What makes you say that? Because if he was, you wouldn't be here asking me about access points between properties. You'd be out with the rest of them, chasing him through the hills. Morrison's expression was knowing. No, you're looking for someone local. Someone who knows these properties well enough to get in and out without being noticed. We're pursuing multiple angles, Ruth said diplomatically. Speaking of local knowledge, would you happen to know who might be familiar with the barn where the shot was fired from? Morrison leaned back in his chair. That old place on the Ferris tract. Emmett bought it years ago, but it's been sitting empty. Used for storage mostly, I think. As for who knows about it. He shrugged. Anyone who's lived here more than a generation, I suppose. Kids used to use it for drinking parties back in the day, before Emmett put up proper fencing. Including your own? Aaron asked casually. A slight smile creased Morrison's face. Rangers, my boys are 50 and 47 now. But yes, they probably had their share of beers out there in high school. So did half the county their age. Ruth made a note, then asked, Do you own any rifles, Mr. Morrison? Several. All legally purchased, all properly stored. His tone remained even, but Ruth noted a slight tensing in his posture. You're welcome to see my gun safe if you've got a warrant. That won't be necessary right now, Ruth replied. We're just establishing baseline information. Morrison nodded once, seemingly satisfied. What else can I tell you? You mentioned Emmett Blum trying to buy your land. What's your relationship with the Blum family? Aaron asked. Morrison considered the question. Complicated. Emmett and I have had our differences over water rights and access roads. His son William and I serve on the county agricultural board together, civil but not friendly. The grandkids I hardly know. They're not much for ranching, from what I hear. Were you acquainted with Caleb Vance? Ruth asked. Met him a few times at fundraisers. Seemed decent enough, though I didn't agree with all his politics. Morrison's expression grew thoughtful. Man didn't deserve what happened to him, though. Nobody does, especially not in front of family. Ruth watched Morrison's face carefully as he spoke, looking for any sign of deception or discomfort. She saw only the genuine solemnity of someone who understood the gravity of violent death. One last question, Mr. Morrison, she said. If you were investigating this shooting, where would you look? The question seemed to surprise him. He considered it for a moment before answering. I'd look for someone young enough to make that climb to the barn roof, someone with enough shooting experience to make that shot, and someone with a reason to hate Vance specifically, not just his politics, but him personally. He paused. And I'd look close to home. The timing, the location, this wasn't random. Whoever did this knew exactly where Vance would be standing and exactly where to position themselves. Ruth nodded, appreciating his insight. "Thank you for your time, Mr. Morrison." As they stood to leave, Morrison remained seated, studying them both. "You know, way back when I was on the volunteer department, we had a saying, 'Go where the fire's going, not the smoke.' Bit like what Wayne Gretzky said about chasing the puck. Meant you had to stay ahead of it, anticipate where it was going, not where it had been." He tapped his scarred forearm. "Learned that lesson the hard way." "Good advice for firefighting and investigations," Ruth acknowledged. Morrison walked them to the door, his slight limp more pronounced after sitting. At the threshold, he paused. "Rangers, I hope you find whoever did this. Not for Vance's politics or his legacy, or whatever they're saying on the news. But for those little girls who saw their daddy killed. They deserve to know who took him from them, and why." Ruth nodded, unexpectedly moved by the simple humanity of his concern. "Yes, sir. They do." Back in the Range Rover, Ruth started the engine but sat for a moment before pulling away. "What do you think?" Aaron asked, making notes in his small leather notebook. "I think J.W. Morrison is exactly what he appears to be," Ruth replied. "A tough old rancher with more principles than he lets on. And I don't think he had anything to do with Vance's shooting." "Agreed. But he gave us some useful angles to pursue." Ruth nodded, putting the vehicle in drive. "The ranch hand who saw tire tracks near the fence line will need to talk to him. And Morrison's point about the shooter having a personal connection to Vance is worth considering." "Where to next?" Aaron asked. Ruth checked the time. "Chester Roberts. His property has the next best vantage point, and Hutchins says he's expecting us." As they drove down the long ranch road toward the county highway, Ruth found herself thinking about Morrison's burn scars and the dog he'd saved. In her experience, people revealed their true character in the stories that had shaped them, not just the words they used, but the way those stories had literally marked them for life. Morrison struck her as a man shaped by duty and community, not the type to assassinate a political figure, no matter how much he might disagree with their views. The Roberts homestead came into view after a dusty quarter-mile drive down an oak-lined private road. The modest two-story farmhouse was flanked by well-maintained outbuildings, a workshop with solar panels on the roof, a climate-controlled pecan processing facility, and several equipment sheds arranged in a practical semicircle around a central yard. "Looks like Roberts keeps everything in perfect working order," Aaron observed as Ruth parked beside a John Deere utility vehicle. "Organized," Ruth replied, eyeing the pecan orchard that stretched toward the horizon, trees planted in neat rows. They'd barely stepped out of the vehicle when the screen door opened and Chester Roberts emerged, wiping his hands on a dish towel. At 67, he was lean and wiry, with the perpetually sun-reddened complexion of someone who worked outdoors regardless of the season. His white hair was trimmed military short, and reading glasses hung from a cord around his neck. He wore pressed khakis and a plaid button-down shirt with the sleeves rolled neatly to the elbows, practical clothing that somehow still conveyed precision. "You must be the Rangers," he called, descending the porch steps with the careful movement of someone managing arthritic knees. "Sheriff Hutchins phoned. Said you were making the rounds." He extended a hand. "Chester Roberts." Ruth shook his hand, noting the calluses and strength in his grip. "Ranger Ruth Baker, and this is my partner, Ranger Aaron Tate." "Come on in," Roberts nodded to them. "I've got sweet tea brewing and some pecan sandies cooling on the rack. My wife Martha's recipe. She passed 5 years back, but I still make a batch every Sunday."
There was a simple dignity in the way he referenced his late wife, not seeking sympathy, just stating a fact of his existence. Ruth felt the familiar pang that came with glimpsing someone else's grief, the echo of her own losses. "That's very kind of you, Mr. Roberts," she said. He led them through the house, immaculately clean, with practical furniture and a noticeable absence of clutter. Family photos lined the hallway, chronicling decades of life events. Roberts moved with the careful pace of a man who believed in doing things properly rather than quickly, guiding them to a screened back porch overlooking the pecan orchard. "Hope you don't mind sitting out here," he said, gesturing to a set of wicker furniture. "It's where I do most of my thinking." The porch functioned as an extension of his living space, with a small desk positioned to take advantage of the view, bookshelves filled with agricultural texts and binders, and a weather station mounted on the outer wall. A large county map hung nearby, marked with colored pins and notations. Roberts poured tea from a pitcher beaded with condensation, then offered a plate of pecan cookies. "I expect you want to know where I was when Mr. Vance was shot." Ruth accepted the tea, appreciating his directness. "Yes, sir. We're talking to everyone whose property might have visibility to Blum Orchard." Roberts nodded, setting his glass on a coaster before reaching into the desk drawer. He withdrew a folder and opened it thoughtfully. "I anticipated this question," he said without apology. "I was at the San Antonio Farm Equipment Auction from 7:30 that morning until after 3. I've got receipts, time-stamped photographs on my phone, and the names of at least a dozen farmers who saw me there." He slid several papers across the small table between them. "I've made copies of everything." Aaron accepted the documents with a surprised smile. "Very thorough, Mr. Roberts." 28 years teaching agricultural science to teenagers, Roberts replied with a small shrug. "You learn to document everything. Besides, when something like this happens, everyone's a suspect until proven otherwise." Ruth glanced through the documentation, meticulous and comprehensive, as promised. Roberts had even included a photograph of himself standing beside a combine harvester, time-stamped 12:17 p.m., approximately 30 minutes before Vance was shot. "These look in order," she said, then shifted direction. "Can you tell us about your property's proximity to the Blum land, particularly the barn where the shooting occurred?" Roberts rose and moved to the county map on the wall. "My property adjoins the eastern edge of Blum's land here," he said, tracing the boundary with his finger. "The barn is about a mile west of my property line. There's limited visibility from ground level due to the elevation changes and tree coverage, but better from my second-floor windows. I maintain a fire lookout position up there during dry season." He retrieved a large leather-bound album from a nearby shelf. "I've kept survey records since I purchased this place in '88. Might be useful to your investigation." The album contained detailed maps and aerial photographs documenting the land and the area. Roberts flipped to a section marked with a recent date. "Here's the sight line from my property to the Blum Orchard stage area," he said, pointing to a line drawn across a topographical map. "And here's the barn in question." His finger moved to a structure marked with a small X. "You can see from these elevation markers that someone on foot could move between properties relatively easily through this draw here, but would need to know the terrain to avoid being seen from either main house." Ruth studied the maps with interest. The level of detail was impressive. "May I ask if you've noticed any unusual activity around your property in the weeks leading up to the shooting?" she asked. Roberts considered the question with the same thoughtful attention he seemed to bring to everything. About 2 weeks before the shooting, I spotted someone walking the boundary line between my property and Blum's. Assumed it was surveyors. Emmett's been talking about putting in a new access road. Ruth made a note. Was that unusual? Not the surveying itself, but the timing. Typically, Emmett has survey work done in winter when the foliage is down. Makes for more accurate readings. Roberts took a thoughtful sip of tea. Course, with the Vance event being planned, might have been related to that. The conversation paused as a hawk circled over the pecan orchard, its cry carrying clearly through the screened porch. Roberts watched it with appreciation. Have you ever had occasion to visit the barn where the shooting occurred? Ruth asked. Not in many years. Used to be the Ferris place before Emmett bought it. Old man Ferris and I were in the same equipment co-op back in the 90s, so I'd been out there several times. Roberts removed his glasses, carefully cleaning them with a cloth he produced from his pocket. It's a solid structure, good sight lines from the upper level. That's why Ferris built it there, wanted to be able to see weather coming in from the west. Would you say it would be a good position for someone planning an assassination? Aaron asked directly. Roberts put his glasses back on, considering the question with the same thoughtful attention he'd given every aspect of the conversation. From a purely tactical standpoint. Yes. Elevation, distance, cover multiple escape routes. Anyone familiar with the area would recognize its advantages. He paused. But I'd add that it would require specific knowledge of the rally layout to know exactly where the stage would be placed, where Vance would stand, and where security would be positioned. That suggests either advance reconnaissance or inside information. Ruth nodded, making another note. Mr. Roberts, do you own any rifles? I do. 2 hunting rifles, Remington .3006 and a .270 Winchester. Both properly registered, both in a gun safe in my workshop. Haven't been fired since deer season last year. Roberts reached for his phone. I've got the serial numbers documented if you'd like to see them. That won't be necessary at this time, Ruth said. I appreciate your cooperation. Roberts set his phone down. Rangers, may I speak frankly? Please, Aaron encouraged. Whoever shot Caleb Vance didn't just kill a man. They shamed this entire community by forever linking Blum Orchard's good name with the brutal, senseless killing of a good man, Roberts said, his voice taking on an edge. This place has been known for generations as where the best apples in 3 counties come from. The fall festival, school field trips, Sunday picnics, that's what people thought of. Now, he shook his head grimly. Now it'll be the place where Caleb Vance was assassinated in front of his wife and children. That stain doesn't wash out. He looked out toward his orchard, where several workers moved among the trees. Doesn't matter what people thought of Vance's politics. What happened on that stage was cruel and cowardly. The kind of thing that makes you wonder what's happening to this country when a man can't speak his mind without fear of being shot down. The simple eloquence of his concern reminded Ruth of Morrison's comments about neighbors standing together against common threats. Both men, despite their different backgrounds, understood the value of connection in ways that transcended divisions. Ruth finished her tea. Thank you for your time and insights, Mr. Roberts. He walked them back through the house and onto the front porch, pausing to hand Ruth a small paper bag. Some pecan sandies for the road. And this, he added, handing her a USB drive. Digital copies of the property maps and aerial photos of the area. Might help with your sight line analysis. The gesture caught Ruth by surprise, not just the willingness to share information, but the thoughtfulness of anticipating what might be useful to their investigation. "That's very generous," she said. Roberts shrugged slightly. 28 years teaching. Old habits die hard. He extended his hand. "I hope you find what you're looking for, Rangers." As they drove away, Ruth handed the bag of cookies to Aaron. "What did you make of him?" Aaron bit into a cookie appreciatively. "Smart, observant, thorough. And these are excellent." He brushed crumbs from his lap. "The USB drive is interesting. He had it ready before we arrived. Suggests he expected our questions and wanted to be helpful." "His maps confirm what I've been thinking," Ruth said, pulling onto the main road. "Our shooter definitely had intimate knowledge of this entire area. Too many specific details line up: the vantage points, the escape routes, the timing. It wasn't random." "This local knowledge angle keeps getting stronger," Aaron said. "Makes me think about what else Markham from BSU suggested about our shooter. Young, inexperienced, but familiar with the area." "Exactly," Ruth said, her mind piecing together the fragments of evidence. The shell casings spread apart rather than grouped together, 2 in one spot, 1 6 feet away. The scuff marks all over the metal roof where he kept repositioning. She tapped her fingers on the steering wheel. "And now we have 2 different witnesses mentioning someone around property lines in the weeks before, possibly scouting locations." "You think he did practice runs?" "Wouldn't you?" Ruth asked. "First kill, high-profile target, complex escape route. This wasn't impulsive, it was planned. But by an amateur who was smart enough to know what he didn't know." "An educated amateur," Aaron added. "Someone who understands theory, but lacks practical experience." Ruth nodded, following the thread. "Someone who knows these properties not because he studied maps, but because he grew up here. And someone with a personal motivation against Vance specifically, beyond just political disagreement." "That's a narrow profile." "We need to cast a wider net," Ruth said. "These property owners are giving us good context, but I'm not convinced our shooter is connected to any of the families we're interviewing." "You thinking the Vance angle is stronger than the location?" Aaron asked. "Possibly. Someone with a personal vendetta who just happened to know this terrain well enough to use it to their advantage." Ruth glanced at her phone, checking for updates on the Jenkins pursuit. "Nothing yet. Either way, Emmett Blum's property contains our crime scene, so we need his perspective." Chapter 11. The Blum estate appeared through a break in the trees like something from another era. A sprawling colonial-style house with white columns and a wraparound porch, set against the backdrop of distant orchards. A wrought iron gate with an ornate B, worked into the design, stood open as Ruth and Aaron approached, though Ruth noticed security cameras mounted discreetly on stone pillars flanking the entrance. This wasn't just a home, but a statement, the physical manifestation of generations of accumulated wealth and influence. Ruth drove slowly up the circular gravel driveway, parking beside a gleaming black Lincoln Navigator. The grounds were immaculate, manicured lawns bordered by precisely trimmed hedges, seasonal flowers arranged in geometric patterns, mature live oaks positioned like sentinels around the property. "Quite a place," Aaron said as they stepped out into the late afternoon sun. Before Ruth could respond, the front door opened and a man in his 60s emerged, broad shoulders, weathered complexion, the measured movements of someone who had spent decades in physical labor. He wore crisp khakis and a button-down shirt that somehow looked both practical and formal. "Rangers," he called, descending the stone steps. Carlos Jimenez, estate manager. Mr. Blum is expecting you. Ruth shook his hand. Ranger Baker. This is Ranger Tate. Sheriff Hutchins called ahead, Jimenez said, his voice carrying the slight accent of a man who had grown up speaking Spanish before English. Please follow me. He led them through a foyer with gleaming hardwood floors and a crystal chandelier that cast rainbow prisms across cream-colored walls. The entryway displayed the expected family portraits and agricultural awards, but Ruth noted something unusual. Alongside traditional oil paintings of stern-faced ancestors were black and white photographs of farm workers, orchard crews through the decades, each carefully labeled with names and dates. Jimenez caught her looking. Mr. Emmett believes in remembering everyone who built this place, not just those who owned it, he said, a note of pride in his voice. They passed through a formal living room where every piece of furniture looked both antique and perfectly maintained, then down a hallway lined with agricultural certificates and newspaper clippings chronicling Blum Orchard's expansion through the decades. Jimenez stopped before a heavy oak door and knocked once before opening it. The Rangers are here, Mr. Blum. The study beyond was pure Texas power, wood-paneled walls displaying hunting trophies and vintage firearms, leather furniture worn to a perfect patina, shelves lined with books on agriculture, business, and regional history. A massive desk dominated one end of the room, positioned to take advantage of the view through windows overlooking acres of apple trees stretching toward the horizon. Emmett Blum rose from behind the desk, with the careful deliberation of a man in his late 80s who refused to acknowledge physical limitations. Despite his age, he stood tall, his posture unbent, his movements betraying only the slightest stiffness. He wore a crisp white shirt with pearl snaps, pressed jeans, and hand-tooled boots that had clearly cost more than most people's monthly mortgage. A bolo tie with a substantial turquoise slide completed the picture of old Texas money. Well, now, the Rangers finally made it to my doorstep, he said, his voice surprisingly strong, a baritone that suggested decades of command. His eyes crinkled at the corners with a shrewd gleam. Welcome to Blum Orchard. Been in my family since before Texas was a state, though nowadays the apples are just a sliver of our business interests. He gestured toward a seating area near a stone fireplace. Y'all make yourselves at home. No sense standing on ceremony. As they sat, Jimenez moved to a sideboard and began pouring drinks, whiskey for Blum, water for the Rangers without asking their preference. Ruth noted the subtle power dynamic, Blum's way of establishing control over the interaction from the outset. I appreciate you making time for us, Mr. Blum, Ruth said, accepting the water glass with a nod to Jimenez. Call me Emmett, darlings. Mr. Blum makes me feel even older than I am. His weathered face split into a grin that didn't quite reach his eyes. And frankly, I'm surprised it's taken law enforcement this long to talk to me. That barn where the shooting happened sits on my land, separate parcel I bought years back. Been fielding calls from my lawyers all week about federal agents trampling all over my property, without so much as a howdy-do. Ruth watched his face darken with genuine irritation, the lines around his mouth deepening. The task force can be overzealous, Aaron acknowledged. Overzealous? Blum snorted, taking a sip of whiskey. He slapped his knee with a gnarled hand. Son, that's like calling a hurricane a bit breezy. They've got a dozen agents out there taking soil samples and core samples and God knows what else. Acting like I might be hiding Jimmy Hoffa in my root cellar. He shook his head, jowls quivering with indignation. Meanwhile, that Jenkins fellow they're chasing is probably halfway to Mexico by now. Ruth settled into her chair, allowing Blum to vent. In her experience, the fastest way to get information from powerful men was to let them believe they were controlling the conversation. "Carlos," Blum said, "bring us that property map from my desk, would you?" As Jimenez retrieved a large rolled document, Blum fixed his gaze on Ruth. His eyes were a penetrating blue, startlingly sharp in a face weathered by decades of Texas sun. "Sheriff Hutchins says you're talking to property owners with sight lines to the orchard," Blum said. "Smart. Smarter than what these federal boys are doing." He nodded toward Jimenez, who had spread a topographical map across the coffee table between them. "This shows all the Blum holdings in the county. The barn in question is here." His finger tapped a location marked in red, on what used to be the old Ferris place before I bought it in '97. Not connected to the main property, but close enough. Been meaning to tear it down, never got around to it. "What do you primarily use that property for now?" Ruth asked, noting the barn's distance from the main estate. "Storage mostly. Some old farm equipment, seasonal decorations for the orchard store, hunting gear during deer season." Blum shrugged, his shoulders moving beneath the crisp white shirt. "Carlos checks on all the outbuildings weekly, don't you, Carlos?" Jimenez nodded. "Yes, sir. I was out there the Tuesday before the shooting. Nothing unusual." "Who has access to that barn?" Aaron asked. "Hell's bells, half the county's been in that barn at some point," Blum said with a dismissive wave. "Used to be the site of the annual 4-H barbecue, until we moved it closer to the main orchard. These days it's locked, but it's just a standard padlock. Anyone determined to get in could do so with a decent pair of bolt cutters." He chuckled dryly. "Not exactly Fort Knox." Ruth studied the map, noting the property boundaries, the access roads, the elevation changes that made the barn an ideal vantage point. "Your land shares borders with several of the families we're speaking to." Blum's expression darkened, his bushy eyebrows drawing together in a formidable scowl. "Including that troublemaker Morales. GD's been a thorn in my side for 20 years. He jabbed a finger at the southern boundary of his property, the veins on the back of his hand standing out like blue rivers. His land's right here. Been trying to claim water rights that don't belong to him ever since he bought that parcel." "Galdino Morales?" Aaron asked, recalling the name from their list. "Goes by GD," Blum confirmed, his mouth twisting as though the name itself tasted bad. "Came up from the valley, made some money in construction, bought the old Fletcher place, and has been raising hell ever since. Man's got a chip on his shoulder, the size of Amarillo." "What kind of disagreements have you had?" Ruth asked, watching Blum's face flush with remembered anger. "Disagreements?" Blum barked a laugh, slapping the arm of his chair. "That's putting it polite, Ranger. It's been all-out war. Endless boundary disputes. Accusations of water diversion. Claims my spraying affects his precious organic operation." He leaned forward, lowering his voice as though sharing a secret. "Then there's his politics. Man's so far left, he makes Bernie Sanders look like Barry Goldwater. Always going on about social justice, this and equity that. Meanwhile, he's driving a $100,000 Tesla while preaching about the evils of capitalism." Ruth made a mental note of Blum's animosity. "JD. Morales wasn't confirmed on our list of attendees at the Vance event." "Course not," Blum scoffed, settling back in his chair with a satisfied expression. "Probably busy burning an American flag somewhere with his radical friends. That's the kind of person you should be looking at. People with actual grudges against what Vance stood for. "Sounds like you were a supporter, sir," Aaron remarked, catching Ruth's subtle nod of approval. Blum's chest puffed up slightly, pride evident in his posture. "Damn straight I was. Known Caleb for years. Serve on the board of his foundations, holding company. Major donor too. Provided the venue for the event, though I couldn't attend myself. Had to close a deal in Houston that couldn't wait." His expression softened momentarily. "Been talking to Grace, his widow, about continuing his work. Those little girls need to know their daddy's legacy won't die with him." Ruth watched this show of emotion, assessing its authenticity. The grief seemed genuine, but quickly masked by Blum's natural brusqueness. "What drew you to support his message?" she asked. Blum snorted, his nostrils flaring. "Truth be told, I thought Caleb was too soft around the edges. All that talk about dialogue and finding common ground. Some positions don't deserve a seat at the table, and some people just need to be told how things are gonna be." He thumped his fist on the armrest for emphasis. But Caleb had a good heart. Believed in the right values, even if he was more diplomatic about it than I'd be. A knock at the study door interrupted them. A slender woman in her late 40s entered, her ash-blonde hair cut in an elegant bob, her simple dress and pearl necklace suggesting casual affluence. "I'm sorry to interrupt," she said, her voice carrying the easy warmth of someone accustomed to social navigation. "I wanted to offer our guests some refreshments." "Rangers, this is my daughter-in-law, Alina," Blum said, his tone softening slightly. "Alina, Rangers Baker and Tate are here about the Vance situation." "How terrible," Alina said, genuine distress in her expression. "Those poor children. Is there anything we can do to help?" "They're just asking some routine questions about the property," Blum replied before Ruth could answer. "Nothing to worry about." Alina nodded, accepting the dismissal with grace that suggested long practice. "I'll have Maria bring in some coffee and sandwiches." After she left, Blum returned to the map, his finger tracing the western boundary of his property. "You know who else you should be talking to? Victor Sanchez. Owns this tract here." He indicated a parcel adjacent to the northwestern corner of Blum land. "Man's got a history of activism. Was involved in those protests at the state capitol last year. Got himself arrested twice." "What kind of activism?" Ruth asked, noting how Blum's jawline tightened at the mention of Sanchez. "Claims to be fighting for migrant rights or some such nonsense," Blum said, waving his hand dismissively. "Real troublemaker type. Got a whole compound out there where they're always having meetings. Strange vehicles coming and going at all hours." He leaned forward, his voice dropping conspiratorially. "Between us, I wouldn't be surprised if he's got ties to those Antifa terrorists. The kind who think it's just fine to use violence to shut down voices they don't like." Ruth kept her expression neutral, though she recognized Blum's characterization as likely exaggerated. His property would have good sight lines to the orchard. Clear as day, Jimenez confirmed. There's a ridge on the north end of his land. On a clear day, you can see all the way to the stage area. Aaron leaned forward. "What was your relationship with Caleb Vance beyond the foundation work?" "Friends, I'd say." Blum's expression softened momentarily before hardening again. "Though we had our disagreements. Caleb thought you could reason with these woke radicals. I tried to tell him, you can't negotiate with people who want to tear down everything this country stands for." Ruth observed the genuine emotion playing across Blum's face: affection, frustration, regret. Whatever his political views, His connection to Vance had been real. "Can you tell us about your family members' whereabouts during the event?" Ruth asked carefully. "Since you mentioned you were in Houston." "My son William and his wife Eleanor were in Austin at a fundraiser. My grandson James was in Dallas at his firm. My granddaughter Eliza is away at Vanderbilt. My younger grandson's in high school. He was on a field trip to the state capitol that day." Blum waved a hand dismissively. "Carlos can get you specifics if you need them, but I can assure you everyone's movements are accounted for." A petite woman in her 50s entered with a tray of coffee and sandwiches, setting it on a side table before departing silently. Ruth noted the seamless service of a household accustomed to formal entertaining. "You know what you should be looking at." Blum continued, declining coffee with a shake of his head. His eyes grew hard as flint. "That radical college over in San Marcos. They've got professors there preaching revolution and overthrow of the system, filling young minds with garbage about how America's irredeemably evil and needs to be torn down." His voice rose as he warmed to the topic, one hand gripping the arm of his chair. "These woke indoctrination factories are creating generations of anti-American zealots. Young people who have never built a damn thing in their lives, but think they know how to redesign society from the ground up." He jabbed a finger toward Ruth for emphasis. "And the worst part? We're paying for it. Taxpayer dollars funding this brainwashing operation." Ruth sipped her coffee, noting its perfect temperature and precise strength. Even in casual service, the Blum household maintained standards. "This country's heading for civil war if we don't crack down," Blum continued, his face flushing with anger. "You need to be checking devices, monitoring online activity, making examples of these so-called educators. I guarantee whoever shot Vance has a trail of violent rhetoric online somewhere. Probably got encouraged by some tenured radical who will never face consequences." He shook his head in disgust. "Law enforcement's gotten soft. Too worried about being called mean names on Twitter to do what needs doing." "We're pursuing multiple angles," Ruth assured him. "What can you tell us about the specific location where the shooting occurred? The barn's interior, access points, visibility from various approaches." Blum nodded to Jimenez, who stepped forward. "The barn has 2 levels," the estate manager explained. "Ground floor was originally for equipment, upper level for hay storage. There's a main entrance on the east side, a smaller door on the west, and a hayloft opening on the north face. The roof access would be through that opening." His knowledge was detailed, professional. "Visibility is good in all directions except south, where a stand of live oaks blocks the view." "When was the last time you were inside the barn, Mr. Jimenez?" Ruth asked. "Tuesday before the shooting, like I mentioned. Regular maintenance check. Nothing seemed unusual. Door was locked, interior was undisturbed." He paused. "Though thinking back, I did notice some cigarette butts near the north side. Thought it might be trespassers. We get hunters cutting across the property sometimes." Blum made a dismissive gesture, his signet ring catching the light. "Half these college kids smoke like chimneys when they think no one's watching. Another fine lesson from their professors, no doubt." "Do you own firearms, Mr. Blum?" Aaron asked. "Son, this is Texas," Blum replied with a bark of laughter. He gestured toward a gun cabinet on the far wall. "Got a collection worth more than most people's houses. All properly registered, all properly secured." His eyes narrowed slightly, the wrinkles at their corners deepening. "And before you ask, they're all accounted for. First thing I did when when I heard about the shooting was check my inventory. Carlos can verify. Jimenez nodded. Everything's in order. Ruth's phone vibrated. She glanced at the screen, Sack Lambert's number. Excuse me, I need to take this. She stepped away from the seating area. Baker. We got him, Lambert said without preamble. Jenkins is in custody. And he's confessed. Confessed. Ruth repeated, feeling a tingling sensation at the base of her skull. Yup. Admits he shot and killed Caleb Vance from the roof of the barn. Levant just called the governor and the vice president to inform them. The Secret Service and the Bureau consider the case closed. Chapter 12. The command center hummed with the particular energy that followed a successful operation, a blend of relief, triumph, and the slow decompression from sustained tension. Ruth felt it the moment she stepped through the tent flap, the late afternoon heat giving way to artificial cold that raised goosebumps on her forearms. Federal agents moved with the loose-limbed confidence of men and women who'd averted catastrophe, their faces bright with the particular righteousness that came with professional vindication. Ruth paused just inside the entrance, taking a moment to read the room. She'd worked enough cases to recognize this atmosphere. She knew better than to trust it. Cases that wrapped too neatly usually had loose threads hanging somewhere, waiting to unravel the whole tapestry if you just pulled hard enough. Beside her, Aaron scanned the scene. They're sure having a good day, he observed, nodding toward a cluster of agents breaking open packages of convenience store donuts, the civilian equivalent of popping champagne. They moved deeper into the command center, navigating between folding tables laden with laptop computers, half-empty coffee cups, manila folders, notepads covered with hastily scribbled intelligence, energy bar wrappers, and discarded water bottles. The air smelled of burnt coffee, printer toner, and the faint musk of too many bodies working too many hours in too small a space. Ruth spotted Agent Raft across the tent, her blonde ponytail slightly disheveled, dark circles like bruises beneath her eyes. The young agent was boxing files into a storage container, her movements weighted down with exhaustion. When she looked up and saw Ruth, something flickered across her face. She smiled. Before Ruth could approach her, Sheriff Hutchins materialized from between two communications stations. His uniform shirt was rumpled, coffee-stained, with sweat marks under the arms that had dried, and then formed again in the Texas heat. "Rangers," he greeted them, jerking his head toward an unoccupied corner near an emergency exit. "Figured you'd show up sooner or later." Ruth followed him to the relatively quiet space. Up close, Hutchins looked like he'd aged 5 years since yesterday, new lines etched around his mouth, his eyes bloodshot. "Lambert called us with the news," Ruth said. "Jenkins in custody, confession on record." Hutchins nodded, his eyes flicking toward the far end of the tent where technicians were setting up lighting for Ruth guest would be a press conference. "Got the call about an hour ago. SWAT team took him down at Lost Hollow. Had to use flashbangs, but nobody got hurt, including the little girl. It was a blessed miracle." Ruth understood his relief. Federal agencies tended to be very thorough and effective, sometimes too thorough and effective. The terms collateral damage and unfortunate outcome appeared often in their reports. That the little girl had survived the hostile manhunt and encounter was indeed a miracle. Ruth felt glad that her nightmare was over and that she would be reunited with her mother. "And he confessed," Aaron said, the slight uptick in his tone making it half statement, half question. "Full confession," Hutchins confirmed, lowering his voice. "Military background, long-range shooting experience with the Army. They found his fingerprints on the barn's roof access. MP at the orchard remembers seeing him walking the perimeter a week before the rally. He rubbed his bloodshot eyes with a thumb and forefinger. Sister-in-law told my deputies he'd been talking for months about doing something that would shake up the whole damn world. His exact words, according to her. Ruth knew all this already, but didn't say so. Did you question him yourself? A humorless laugh escaped Hutchins. Hell, Baker. Bureau won't let anyone near him. I'm barely tolerated here as it is. He gestured around the command center, where federal agents dominated every station while local law enforcement personnel hovered at the margins. This is a federal show now. Director Levant made that perfectly clear. Ruth considered this. Would you mind if I questioned him? Hutchins's eyebrows rose, then he shook his head. Doubt that'll happen. If they won't let the sheriff in the room, they're sure as hell not opening the door for a Texas Ranger with alternative theories. His expression softened slightly. For what it's worth, I think they got the right guy. The evidence fits. The confession fits. Sometimes the obvious answer is the right one. Ruth nodded, not in agreement but acknowledgement. Hutchins was a good lawman, practical, experienced, more concerned with justice than jurisdiction. If he believed Jenkins was guilty, that carried weight. But it didn't erase the inconsistencies that nagged at her, the small details that refused to align. The command center's atmosphere shifted subtly, a ripple of attention moving toward the hastily assembled podium at the far end. The crowd of press had swelled beyond what the tent could comfortably accommodate, causing the canvas walls to billow inward as bodies pressed against them from outside. National networks had descended within hours of the shooting, their satellite trucks forming a media village in an adjacent field. Now they jostled for position, cameras and microphones extended like weapons. Director Levant emerged from the tactical command area, adjusting his tie. He was flanked by an aide who handed him a single sheet of paper as he walked. Even from across the tent, Ruth could read his confidence in the set of his shoulders, the measured pace of someone who knew all eyes were on him and welcomed the scrutiny. His suit remained crisp despite the day's chaos, his silver hair perfect, his posture projecting authority without effort. I'm ready for my close-up, Mr. DeMille, Aaron murmured beside her. Ruth dug her elbow into his ribs, a small smile playing across her lips. She loved that about Aaron, the way he could find the lightness and humor in the darkest of situations. He always said it was because of his military experience, but she knew better. It was Aaron, the way he was built. Ruth watched as Levant took position behind the podium, the lights catching his face in a way that eliminated shadows and softened his features for the cameras. The press fell silent, microphones thrust forward to capture every word. Good afternoon, Levant began, his voice pitched to Carrie without seeming to shout. I am pleased to announce that the United States Secret Service, working in conjunction with the Federal Bureau of Investigation and local law enforcement agencies, has successfully apprehended the individual responsible for yesterday's assassination of Caleb Vance. The tent vibrated with the rapid-fire clicks of camera shutters, the sound like insects swarming. Ruth studied the assembled press corps, hungry eyes, tense postures, the collective intensity of people whose careers advanced on the backs of tragedy. She'd seen it before, but the feeding frenzy never failed to disturb her. August Jenkins is now in federal custody, Levant continued, charged with first-degree murder and multiple additional federal crimes. Following his apprehension, Jenkins provided a detailed confession, including information that could only be known to the perpetrator of this heinous act. Ruth noticed Sack Lambert standing to the side of the podium, her expression professionally blank but her eyes tracking across the tent, eventually finding Ruth and Aaron in the corner with Hutchins. Something passed between them, and Ruth knew that Lambert wanted to have words with them. So did Ruth. Levant laid out the official narrative with smooth assurance. Jenkins' military background, his history of threats against Vance, the evidence collected from his home and the crime scene, the heroic efforts of federal agents to apprehend him without harm to his daughter. Each detail was presented with the confident finality of a case closed, questions answered, justice in process. The swift resolution of this case, Levant said, his tone shifting to one of solemn pride, demonstrates the effectiveness of our federal law enforcement agencies when working in concert. From the moment of the shooting to the apprehension of the suspect, less than 30 hours elapsed. This is a testament to the dedication and professionalism of every agent involved. Ruth noted that local law enforcement received only a cursory mention, tacked onto the end of Levant's acknowledgments like an afterthought. Sheriff Hutchins's face remained impassive, but she caught the slight tightening around his mouth, the expression of a man accustomed to federal agencies taking credit for community efforts. "We will not be taking questions at this time," Levant concluded. "A full briefing will be provided tomorrow morning, once we've completed our initial processing of the suspect." "Thank you." The press corps erupted in shouted questions despite the clear statement, but Levant was already stepping away from the podium, his aides creating a buffer between him and the clamoring journalists. He moved through the command center with the confidence of someone who knew his path would clear before him, accepting nods of congratulation from federal personnel as he passed. His route took him directly past where Ruth, Aaron, and Hutchins stood. He paused, just long enough to make the moment deliberate rather than coincidental, and met Ruth's eyes with a smile that carried no warmth. "Rangers," he acknowledged with a slight nod. "Appreciate your assistance." The pause was subtle but unmistakable, conveying exactly how little he valued their contribution. Ruth held his gaze, her expression neutral. "Director." Levant continued on, satisfaction radiating from him like heat from sun-baked pavement. "Ain't he gracious in victory?" Aaron murmured once Levant was out of earshot, his tone dry as West Texas in August. Ruth said nothing, her mind cycling through the evidence they'd gathered, testing it against the narrative Levant had presented. The pieces that didn't fit remained stubbornly askew, refusing to be forced into alignment. Hutchins sighed, running a hand over his thinning hair. "Well, that's that, I suppose. At least the county can start getting back to normal." Ruth noticed Agent Raft making her way toward them, weaving through the crowd with purpose. The young FBI agent's face bore the particular blend of exhaustion and disappointment that came when reality failed to match idealistic expectations. When she reached them, she glanced around before speaking, clearly aware of potential oversight. "Ranger Baker," she said, her voice pitched for privacy despite the surrounding noise. "Just wanted to say it was an honor working with you, however briefly." Ruth studied the younger woman's face, the intelligence in her green eyes, the earnestness that hadn't yet been ground away by bureaucratic realities. "Likewise, Agent Raft. I appreciate your thoroughness with the data." Raft hesitated, clearly wanting to say more, but constrained by professional boundaries and watching eyes. "If you need anything else, even unofficially." She left the offer hanging. "I'll keep that in mind," Ruth replied, understanding the risk Raft was taking with even this small gesture of cooperation. Take care of yourself. As Raft moved away, returning to her task of packing evidence boxes, Aaron tilted his head toward Ruth. Maybe we should consider it case closed. Jenkins fits the profile: military training, grievance against Vance, history of threats. And a too-perfect confession after hours in custody, Ruth added, watching Sack Lambert moving among the press, deflecting questions with easy skill. How many confessions have you seen fall apart under scrutiny, Aaron? More than a few, he admitted. But sometimes the obvious suspect is the right one. Ruth was formulating a response when her phone vibrated against her hip. She checked the screen, an unknown number with a local area code. She stepped away from Aaron and Hutchins, finding a relatively quiet corner near the tent's entrance. Baker, she answered. Is this Ranger Ruth Baker? The woman's voice was soft but carried a clear authority. Yes, ma'am. Ranger Baker, my name is Grace Vance. There was a brief pause, as if the woman was gathering herself. I wonder if we might speak in person. Ruth felt a sudden alertness course through her, like the first sip of coffee on a cold morning. Mrs. Vance. Yes, of course. I'm staying at Blum Orchard. There's a building called the Cider House. It's being used as a temporary residence for my daughters and me. Could you meet me there in perhaps half an hour? I can be there in 15 minutes. Thank you, Ranger. Relief colored the words. I'll be waiting. Ruth ended the call and returned to where Aaron waited, his eyebrows raised in question. That was Grace Vance, she said, keeping her voice low. She wants to meet us at Blum Orchard. Now. Aaron's eyes widened slightly. Caleb Vance's widow. What does she want? Didn't say. But given the timing, I'd guess she has questions about Jenkins' arrest. They made their goodbyes to Sheriff Hutchins, who promised to call if anything substantive developed with Jenkins, though his tone suggested he considered the case effectively closed. The late afternoon sun hit them like a physical force as they exited the air-conditioned tent, the heat radiating from the packed earth of the command post's improvised parking area. In the Range Rover, Ruth sat for a moment before starting the engine, processing the implications of Grace Vance's call. Aaron settled into the passenger seat, patient as always, waiting for her to voice her thoughts. What do you think she wants? He asked finally as Ruth put the vehicle in drive and navigated around the media trucks that clogged the access road. Reassurance, maybe, Ruth replied, considering the possibilities. Confirmation that they've got the right man, that her husband's killer has been brought to justice. And if that's not what we believe? Ruth glanced at Aaron, then back to the road. Then we have a difficult conversation ahead of us. Aaron nodded. You're not convinced by Levant's press conference. I'm not convinced by any of it, Ruth said, turning onto the county highway that would take them to Blum Orchard. Levant said Jenkins told them things in his confession that only the killer could have known, but all I heard was basic, generic stuff. Nothing that sounded authentically unique. It could have applied to any one of 1,000 of Vance's online haters, and he had a lot of haters. Maybe he held the good stuff back, Aaron suggested. Levant knows that he still needs to bring this to a successful prosecution. There's a legal aspect involved. He could have been holding back so potential defense attorneys don't get their case handed to them on a platter by the news. Ruth considered this. Maybe. But combined with everything else we've learned, the local knowledge required to navigate those properties, the timing, the personal vendetta profile Markham suggested. She tapped her fingers on the steering wheel. It doesn't add up to Jenkins. I mean, sure, I get that it does add up in the most general, broadest sense, but I'm talking personally. And this was personal, Aaron. It wasn't just some PTSD vet with a rifle gone off his meds. They drove in silence for a moment, the terrain rolling past, drought-resistant grasses, scattered live oaks, the occasional glimpse of deer retreating from the roadside at their approach. The landscape had a timeless quality, unchanged for generations despite the human dramas that played out across its surface. Whatever Grace Vance wants, Ruth said finally, we owe her the truth as we understand it. Not what fits the federal narrative, not what wraps the case in a tidy bow, but what the evidence tells us. Aaron nodded, his expression somber. Just be careful. She's lost her husband, Ruth. She's vulnerable, looking for answers, for certainty in the midst of chaos. If we introduce doubt without offering resolution. I know, Ruth said softly. But I'd rather offer honest doubt than false certainty. The side entrance to Blum Orchard appeared on their right, a simple gravel drive marked by a weathered wooden sign. A security guard checked their credentials with meticulous attention before waving them through, providing directions to the cider house. The drive wound through apple trees heavy with fruit, the afternoon sun filtering through the branches and dappling the gravel with golden light. Ruth felt the transition from public tragedy to private grief as they moved deeper into the orchard, away from the media encampments and law enforcement perimeters. The cider house revealed itself around a final curve, a renovated barn with stone foundation and timber frame, its weathered wood softened by climbing roses that framed deep-set windows. Unlike the imposing grandeur of the main Blum residence, this building invited rather than impressed, its proportions human-scaled and welcoming despite its size. A young woman waited on the wraparound porch, her auburn hair caught in the late afternoon light. As Ruth and Aaron approached, she straightened from where she'd been leaning against the railing, her posture shifting from casual to professional. Rangers. I'm Jessica Lewis, Mrs. Vance's assistant. Her voice carried the slight huskiness of someone who'd been using her voice too much of late. She's expecting you. Please come in. Jessica held the door, allowing them to pass into an interior that balanced rustic charm with understated luxury. Exposed beams crossed the high ceiling, and wide plank floors gleamed with generations of care. The furnishings were comfortable rather than formal, oversized couches and reading chairs arranged to encourage conversation, bookshelves filled with well-worn volumes, framed photographs of orchard scenes from various decades. The space felt lived in despite being a temporary residence, as if someone had taken great care to make it feel like a home rather than a refuge. She's in the sitting room with the girls, Jessica said, leading them through the main area toward a set of pocket doors that stood partially open. They've been working on a project together. It's been helpful for them. The sitting room beyond was flooded with late afternoon light from tall windows that overlooked the orchard. The golden glow softened everything it touched, the pale walls, the hardwood floors, the faces of the room's occupants. It created a strange dichotomy, Ruth thought, the beauty of the light at odds with the weight of grief that permeated the space. Grace Vance rose from a couch as they entered, and Ruth's first impression was one of contained dignity. She was smaller than Ruth had expected from news photos, petite, with dark hair pulled back in a simple ponytail that emphasized her delicate features and wide, expressive eyes. She wore jeans and a soft blue sweater that might have seemed casual in another context, but on her projected a deliberate normalcy, an effort to maintain routines in the midst of catastrophic disruption. Her only jewelry was a wedding band and a simple cross necklace that caught the light when she moved. "Ranger Baker," she said, crossing the room with her hand extended, her voice the same soft, composed tone Ruth had heard on the phone. "Thank you for coming so quickly." "Mrs. Vance," Ruth replied, taking the offered hand. Grace's grip was firm despite her slender build, her skin cool and dry. "This is my partner, Ranger Aaron Tate." "Mr. Tate," Grace acknowledged with a nod to Aaron, before turning her attention back to Ruth. There was an assessing quality to her gaze, intelligence sharpened rather than dulled by grief. She gestured toward a corner of the room where two young girls sat at a table, their dark heads bent over some project that absorbed their full attention. "My daughters, Esther and Miriam. They're working on something they'll show you shortly." Ruth studied the children briefly. 8 and 6, according to the case file, though both carried themselves with the unnatural poise that sometimes settled on children after traumatic loss. Their dark hair and solemn expressions mirrored their mother's, though the younger one's legs swung restlessly beneath her chair, betraying her age despite her composure. The sight of them sent a familiar ache through Ruth's chest. She thought of Ava just 2 years ago, processing the incomprehensible loss of her father with the particular resilience children sometimes found when adults were falling to pieces around them. "Please sit," Grace said, gesturing to a seating area arranged to take advantage of the view without being overwhelmed by the afternoon sun. She moved with a physical lightness that suggested childhood ballet training or the particular poise cultivated in certain Southern families, where carriage was considered character. Ruth took one of the armchairs, noting how Grace settled onto the couch, spine straight but not rigid, hands folded in her lap but not tense, chin lifted with dignity rather than defiance. This was a woman holding herself together through willpower and faith, refusing to collapse under grief's weight not from denial, but from determination. "Emmett Blum mentioned you've been conducting your own investigation, separate from the federal task force," Grace said once they were all seated, her voice level and controlled. "That's correct," Ruth confirmed. Though with the arrest of August Jenkins, the task force considers the case resolved. Grace's gaze was direct, unflinching. "And you, Ranger Baker? Consider it resolved." The question hung between them, weighted with significance beyond its simple words. Ruth felt Aaron shift slightly beside her, sensing his discomfort with the conversation's direction. Ruth chose her words with care, respecting both the truth and the woman before her. "We've been exploring multiple angles regarding your husband's death, Mrs. Vance. I'm not in a position to share details of specific interviews or evidence, but our approach has been thorough. I understand the constraints of an ongoing investigation," Grace said, her hands remaining steady in her lap, her gaze unwavering. "What I'm asking is simpler. In your professional judgment, do you believe the man in custody is the person who killed my husband?" The directness of the question was striking, especially coming from a woman whose grief was still so raw. Ruth felt Aaron's subtle tension beside her, his silent caution to tread carefully. But Grace Vance wasn't seeking comfort through evasion. Her eyes demanded honesty with the particular courage of someone who had already absorbed the worst blow life could deliver and now sought only truth, however painful. "Mrs. Vance." "Please," she interrupted gently. "Call me Grace." Ruth nodded. "Grace, I understand the FBI has compelling evidence against Mr. Jenkins, including a full, signed confession." "That's not what I asked," Grace said, her voice soft but insistent. She leaned forward slightly, her composed facade giving way momentarily to a more urgent intensity. Caleb used to quote scripture when faced with difficult truths. Better to speak the truth and be stoned for it than to lie and be showered with petals. He said it was from Proverbs, though I suspect he paraphrased quite liberally. He'd do that sometimes, because he knew the good book as well as the back of his hand. A ghost of a smile touched her lips, a fleeting moment of fondness amid the grief. Ruth saw in that brief expression the depth of what this woman had lost, not just a husband and public figure, but a partner whose absence had created negative space in her life, defined by what was no longer there. Grace's expression grew serious again, her eyes finding Ruth's with unsettling directness. I'm asking for the truth, Ranger Baker. Not what the FBI believes, not what fits neatly into a press release. Do you believe August Jenkins killed my husband? Ruth met Grace's gaze, feeling the weight of the moment. She had sat with enough grieving families to recognize the particular courage it took to ask such questions, to seek truth over comforting lies. She recognized in Grace Vance a strength that matched her own, different in expression, perhaps, but equal in resolve. No, Ruth said simply. I don't. Something shifted in Grace's expression, not surprise, but a kind of validation, as if Ruth had confirmed a suspicion she'd already harbored. She didn't speak immediately, processing the implications of Ruth's answer. Why not? She asked finally. Everything we know about the crime and its modality suggests someone younger, someone without military training. Someone local who knew the area intimately. Ruth paused, weighing how much to share with this woman whose world had already been shattered. And someone with a personal vendetta against your husband specifically, not just his politics. Grace absorbed this, her face revealing nothing despite the weight of what Ruth had suggested. After a long moment, she rose from the couch with the fluid dignity that seemed intrinsic to her movements. I'd like to show you something, she said. Girls, would you mind sharing your project with Rangers Baker and Tate? The two children looked up, their expressions serious beyond their years. The older one, Esther, nodded with a gravity that mirrored her mother's and carefully gathered several pages from the table. As Ruth and Aaron approached, she saw that the girls were working on a visual collage, photographs arranged on large pieces of cardstock, with handwritten captions beneath each image. But these weren't the polished, professional images of Caleb Vance that had filled news broadcasts since the shooting. These were personal photographs, intimate glimpses into a life lived away from podiums and press conferences. Caleb in a well-worn t-shirt, tossing a laughing child into the air, his face alight with simple joy. Caleb asleep on a couch with a book open on his chest, completely unguarded in rest. Caleb at a backyard barbecue with sauce on his chin and a hot dog with all the fixings in his hand, half-eaten, grinning at the camera with unself-conscious delight. I wanted you to see him as he truly was, Grace said quietly, standing behind her daughters with a hand resting on each girl's shoulder. Her voice carried the particular tenderness that came with sharing something precious. My Caleb. She looked down at the girls, her eyes glistening with unshed tears that she refused to let fall. Our Caleb. That's the person they killed that day at Blum Orchard. Ruth felt a tightness in her throat as she studied the photographs. The unguarded moments, the glimpses of the private man behind the public figure. They touched something deep within her, the part that understood what it meant to lose someone who was the center of your world, who could never be adequately captured in official statements or media tributes. Grace's voice was soft, but carried an unmistakable resolve. If you believe in any part of your heart that his killer is still out there, then Miss Baker, I ask you to please don't stop looking. Her hands tightened slightly on her daughter's shoulders. Consider it a personal request from a mother and a widow.
Chapter 13. Greasy's bar had been a fixture in the college town for nearly 40 years. Its faded brick exterior and neon beer signs a beacon for generations of students, faculty, and locals seeking cheap drinks and tolerable food. The interior smelled of decades-absorbed fryer oil, stale beer, and the particular human musk that accumulated when too many bodies occupied too little space for too long. But to Charlie, the smell was comforting, nostalgic even. It reminded him of simpler times, when revolution was theoretical and the world's problems could be solved over pitchers of cheap beer and endless rounds of philosophical debate. He slid deeper into the worn vinyl booth, his limbs loose and his mind pleasantly fuzzy from the full bong they'd smoked before walking over. The sativa had hit just right, easing the jittery anxiety that had plagued him since the shooting without dulling his senses completely. For the first time in days, he felt almost normal, anchored to his body, connected to the present moment rather than spiraling through the chaotic aftermath of what he'd done. Across from him, Mihaela scrolled through her phone, her brow furrowed in concentration. The blue light from the screen cast dramatic shadows across her angular features, highlighting her high cheekbones and the elegant arch of her eyebrows. Even scowling, she was beautiful, a work of art in progress, becoming more herself with each passing day. "Hey, Earth," to Charles. Mihaela's voice cut through his haze. She only called him Charles when she was annoyed. "Are you even listening to me?" "Sorry," he said, straightening up. "Just enjoying the high." "What were you saying?" She sighed, setting her phone face down on the sticky table. "I was telling you about my call with the center today. They still don't know when or if they can start my hormones. Everything's on hold since the executive order." Her voice held the particular strain of someone trying to maintain composure while discussing something devastating. "And without hormones, the surgery timeline is completely fucked." "It could be years, Charlie. Years of living like this." Charlie nodded sympathetically, reaching across the table to take her hand. Her fingers were cool against his palm, slender and elegant with nails painted a deep burgundy. "I know, baby. It's completely fucked up. But we're going to figure it out." How? The word carried the weight of months of setbacks and disappointments. "Every clinic that takes our insurance is federally funded. The private options cost more than we make in 6 months. And if I try to order hormones online, I could get God knows what from some sketchy overseas lab." He squeezed her hand, feeling a swell of protective anger. This was exactly why he'd done what he'd done for people like Mihaela, trapped in systems designed to deny them dignity, autonomy, basic humanity. For all the Mihaelas out there trying to become themselves against impossible odds. It had been worth it. It would always be worth it. "Hey," Charlie said, infusing his voice with the particular confidence that came from good weed and absolute conviction. "Now that Vance is dead, everything's going to change. It's the first shot in the revolution, right? Just like we always talked about." Mihaela's eyebrows rose skeptically. "I don't think one dead politician is going to magically fix the healthcare system, Charlie. Not immediately, no, but it's a catalyst." He leaned forward, energy surging through him. "Think about it, one action that shows the entire system that they're not untouchable, that there are consequences for their policies. It's already happening. People are waking up, organizing. This is just the beginning." He was gaining momentum now, the words flowing from some deep reservoir of certainty. "The system's going to change, babe. And when it does, you'll not only get your treatment and surgery, you'll be recognized for the hero that you are. For enduring the nightmare of being trapped in the wrong body your whole life, for suffering under oppression and cisgender privilege. Mihaela started to say something, but Charlie was too caught in his own rhetoric to notice. I mean it. Someday soon you'll see. We'll have a trans president. Maybe even a black trans president. Think about that. He slapped the table for emphasis, making their water glasses jump. The revolution started, and there's no stopping it now. A small smile played at the corner of Mihaela's mouth. You're really high, aren't you? Maybe, Charlie admitted with a grin. But that doesn't make it less true. Their server appeared beside the table, Nitu, a PhD candidate in comparative literature who'd been working at Greasy's since before either of them had moved to town. She balanced a tray on her hip out of long habit, her dark hair pulled back in a practical bun, her eyes tired behind wire-rimmed glasses. The usual for my favorite revolutionaries. She asked, already setting down 2 baskets of loaded fries and a pitcher of beer. Nitu, you're a mind reader, Charlie said, the sight of food triggering a fierce wave of hunger. The munchies had hit hard. Nah, just good pattern recognition, she replied with a wink. You two always come in after smoking up, order the same thing, and then spend hours solving all the world's problems while I refill your pitcher. Charlie laughed, reaching for the fries with sudden urgency. The first bite was transcendent, crisp exterior giving way to fluffy potato, the complex symphony of salt and fat and spices hitting his enhanced taste buds in waves. He made an involuntary sound of pleasure. Mihaela rolled her eyes, but her expression had softened. She took a fry of her own, dipping it generously in yoli. These really are fucking good, she conceded. Things are looking up already, Charlie said through a mouthful. First, perfect fries. Next, the revolution. For a while they ate in companionable silence, the tension gradually leaving Mihaela's shoulders as food and beer worked their simple magic. Around them, the bar buzzed with the familiar energy of a weeknight crowd, groups of teaching assistants unwinding after classes, pairs of professors having intense discussions over craft beers, undergraduates trying to look like they belonged. Several people nodded greetings as they passed the booth. Professor Wilkins from the Political Science Department raised his glass in silent acknowledgement. 2 of Charlie's classmates from his critical race theory seminar stopped by briefly to discuss an upcoming paper deadline. Even the bartender, Marco, had waved when they'd come in. This was their place, these were their people, the intellectual core of a movement larger than any single action or individual. Charlie was explaining his theory on how meme culture functioned as modern revolutionary propaganda when he noticed a shift in the bar's atmosphere. Conversations quieted, heads turned toward the wall-mounted televisions that normally showed sports games with the sound off. Hey, can you turn that up? Someone called to Marco. Charlie glanced up, curiosity pulling his attention from Mihaela's amused expression. The television showed a press conference, a silver-haired man in a crisp suit standing at a podium festooned with microphones. A caption beneath identified him as Director Levant, U.S. Secret Service. Marco raised the volume and Director Levant's voice filled the bar, commanding and assured. I am pleased to announce that the United States Secret Service, working in conjunction with the Federal Bureau of Investigation and local law enforcement agencies, has successfully apprehended the individual responsible for yesterday's assassination of Caleb Vance. A cold sensation spread through Charlie's chest, sobering him instantly. He set down the fry he'd been about to eat, suddenly not hungry at all. August Jenkins is now in federal custody, Levant continued, charged with first-degree murder and multiple additional federal crimes. Following his apprehension, Jenkins provided a detailed confession, including information that could only be known to the perpetrator of this heinous act. The room around Charlie seemed to distort, stretching and contracting like a funhouse mirror. Jenkins. August Jenkins. Who the fuck was August Jenkins? Details of the suspect's military background and history of threatening statements toward Vance are consistent with the profile developed by our behavioral analysts, Levant was saying, his voice seeming to come from very far away. Physical evidence recovered from the crime scene, including fingerprints and trace DNA, further confirmed Jenkins as the shooter. Charlie felt his heart rate accelerate, pounding against his ribs like something trying to escape. This was wrong. This was all wrong. Some stranger was taking credit for what he'd done, for his action, his sacrifice, his revolution. Additionally, Levant continued, voice confident and unwavering, we believe Mr. Vance was not the primary target. Our investigation suggests that Jenkins intended to assassinate Vice President Maitland, who was seated nearby, and that Vance was either collateral damage or a secondary objective. The Vice President. Charlie had barely registered Maitland's presence at the rally. The man was an empty suit, a political nonentity. Why would anyone target him when Caleb Vance, the architect of false unity and dangerous moderation, was right there? Charlie. Charlie, are you okay? Mihela's voice filtered through the roaring in his ears. You look like you're going to be sick. He became aware that his hands were clenched into fists on the table, his nails digging painfully into his palms. With conscious effort, he relaxed them, forcing his face into what he hoped was a neutral expression. Yeah, just. That's so fucked up, isn't it? The whole thing. He gestured vaguely toward the television, where Levant was now fielding questions from reporters, exuding the particular confidence of a man pleased with his own efficiency. It is, Mihela agreed, studying his face with concern. But why are you so upset? You're shaking. I'm not upset, he said too quickly, reaching for his beer to hide the tremor in his hands. Just angry that they're using this to further their security state bullshit. Did you hear him? They're saying Vance wasn't even the target. They're already spinning this to fit their narrative. Mihela nodded slowly. Yeah, that is weird. From everything I've read, Vance seemed like the obvious target. She paused, still watching him carefully. Are you sure you're okay? We can go if you want. I'm fine, Charlie insisted, forcing himself to take another fry, to appear normal despite the storm building inside him. Just got too deep in my head for a second. You know how I get when I'm high. She didn't look entirely convinced, but didn't press the issue. If you say so. But let me know if you want to leave. Charlie nodded, grateful for her willingness to drop it. He couldn't explain the rage coursing through him, the sense of violation and theft. This Jenkins person, this imposter, was stealing his moment, his action, his place in history. He managed to maintain the facade of normalcy through the rest of their meal, making appropriate responses to Mihela's attempts at conversation, while his mind raced in furious circles. By the time they left Greasy's, the weed high had completely faded, replaced by a clarity of purpose that felt almost like another kind of intoxication. The walk back to their apartment passed in a blur of internal monologue. Who was August Jenkins? Why would he confess to something he didn't do? Or had the feds coerced a confession, needed a convenient scapegoat with a military background to close the case quickly? It didn't matter. What mattered was setting the record straight, claiming what was his, the action, the impact, the place in revolutionary history. Their apartment was on the second floor of a converted Victorian divided into student rentals, small but affordable, with high ceilings and good natural light. Mihaela headed straight for the bathroom upon entering, calling over her shoulder something about a hot shower to help her sleep. Charlie went to their bedroom and retrieved his laptop, settling on the couch in the small living room. His fingers hovered over the keyboard for a moment before he began to type, starting with the forums and message boards he'd frequented for years, spaces where radical theory was discussed openly, where the necessary violence of revolution wasn't considered taboo but tactical. He created a new account on the first forum, Phoenix Rising, using a VPN and an email address established for this specific purpose. His hands flew over the keyboard as he composed his first post. The man in custody did not kill Caleb Vance. I did. He paused, considering his next words carefully. This wasn't just about correcting the record, it was about inspiring others, about creating the theoretical framework that would justify and contextualize his action. Violence is the language of the unheard, but also the grammar of revolution. When dialogue becomes a weapon of oppression, when civility becomes a cudgel used to silence the marginalized, direct action becomes not just justified but necessary. The words flowed easily now, an articulation of ideas he'd been absorbing and synthesizing for years, from academic texts, online discussions, late-night debates with fellow students. Ideas about power and resistance, about the limitations of peaceful protest, about the revolutionary potential of symbolic violence. Vance was not killed because of his specific policies or positions, but because he represented the fundamental lie at the heart of the American experiment. That oppression can be reasoned with, that those who benefit from injustice can be persuaded through dialogue to surrender their advantage. He posted it, then created similar accounts on 3 other platforms, adapting his message slightly for each audience but maintaining the core thesis. His mind felt electric, thoughts connecting with a clarity he'd never experienced before. This was his purpose, not just the action itself, but the articulation of its meaning, the creation of a theoretical framework that would inspire others. From the bathroom, he could hear the shower running, Mihaela humming softly to herself. The normalcy of the sound created a strange counterpoint to what he was doing, the revolutionary and the mundane existing in the same moment, the same space. Charlie opened Discord next, joining several servers where radical politics were discussed. He found the most active channels and began posting, not just claiming responsibility but elaborating on his motivations, his analysis of Vance as a symbolic target, his vision for a revolutionary movement sparked by this single action. The most effective revolutionary action targets not just individuals but symbols. It creates moments of clarifying violence that reveal the true nature of power relationships normally obscured by the comfortable fictions of liberal democracy. He continued this way for hours, moving methodically through platforms, adjusting his language and approach based on each community's particular culture. Sometimes he was academic and theoretical, citing Fanon and Zizek. Other times he was raw and emotional, speaking directly to the anger and frustration he knew others felt. Across it all ran the consistent thread: this was his action, his revolution, his moment. At some point, Mihaela had emerged from the bathroom, towel-dried hair framing her face, as she'd mumbled something about being exhausted. He'd nodded absently, barely registering her presence as she'd kissed the top of his head before retreating to the bedroom. Now she lay sprawled on their bed, headphones on, watching something mindless on her tablet, the blue light illuminating her face in the darkened room. Her eyes were already heavy-lidded, drifting towards sleep. Charlie barely noticed. His focus had narrowed to the screen before him, to the growing response to his posts. Comments were appearing, notifications pinging, the digital evidence of impact accumulating. Holy shit, is this for real? If this is true, you're a fucking hero. Tell us more about how you did it. Did you plan it for a long time? The revolution begins now. Who's next on the list? Each response fed something hungry inside him, a need for recognition he hadn't fully acknowledged until now. It wasn't enough to have done the thing. He needed people to know he had done it, to understand why he had done it, to see him as he saw himself, a revolutionary, a catalyst, a necessary fire. He was especially active on a subreddit called r/Direct Action, where his posts had garnered significant attention. Users were engaging deeply with his ideas, adding their own analysis, suggesting targets, discussing tactics. It was everything he'd hoped for, his action, sparking exactly the kind of revolutionary consciousness he'd intended. System enforcers are the most dangerous precisely because they appear reasonable, because they speak the language of moderation and progress, while ensuring that fundamental power relationships remain unchanged. They are the white blood cells of late-stage capitalism, identifying and neutralizing threats to the system under the guise of reform. The phrase system enforcers gained immediate traction, users applying it to figures in their own communities, university administrators, local politicians, corporate executives. Charlie felt a surge of pride seeing his terminology adopted, his framework embraced. He switched to Twitter, where his posts were being screenshotted and shared, generating thousands of interactions. His manifesto for that was what it had become, a proper revolutionary manifesto, was spreading like wildfire across the digital landscape. Midnight came and went. Mihaela had long since fallen asleep, her tablet still playing unwatched beside her. Charlie remained at his laptop, sustained by a combination of rage and vindication. The more he wrote, the clearer his purpose became, the more certain he was that his action had been not just justified but necessary. The man they'd arrested, this Jenkins, was nothing, a convenient scapegoat, a distraction from the real revolutionary moment. Charlie knew he should be careful, that claiming responsibility publicly carried obvious risks. But the alternative was unthinkable, to remain silent while someone else was credited with his act of revolutionary courage, to watch his sacrifice be misinterpreted and diminished. Each act of revolutionary violence creates the possibility for a new world to emerge from the ashes of the old. The revolutionary does not fear death but transcends it, becoming not a person but a moment in history, a catalyst, a spark, a necessary fire that burns away illusion and reveals truth. The words appeared on his screen, and he felt a profound rightness, as if he'd finally articulated a truth that had been waiting inside him all along. This was larger than him now, larger than any individual. He had created something that would outlive him, that would inspire others to take similar actions, that would eventually bring down the entire rotten system. Around 3 a.m, Charlie finally closed his laptop, his eyes burning from hours of screen time, his mind still racing with ideas and possibilities. He checked his phone one last time before heading to bed, scrolling through the notifications that had accumulated while he worked, hundreds of likes, shares, comments, all engaging with his manifesto, all acknowledging his act. In the darkness of their bedroom, Mihaela slept peacefully, unaware of what he'd done, both the assassination and tonight's digital claiming of responsibility. Charlie watched her for a moment, her features softened in sleep, vulnerable in a way she rarely allowed herself to be when awake. He felt a complex surge of emotion, love, protectiveness, but also a new distance, the inevitable separation that came from carrying a truth she didn't share. As he slid into bed beside her, careful not to wake her, Charlie's mind drifted to how history would remember him. Not as Charlie Blum, grandson of Emmett, heir to an orchard fortune he'd rejected. No, he would be remembered as a revolutionary, a martyr to the cause, a name spoken with reverence by generations to come. He imagined his face on t-shirts like Che Guevara's, his words studied in universities, his action analyzed as the spark that ignited true systemic change. He saw himself mentioned alongside Malcolm X, Gandhi, Martin Luther King Jr., different tactics perhaps, but the same fundamental commitment to justice. And yes, he admitted to himself as sleep began to claim him, fame would be a nice bonus. He could see the headline now, splashed across the front page of every major newspaper, his image on every screen, the shot that started a revolution. Charlie Blum's Peacemaker. It had a nice ring to it. Chapter 14. The blue light from the screen burned into Avery's bloodshot eyes. 3:27 a.m. Their vision blurred, refocused, blurred again. When had they last slept? Tuesday. Monday. The days and nights had long since melted together in this cramped Nashville studio apartment, walls closing in with each passing hour. Fuck. Avery hurled the empty orange prescription bottle against the wall, where it bounced off a dent from last week's similar outburst. Their hands shook violently as they gripped the edge of the desk, knuckles white, breath coming in ragged gasps. 7 months since the new policies had cut off their hormone therapy. 7 fucking months of watching their body betray them, changes they'd fought for reversing like a cruel time lapse in reverse. The mirror across the room mocked them. They'd covered it with a sheet last month, but the corner had fallen, revealing just enough reflection to trigger another wave of self-loathing. Avery lurched toward it, stumbling over empty takeout containers, kicking aside dirty clothes, snatching the sheet and yanking it back into place. I'm not this. I'm not this. They screamed, voice breaking, punching the covered mirror until the sheet darkened with blood from their split knuckles. The pain felt distant, almost welcome. They collapsed back into the desk chair, chest heaving, reaching blindly for the half-empty whiskey bottle. The burn of cheap bourbon down their throat momentarily centered them, pulled them back from the edge just enough to focus once more on the screen in front of them. A forum post that had appeared 12 hours earlier glowed in the darkness, words that seemed to reach through the screen and seize them by the throat. The man in custody did not kill Caleb Vance. I did. Avery had been refreshing news feeds obsessively since the assassination, something in that public execution speaking to the rage boiling inside them. But this was different. The anonymous poster calling themselves Void Riot 1312 had spent the night dropping fragments of what people were calling a manifesto across the internet's most radical spaces. Avery couldn't look away, couldn't breathe, couldn't think about anything else. Violence is the language of the unheard, Void Riot 1312 had written, the words burning into Avery's brain like acid. When dialogue becomes a weapon of oppression, when civility becomes a cudgel used to silence the marginalized, direct action becomes not just justified but necessary. Avery's throat tightened. They fumbled for the baggie of pills beside the keyboard, not even checking what they were swallowing, washing them down with another gulp of whiskey. The room spun briefly, then stabilized into unnatural clarity. The combination of Adderall, alcohol, and whatever else their dealer had given them created a buzzing electricity under their skin, thoughts racing so fast they couldn't grab onto any single one for more than seconds. They scratched frantically at their forearms, red welts rising where their nails dug in. The physical pain helped, it always did, a momentary anchor to reality when everything else seemed to be dissolving. Another post from Void Riot 1312 appeared, and Avery lunged toward the screen like a drowning person reaching for a rope. What particularly infuriates me is that they've arrested some random veteran who had nothing to do with Vance's death, while my partner, A trans woman just trying to live authentically can't even access the healthcare she needs. She may never be able to complete her transition now. Years of suffering of being trapped in the wrong body, and for what? Because society would rather see us dead than whole. A sob tore from Avery's throat, raw and animal. They hadn't cried in weeks, not since the numbness had settled in like a protective shell. But now the tears came in a flood, shoulders heaving, snot and spit mixing with the tears streaming down their face. Someone understood. Not in the distant, theoretical way of supposed allies who expressed appropriate concern before returning to their comfortable lives, but viscerally, personally. Void Riot 1312 wasn't just spouting rhetoric, they were living with the reality, loving someone caught in the same nightmare that was destroying Avery day by day. The chat underneath Void Riot 1312's posts exploded with thousands of comments, multiplying by the second. Fuck yes, finally someone with balls. Holy shit, did you actually do it? Or a fucking legend if true. They're coming for all of us next. Self-defense isn't violence. About fucking time someone did something real instead of just posting memes. Vive la revolution, bitches. Avery's phone lit up with texts they'd been ignoring for days. Their former therapist, Avery, missed you at group again. Please reach out if you're struggling. Struggling. Avery shrieked, grabbing the phone and hurling it at the wall with such force that the screen shattered, sending glass shards across the filthy carpet. Where were you when MY parents threw me out? When I lost MY fucking job? Where the fuck were any of you? Their vision tunneled, breath coming so fast they felt lightheaded. The rage that had been building for months, years, really, surged through them like an electrical current, hot and clean and clarifying. It felt good. Better than the medications. Better than the alcohol. Better than the numbing dissociation that had become their default state. Through the red haze, their eyes focused on the small calendar hanging crookedly beside the desk. Today's date circled in angry red slashes, July 18. Opening day of Wonder Falls Bible Camp at Covenant Christian Academy. The same camp, the same fucking place where 13 years ago, 10-year-old Avery, not yet called Avery then, had been humiliated, punished, and ultimately expelled for wearing a flower-patterned dress and pink lip gloss, for insisting on being called Ava instead of Adam. Memory slammed into them like a physical blow. Boys don't wear makeup, Adam. Pastor Reed's face looming close, breath smelling of coffee and disapproval. This isn't appropriate behavior for a young man. But I'm not a boy. Tears streaming down their face, makeup smearing. I'm a girl. My name is Ava. The counselor's laughter. The other children's stares. Being forced to change into proper clothes. The phone call to their parents. Their father's rage when he arrived to pick them up early. No son of mine. Being dragged across the parking lot, wrist bruising under their father's grip. The long, silent drive home. The discipline that followed. They hadn't been back to Covenant Christian Academy since. But they'd driven past it last week, seen the banner announcing the camp's opening day. Seen Pastor Reed's name listed as camp director, still there after all these years. Seen Dr. Mercer, the same doctor who'd cut off their hormone therapy with an apologetic smile, listed as the camp physician. A fresh post from Void Riot 1312 flashed on the screen. To those considering their own revolutionary actions, choose targets that represent systemic oppression. Your actions should communicate meaning. Your timing should maximize visibility. Revolution isn't just destruction, it's communication, the forceful insertion of marginalized truth into mainstream consciousness. They silence us, so we must make them hear us. Avery's heart pounded so hard it felt like it might burst through their ribcage. Their hands stopped shaking. A strange calm descended, not peaceful but predatory, the stillness of a decision already made. They staggered to the closet, throwing aside piles of unwashed clothes, until they found the combination-locked case hidden beneath a loose floorboard. Inside lay the 9mm handgun they'd purchased 3 years ago, after the first round of death threats. They'd never fired it outside the shooting range, but the weight of it in their palm felt right now. Necessary. The ammunition was in a separate box, a precaution from when they'd still cared enough about themselves to fear their own darker impulses. Those fears seemed childish now. They weren't going to hurt themselves. There were far more deserving targets. As they loaded the weapon, another notification pinged. Void Riot 1312 had posted again. I write this knowing that others will follow the path I've blazed. Some of you are already planning your own revolutionary actions. To you I say, remember that our struggle is not just personal but collective. The system has failed us, has denied our humanity, has left us no choice but to speak in the language it understands best, the language of force. We who are willing to act are not terrorists. We are the necessary fire that will burn away the rot so something new can grow. History will remember us as the ones who finally said enough. Avery could barely see through their tears, fingers fumbling with the ammunition. They'd never felt so seen, so understood, so validated. All the confusion and pain and rage of the past months, years, crystallized into a single burning point of purpose. They pulled up their own document, what had started as a journal suggested by their therapist. The most recent entries were increasingly incoherent, paranoid rambling interspersed with lists of names, fantasies of revenge, crude drawings of weapons. Pastor Reed, who'd hugged them at their grandmother's funeral but condemned lifestyle choices from the pulpit. Dr. Mercer, who'd smiled apologetically while explaining why he couldn't continue their hormone therapy. My hands are tied by the new regulations. Principal Hargrove, who'd been a counselor at the camp all those years ago, who'd called their parents and recommended stricter discipline to correct their confusion. All of them would be at the Bible camp today. Opening day. The campers would be arriving in just a few hours. Avery deleted everything and typed a new header, the letters swimming before their eyes. The Necessary Fire Manifesto. Words poured out in a jumbled rush, barely coherent even to themselves, fragmented memories of childhood trauma, quotes from Void Riot 1312, half-remembered revolutionary rhetoric from online forums, biblical references twisted into justifications for violence, personal grievances elevated to philosophical proclamations. When they finally stopped typing, the sun had risen fully, harsh light streaming through the grimy window to illuminate the squalor of the apartment, unwashed dishes growing mold, discarded food containers attracting flies, clothes and papers and trash covering every surface. Empty pill bottles. Bloodstains from where they'd punched the mirror. The wall dented from thrown objects. Their own reflection in the laptop screen, gaunt, unwashed, eyes wild, a person disintegrating in real time. None of it mattered. Nothing mattered except what came next. They hit print, the ancient desktop printer wheezing and stuttering as it spat out pages. The manifesto would explain everything, would give meaning to what they were about to do. Would ensure that Void Riot 1312 wasn't alone in making history. They shoved the printed pages into a manila envelope, scrawling "for the media" across the front with a shaking hand. Then they opened their email, creating a new account specifically to send a message to the anonymous address Void Riot 1312 had provided. "Your words found me when I was drowning. They gave form to my formless rage. Today the world will hear my voice too. We are the necessary fire. We are the revolution. We cannot be erased." Avery staggered to their feet, room spinning as they lurched toward the dresser. From the bottom drawer they pulled out a second handgun, purchased from a private seller at a gun show, no background check, and a folding carbine that could fit in a backpack. The guns felt heavy, real, powerful in a way nothing else in their life did anymore. They loaded both weapons, movements jerky and unpracticed despite hours at the range. Twice they dropped ammunition, cursing as they scrabbled on the floor to retrieve the bullets. It didn't matter. They had plenty. More than enough for what needed to be done. On the bed, they laid out their arsenal beside the printed manifesto, then added other items, the trans flag they'd carried at their first Pride parade. The last family photo taken before their parents had disowned them. The letter from the clinic explaining why their hormone therapy had to be discontinued. Their childhood journal with entries about knowing they were a girl, not a boy. The dress they'd worn to Bible camp 13 years ago, carefully preserved all this time. These would help people understand. The media would have to pay attention. The world would have to confront the consequences of its cruelty. Avery caught a glimpse of themselves in the section of mirror visible below the sheet, the face that had begun to soften during hormone therapy, now hardening again as their body betrayed them, reverting to features they couldn't bear to acknowledge. They smashed their fist into the glass, fresh blood mixing with the dried stains from earlier. "I'm not this," they whispered, voice hoarse from screaming. "I won't be erased." They threw everything into a backpack, the guns, the ammunition, the manifesto, the symbolic items. Outside, Nashville was waking up, people heading to work, dropping kids at school, buying coffee, living their lives without any awareness of the storm that had built to hurricane force within this unremarkable apartment. "The revolutionary does not fear death but transcends it," they mumbled, repeating Void Riot 1312's words like a prayer. Becoming not a person but a moment in history. They took one last look around the apartment, at the empty prescription bottles, the scattered pills, the half-finished bottle of whiskey, the laptop still open to Void Riot 1312's manifesto, the shattered mirror, the blood-spattered walls. None of it mattered anymore. What mattered was what came next, the necessary fire, the clarifying violence, the revolution that would begin with their action. Covenant Christian Academy was a 30-minute drive away. The Bible camp's opening ceremony would start at 9 a.m. Pastor Reed would lead the prayer. Dr. Mercer would be checking in the campers, children the same age Avery had been when they were humiliated, rejected, broken in that same place. The weight of the backpack felt right as they slung it over their shoulder. They weren't afraid anymore. Void Riot 1312 had shown them that fear was just another system of control. They stepped into the morning sunlight, slamming the door behind them. The camp buses would already be arriving, children excited for a day of Bible stories and outdoor activities, parents waving goodbye, counselors welcoming them with well-worn smiles. None of them expecting what was coming. None of them prepared for the necessary fire. Avery's hand trembled as they reached for their car keys, rage and purpose pulsing through them like a second heartbeat. Void Riot 1312 had lit the spark. Avery would create the inferno.
Chapter 15. The Crawford Ranch came into view, as Ruth guided the Range Rover down a gravel drive lined with live oaks that had likely stood sentinel for generations. The main house, a sprawling single-story with a deep porch and metal roof gone chalky with age, sat atop a gentle rise, offering commanding views of the surrounding countryside. Several outbuildings in various states of repair dotted the property, some with fresh paint, others with sagging roofs that spoke to selective maintenance based on necessity rather than aesthetics. A man emerged from the barn as they approached, wiping his hands on a red shop rag. He straightened to his full height, at least 6'3", and watched their approach with the wariness of someone unaccustomed to unexpected visitors. His broad shoulders strained against a faded University of Texas t-shirt layered under an open flannel despite the heat, and his face carried the permanent tan of someone who worked outdoors year-round. Ruth and Aaron stepped out of the vehicle, badges visible on their belts. "Michael Crawford," Ruth called. The man nodded once, tucking the shop rag into his back pocket. "That's me." His eyes moved between them, taking in the badges. "Texas Rangers. Don't often see you folks out this way." "I'm Ranger Ruth Baker," she said, extending her hand. "This is my partner, Ranger Aaron Tate. We're following up on the Vance investigation. We were hoping to speak with Raymond Crawford." Crawford shook their hands with the firm grip of someone who worked with his hands. "Dad's not here anymore. Had a stroke 14 months ago. He's at Golden Sunset, assisted living in San Antonio now." He gestured to himself. "I've been running things since." "Sorry to hear about your father," Aaron said. "Would you be willing to answer a few questions in his place?" Crawford studied them both for a moment, then nodded toward the house. "Sure. Let's get out of this heat. I can offer iced tea, but that's about it. Wife's in town with the kids." The interior of the ranch house told the story of a family in transition, furniture that had served multiple generations, walls that needed fresh paint but held decades of family photographs, the lingering scent of a house maintained by someone who valued function over form. Crawford led them to a kitchen that had been modestly updated sometime in the early 2000s, the laminate countertops worn in spots from years of food preparation. "My wife makes this sun tea," Crawford said, pouring amber liquid into 3 mason jars. "Just regular tea bags left in a glass jar on the porch, but she claims it's her grandmother's secret recipe." The hint of a smile softened his weathered face. Ruth accepted the tea with a nod of thanks, using the moment to study Crawford more carefully. Mid-40s, with the beginning of gray at his temples, and the calloused hands of someone who fixed things himself rather than calling for help. A simple gold wedding band, worn smooth with time. No watch, but tan lines on his wrist suggested he wore one while working. "How long has your family owned this ranch, Mr. Crawford?" Ruth asked, settling into a conversation rhythm. "4 generations," he replied with quiet pride. "My great-grandfather established it in 1932. Started with just 40 acres, built it up to nearly 400 now. We're particularly interested in the section of your property that borders Blum Orchard," Ruth said. "Can you tell us about that area?" Crawford nodded, sipping his tea. "About 3/4 of a mile of shared fence line to the southwest. Been a source of disagreement over the years. Water rights mainly. Old man Blum's never been shy about trying to expand his holdings. Have you noticed anything unusual along that boundary in the weeks before the shooting?" Aaron asked. Crawford set down his tea, considering the question. "There's a ridge on our side of the property line. Offers a clear view all the way to where they had that stage set up. He paused. About 2 weeks before the shooting, I found tracks up there. Boot prints, cigarette butts. Figured it might be hunters trespassing, so I put up a game camera. Ruth and Aaron exchanged a brief glance. Were you able to get anything from the camera? Ruth asked. Never got the chance. When I went back to check it a week later, camera was gone. Someone took it right off the tree. He shook his head in clear frustration. Those trail cams aren't cheap. Would you be willing to show us this ridge? Ruth asked. Crawford nodded. Sure. It's a bit of a hike, though. We can take the gator. The utility vehicle bumped across pasture land where scattered black Angus cattle grazed in the distance, past an old stock pond reflecting the cloudless sky, and finally to a tree-lined ridge that formed a natural boundary between the properties. Crawford killed the engine and pointed toward the rise. Up there. Best view's about 50 yards along the ridge. You can see clear across to that barn where they say the shot came from, and beyond that to the orchard event space. Ruth climbed the gentle slope, feeling the change in elevation in her calves. At the top, she stopped, taking in the expansive view, the undulating terrain, the barn that had become infamous overnight sitting like a dark sentinel on distant Blum land, and beyond it, the clearing where Caleb Vance had been killed. The distance was significant but manageable for someone with a decent scope and steady hands. Good line of sight, she commented to Aaron, who had joined her on the ridge. Crawford remained by the utility vehicle, watching them survey the landscape with the patience of a man accustomed to waiting. When they returned, Ruth had a standard question to ask. I understand this might seem routine, but for our records, could you tell us where you were the morning of the shooting? If he was offended by the question, he didn't show it. Leading youth group at First Baptist. We were preparing for the summer mission trip. About 20 teenagers and 5 other adults were there with me. Pastor Wilkins can confirm it if you need. Ruth nodded, making a note. Does your father still keep any firearms here on the property? He has a collection, Crawford replied. All locked in his gun safe in the study. I don't have the combination. Dad was always particular about his guns, even before the stroke. Said he'd give it to me when I turned 50. His mouth quirked in a half-smile. Still has his sense of humor, even now. Thank you for your time, Mr. Crawford, Ruth said, extending her hand. His grip was firm, honest. Hope y'all find whoever really did it, he replied, glancing in the direction of Blum Orchard. Those little girls deserve to know the truth about what happened to their daddy. Victor Sanchez's property stood in stark contrast to the Crawford Ranch, a modern interpretation of Texas vernacular architecture with clean lines, native landscaping, and thoughtful integration into the natural terrain. Solar panels gleamed on the south-facing roof, while a series of rainwater collection tanks stood like sentries along the western edge of the main house. Beyond the residence, a larger structure with high windows and a covered pavilion suggested a community gathering space rather than typical ranch outbuildings. Sanchez himself waited for them on the front porch, having been notified of their visit by Sheriff Hutchins. He rose as they approached, moving with the careful deliberation of someone managing chronic pain. Despite this, he stood straight, shoulders back, chin lifted, the posture of a man accustomed to being underestimated and determined not to give ground. Rangers Baker and Tate, he greeted them, extending his hand. Victor Sanchez. Sheriff Hutchins called ahead to let me know you'd be stopping by. Ruth noted the firm handshake, the direct eye contact, the measured assessment in his gaze. Sanchez was mid-50s, with salt and pepper hair and beard both neatly trimmed, wearing simple khakis and a button-down shirt rolled to the elbows. Reading glasses hung from a cord around his neck, and an expensive watch, incongruously flashy against his otherwise understated appearance, adorned his left wrist. "Thank you for making time for us, Mr. Sanchez," Ruth said. "We appreciate it." Sanchez gestured to a seating area on the porch, arranged to take advantage of both the view and the natural breeze. "Please sit. Can I offer you water, coffee, or something cold?" They accepted water, and Sanchez settled into a chair with the careful movements of someone familiar with pain. Ruth noticed how he unconsciously rubbed his right knee before focusing his attention on them. "Construction accident," he said with a slight smile, noticing her glance. "Steel beam. 30 years in the business before I sold the company and retired. The body remembers what the mind would prefer to forget." "You have quite a view here," Aaron commented, nodding toward the expanse of hill country visible from the porch, including a section of Blum orchard in the middle distance. "One of the reasons I purchased this particular property," Sanchez agreed. "Though I imagine that view is why you're here today." Ruth nodded. "Your property has one of the better sight lines to where Caleb Vance was killed. We're talking to everyone in the area who might have observed something relevant in the days or weeks before the shooting." Sanchez leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. "I've given this some thought since the sheriff called. There was increased activity around the orchard in the weeks before the event: delivery trucks, security personnel, construction equipment for the stage. Nothing that struck me as suspicious, given the nature of the event they were planning." "Sheriff Hutchins mentioned your community center," Ruth said, gesturing toward the larger building visible beyond the main house. "Could you tell us about the work you do there?" The question seemed to surprise Sanchez slightly, but he nodded. "We provide educational programs and support services for migrant workers and their families. English classes, after-school programs, legal aid clinics with volunteer attorneys from Austin. Basic community support." "Were you at the center the day of the shooting?" Aaron asked. "No. I was at the university that morning, leading a workshop on community organizing and civic engagement. About 30 students and faculty were present. I have the attendance sheet if you need to verify." Ruth made a note. "For our records, Mr. Sanchez, do you own any firearms?" "I do," he replied without hesitation. 2 handguns and a shotgun, all properly registered and secured. I believe in both the right to bear arms and the responsibility that comes with it." "In recent weeks, have you noticed any unusual activity along your property line with the Blums? Trespassing, unfamiliar vehicles, anything out of place?" Sanchez considered this. "Our security cameras did record something about 3 weeks before the shooting. Someone walking the property line at night. We installed the system after some vandalism last year, graffiti on the community center, slashed tires on our van. Would you be willing to share that footage?" Aaron asked. "Of course. Though I should mention, we've already provided it to the FBI agents who came by last week." He reached for his phone. "I can have my assistant email you copies right now." Ruth noted this in her small notebook. "In your opinion, what aspects of this case might investigators be overlooking?" Sanchez took a moment before answering, his expression thoughtful. "I'd consider looking beyond the obvious political angles," he said finally. "While Vance had many political opponents, including myself, most understand that violence only hardens positions and creates martyrs. What happened that day didn't advance any coherent political agenda. it only caused pain and deepened divisions. He paused. In my experience, when violence appears politically motivated but is tactically counterproductive, there's often something more personal at play. The Grayson property had the particular melancholy of a place in transition, no longer a working farm, but not yet whatever it would become next. The mailbox at the entrance to the gravel drive hung askew, no name visible on its rusted surface. The main house, a simple farmhouse that might have been white once but had weathered to the color of bone, stood about 100 yards from the road, its windows dark and empty. Hutchins mentioned Grayson passed last winter, Aaron said quietly, as Ruth parked the Range Rover beside an ancient oak tree. Property's been in probate since. They approached the house cautiously, noting the overgrown yard, the sagging porch steps, the absence of any sign of recent human presence. A padlock secured the front door, its shiny newness incongruous against the weathered wood. "Let's check the outbuildings," Ruth suggested, gesturing toward a barn and several smaller structures visible behind the house. The barn doors stood partially open, just wide enough for a person to slip through. Ruth approached carefully, noting fresh tire tracks in the dry earth, not from a truck or car, but something smaller. ATV, maybe, or a utility vehicle similar to Crawford's. She pulled the door wider, wincing at the screech of rusted hinges. The interior was dim, dust motes dancing in the shafts of sunlight that penetrated through gaps in the weathered boards. The space smelled of old hay, motor oil, and the particular mustiness of a building long unused. "Someone's been here recently," Aaron said, pointing to disturbed dust on a workbench along the far wall. Several items were arranged there, a toolbox, some rags, what looked like gun-cleaning supplies. Ruth was examining these when a voice called from outside. "Afternoon, Rangers. Can I help you with something?" They emerged from the barn to find a man in his 60s, standing beside their vehicle. He wore work clothes, khakis and a button-down shirt with the sleeves rolled up, and carried himself with the quiet authority of someone used to being respected. Carlos Jimenez, Ruth recognized Emmett Blum's estate manager from their previous visit. "We're following up on the Vance investigation. The Grayson property has a clear sight line to where the shooting occurred." Jimenez nodded, his expression neutral. "Mr. Grayson passed away in January. Heart attack, I believe. The Blum family purchased the property from his estate last month, though the paperwork is still being finalized. I check on it twice weekly to prevent vandalism." "We noticed someone's been using the barn recently," Aaron said. "Fresh tire tracks, items on the workbench. The local youth population tends to consider the barn and property an open house for anyone to use as they please," Jimenez said with a hint of resignation. "We've tried complaining to Sheriff Hutchins, but he doesn't have the manpower to patrol it every night. And Mr. Blum doesn't want to waste money on private security, since there's nothing of value to steal. There's a certain responsibility that comes with ownership, isn't there?" Ruth remarked. "Since the barn was used by Vance's killer," Aaron added, "we believe that the shooter must have visited several times to spy out the lie of the land and plan his shot." Jimenez nodded. "I'm aware, and so is Mr. Blum. But again, there was no way we could have known that was going to happen, and Mr. Blum can't be held responsible for what some trespasser did on his property. From what we can see, this property offers an excellent view of Blum Orchard and the event site. Did Herbert Grayson have any particular relationship with the Blums beyond being neighbors?" "There were the usual boundary disagreements over the years," Jimenez said with a small shrug. "Water rights, livestock occasionally crossing property lines. Nothing serious or unusual for adjacent properties in this area. He glanced at his watch. I need to continue my rounds of the Blum properties. Is there anything else you need, Rangers? Not at this time, Ruth replied. Thank you for the information, Mr. Jimenez. As they walked back to their vehicle, Ruth paused to take one last look at the property. The abandoned house, the barn with its partially open door, the ridge beyond that offered a clear line of sight to where Caleb Vance had been killed. She found herself wondering what Herbert Grayson might have said if he'd still been alive to interview. The GPS led them up a winding road into the hills west of town, the pavement eventually giving way to gravel, then to a private drive marked only by a simple stone pillar with M carved into its face. The drive cut through native grasses and clusters of live oak, revealing glimpses of a structure that seemed to emerge from the landscape itself rather than imposing upon it. GD. Morales's home was a striking blend of modernist architecture and natural materials. Limestone walls, vast expanses of glass, a roof that appeared to float above the structure. Solar arrays glinted in the afternoon sun, and a sophisticated rainwater harvesting system funneled into underground cisterns. Beyond the main house, neat rows of organic crops stretched toward the southern property line, while a small orchard of fruit trees created a natural buffer to the east. A security gate barred their progress halfway up the drive. Ruth rolled down her window and pressed the intercom button. Texas Rangers to see Mr. Morales, she announced. We called ahead. After a brief pause, the gate slid open silently. They continued up the drive to where a man waited on the front steps of the house. GD. Morales stood with the relaxed confidence of someone comfortable in his own skin, one hand in the pocket of well-worn jeans, the other lifting in greeting as they approached. He was perhaps 60, though his athletic build and the way he moved suggested someone a decade younger. His silver hair was cut short in a style that hinted at military background, while designer glasses and an expensive watch provided the only visible indications of his financial status. Rangers Baker and Tate, he called as they exited the vehicle. Welcome to Monte Sereno. His accent carried just the faintest trace of South Texas, vowels slightly elongated, consonants softened. Ruth made the introductions as they approached, noting how Morales's handshake was firm but not aggressive, his eye contact direct but not challenging. Impressive property, Aaron commented as Morales led them inside. Thank you. Designed it myself, worked with an architect who specializes in sustainable building. Passive solar, rainwater collection, geothermal heating and cooling. Morales guided them through an open living area where floor-to-ceiling windows framed the hill country landscape like living paintings. Can I offer you something to drink? Water, coffee. They accepted water, and Morales led them to a covered patio overlooking the valley below. From this vantage point, Blum Orchard was clearly visible in the middle distance, including the barn and the clearing where the stage had been erected for Vance's appearance. Remarkable view, Ruth observed, accepting the glass of water Morales handed her. That's precisely why I chose this particular tract, Morales said, settling into a chair across from them. Though I suspect it's also why you're here today. Ruth nodded. Your property offers one of the clearest sight lines to where Caleb Vance was killed. We're talking with all landowners who might have observed something relevant before the shooting. I've been following the news about the Jenkins arrest, Morales said, studying them. I'm curious what brings the Rangers out at this stage of the investigation. We're being thorough, Aaron replied. Making sure we've talked to everyone with a potential vantage point or information that might be relevant. Morales nodded, seeming to accept this. In the weeks before the event, I did notice increased activity around the Blum property. Security personnel, construction of the stage, that sort of thing. Nothing unusual given the nature of the upcoming event. Were you planning to attend Vance's speech? Ruth asked. No. I was in Austin that day for an environmental conference, a panel discussion on sustainable water usage in agricultural settings. The lieutenant governor was there, along with about 60 other attendees who could confirm my whereabouts. We understand you and Emmett Blum have had some disputes over the years, Aaron said. Could you tell us about that? A flicker of annoyance crossed Morales's face. Emmett and I have different approaches to land management, which has led to some legal disagreements. Water rights primarily. My organic operation requires clean water, untainted by the chemicals he uses on his conventional orchard. The county water board has repeatedly ruled in my favor, which Emmett seems to take personally rather than as regulatory compliance. Ruth made a note. For our records, Mr. Morales, do you own any firearms? Yes, he acknowledged without hesitation. 2 handguns, a shotgun, and a hunting rifle. All legally registered and properly secured. I served 20 years in the Marines before retiring and starting my agricultural venture. I maintain proficiency, but haven't actually hunted in years. I found I preferred photographing wildlife to shooting it. Have you noticed any unusual activity along your shared boundary with Blum Orchard? Ruth asked. Trespassing, unfamiliar vehicles, anything out of the ordinary? Morales leaned forward slightly. As a matter of fact, yes. After some previous boundary disputes, I installed security cameras at key points along the property line. They've captured several incidents of trespassing in recent months. Would you be willing to share that footage? Aaron asked. Of course. Morales reached for a tablet on the side table, tapped the screen several times, then handed it to Ruth. These are from my southeast camera, which overlooks the shared boundary with Blum's land. The timestamps are in the corner. Ruth and Aaron studied the footage, which showed several incidents of someone walking the property line, examining the terrain, occasionally taking photographs or notes. Have you reported these trespassing incidents? Ruth asked, returning the tablet. To Sheriff Hutchins, yes. Though I've learned not to expect much action. Morales's expression was resigned rather than bitter. The Blums have considerable influence in this county. In your experience, Mr. Morales, what aspects of this case might investigators be overlooking? Ruth asked. Morales considered the question carefully, his fingers tapping thoughtfully against the arm of his chair. You know, Rangers, in my experience, what looks political on the surface often has deeper personal roots, he said finally. I'd be looking for someone who knows this area intimately and has both the technical skill and a personal stake in the matter. Someone for whom Vance represented something beyond just policy disagreements. He paused. The most dangerous actors aren't those operating from pure ideology. They're those who have wrapped a private wound in ideological language to give it meaning beyond personal pain. Ruth nodded, closing her notebook. Thank you for your time and insights, Mr. Morales. As they stood to leave, Morales offered a final thought. What happened to Caleb Vance and his family was a tragedy. It's mindless violence like that undermines democracy itself and is a blight on this peaceful community. I hope you find the person who did this, Rangers. And when you do, I hope they get what's coming to them. As they walked back to the Range Rover, Ruth's phone vibrated in her pocket. She glanced at the screen. Sack Lambert. Baker, she answered, sliding into the driver's seat as Aaron took the passenger side. There's been another one, Lambert said without preamble, her voice tight with controlled urgency. Mass shooting at a Bible camp. At the words Bible camp, Ruth's heart turned cold. Jake. She thought immediately. Then she berated herself. No, he hasn't even gone yet. That's still 3 weeks away. Text me the location, Ruth said, starting the engine. We're on our way. She put the vehicle in drive, but Lambert's voice stopped her. You're going to have to sit this one out, Baker. It's in Arkansas. That's out of your jurisdiction.
Chapter 16. The seminar room in Hargrove Hall smelled of furniture polish and the lingering ghost of someone's overripe banana. Afternoon sunlight slanted through the Venetian blinds, creating tiger-stripe patterns across the worn oak table where 12 graduate students sat in various postures of academic engagement. A wall clock with a cracked face ticked loudly above the whiteboard, its second hand jerking forward with each mechanical spasm. Charlie Blum shifted uncomfortably in his hard plastic chair, the squeak of its legs against the linoleum floor drawing a sharp glance from Professor Novick. The chair was the industrial kind, molded for some theoretical human body that had never actually existed, with a slick surface that forced him to continually brace against sliding forward. His notebook lay open before him, the page pristine except for the date and class title, Analytical Political Economy 603. The blue lines of the college-ruled paper formed a perfect grid, unmarred by a single note. Outside, a groundskeeper's leaf blower droned, its mechanized whine rising and falling like a distant, troubled animal. A ceiling vent directly above Charlie's head pushed stale, artificially cooled air against his scalp, creating an unpleasant, prickling sensation. Which brings us to Gramsci's conception of cultural hegemony as distinct from the traditional Marxist emphasis on economic determinism, Professor Novick was saying, her voice carrying the smooth cadence of someone who had delivered this lecture dozens of times before. Alicia Chen, seated to Charlie's right, was transcribing the professor's words with religious devotion, her silver-ringed fingers flying across her laptop keyboard. The tiny gold cross at her throat caught the sunlight each time she leaned forward. Mike Donovan slouched opposite Charlie, one finger tapping an irregular rhythm against his Atlanta Braves coffee mug, his patchy attempt at a beard doing nothing to disguise the angry constellation of acne along his jawline. Sanjay Patel maintained his perpetually bemused expression, tilting his head like a curious bird whenever Professor Novick mentioned a new theorist. Had they always been this small? This tiny? This utterly irrelevant? What the fuck am I even doing here? The thought hit Charlie with the force of a physical blow. It was almost laughable, sitting in this sterile academic environment, discussing theoretical power structures when he had actually seized real power. When he had changed history with his own hands. The seminar table with its coffee rings and scratched surface, Professor Novick with her sensible shoes and tenure-track ambitions, these students with their laptops and water bottles and intellectual pretensions, all of it seemed like elaborate props in some absurdist play. A play where everyone recited their lines with deadly seriousness, never realizing it was all meaningless fiction. Once this had been his favorite course. The intellectual stimulation, the exhilarating sense of unveiling the hidden mechanisms that governed society, it had all felt so vital, so urgent. Now it seemed childishly academic, like kindergartners playing with wooden blocks while pretending they were building skyscrapers. None of them understood the world as it truly was. None of them had touched the primal forces that actually shaped civilization. The weight of the .308 Winchester, cold and perfect in his hands. The rifle stock pressed against his shoulder, steadying his aim despite his pounding heart. The crystalline focus as he'd lined up the shot, the world narrowing to nothing but the crosshairs centered on Caleb Vance's throat. The electric surge of power as his finger had squeezed the trigger, the satisfying recoil, the distant spray of red that confirmed he had altered the course of human events forever. That was real power, immediate, visceral, undeniable. Not these dry, abstract theories that changed nothing and affected no one. Charlie's gaze wandered across the cramped room, past the motivational poster showing a mountain climber, persistence, and the framed department award for teaching excellence. Through the window, he could see students crisscrossing the quad, backpacks slung over shoulders, heads bent toward phone screens. The campus coffee cart was doing brisk business, a line stretching past the bronze statue of the university's founder. They all moved through the world with such breathtaking naivety. Study, socialize, stress about papers and deadlines and career prospects. As if any of it mattered. As if they mattered. None of them had the slightest inkling of what it meant to truly affect the world. To send ripples, no, tsunamis, through the fabric of society. Mr. Blum. Charlie startled, the voice cutting through his thoughts like a blade. Mr. Blum, perhaps you'd care to weigh in. Professor Novick was staring at him expectantly, one hand resting on her open book, index finger marking her place. Her steel-gray hair was pulled back in its usual severe bun, and the fluorescent lights reflected sharply off her rectangular glasses. The room had gone silent, and Charlie realized with a jolt that 11 pairs of eyes were now fixed on him. I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? He asked, his voice sounding foreign in his own ears. Too normal. Too ordinary. How could they not hear the difference? Professor Novick's thin lips pressed together in disapproval, creating a network of fine lines around her mouth. Her nostrils flared slightly as she drew in a breath. I asked whether you believe Gramsci's concept of counter-hegemony offers a viable framework for modern resistance movements, given the fragmentation of traditional class identities. There was a faint but unmistakable edge to her voice now. Across the table, Lisa Takahashi smirked behind her hand, clearly enjoying his discomfort. Brendan Walsh tilted his chair back, crossing his arms over his chest, his UCLA sweatshirt stretched tight across his broad shoulders. Professor Novick's favorite pen, a Mont Blanc she'd received upon earning tenure, tapped impatiently against her legal pad. Before, this would have been his moment to shine. He would have referenced Laclau and Mouffe's post-Marxist critique, woven in contemporary examples, name-dropped Zizek and Butler, demonstrated his mastery of the material with the kind of thoughtful, nuanced analysis that had made him a departmental favorite. Now the question seemed almost obscenely irrelevant. Theoretical resistance. Frameworks and concepts. While Caleb Vance's blood had cooled on Texas soil, while August Jenkins rotted in a cell for a deed he hadn't committed, while Charlie's own manifesto circulated through the digital underground, inspiring thousands. I think, he began, feeling a strange sense of detachment from his own words, that Gramsci's framework breaks down when confronted with the speed and scope of modern information channels. The words came automatically, a strange amalgam of his former intellectual self and his new understanding of power. Charlie found himself watching his classmates' reactions with predatory curiosity as he spoke. Alicia nodded encouragingly. Mike's eyes had already glazed over. Sanjay looked thoughtful, tapping his pen against his temple. Counter-hegemonic movements today don't require the gradual cultural shifts he envisioned, Charlie continued, warming to the topic despite himself. They can bypass traditional power structures entirely through direct action. Did they sense the change in him? Could they tell they were sitting mere feet away from someone who had changed history? Or did they just see Charlie Blum, graduate student? Not Void Riot 1312, revolutionary. Not the man who had put a bullet in Caleb Vance's throat and silenced his poisonous rhetoric forever. Professor Novik's eyebrows lifted slightly, suggesting mild approval. An interesting point, Mr. Blum. You're suggesting that digital media has fundamentally altered the mechanisms of resistance. Yes, Charlie nodded, leaning forward, his chair creaking. But more than that, I'm suggesting that actions now speak louder than words ever could. That one decisive act can accomplish more than years of theoretical debate. Something in his tone must have changed because Professor Novik's expression shifted, her head tilting slightly. A strand of gray hair escaped her bun, falling across her forehead. That's quite a departure from your previous positions, Mr. Blum. You've always been such an advocate for discourse and democratic process. The room suddenly felt warmer, the air thicker. Charlie could feel a trickle of sweat working its way down his spine, dampening his shirt. I still am, he said, forcing a smile. Just more pragmatic about how change actually happens. Professor Novik studied him for a moment longer, then nodded, turning to the student beside him. Ms. Chen, would you care to respond? As Alicia launched into a well-rehearsed critique of neo-Gramscian approaches, Charlie slumped back in his chair, his heart hammering against his ribs. The conversation flowed around him like water around a stone, words washing over him without penetrating. That was the most agonizing part of it all. The world still credited August Jenkins with his achievement. The talking heads on television still analyzed Jenkins' motives, his history, his psychological profile. The newspapers still printed Jenkins' name in their headlines. And Charlie, the actual architect of this historic moment, remained anonymous except to those who frequented certain corners of the internet. Only there, in the digital shadows of Discord servers and Reddit threads, was his true identity, or at least his handle, recognized and celebrated. Only there did people understand the significance of what he'd done. Only there was he accorded the respect and admiration he deserved. It wasn't enough. Not nearly enough. Through the window, Charlie could see dark clouds gathering on the horizon, promising an afternoon thunderstorm. The air in the room felt charged, electric, like the moments before lightning strikes. The discussion moved around the seminar table, each student offering their perspective on Gramsci and counter-hegemony. The clock's second hand continued its stuttering journey, each tick reverberating in Charlie's skull. He'd taken the ultimate risk, had committed the ultimate revolutionary act, and most of the world didn't even know his name. Worse, they attributed his courage to someone else, a pathetic, weeping confessor who hadn't even been in the same county when the shot was fired. Charlie had spent countless hours since the shooting trying to devise a way to claim his rightful place in history without surrendering his freedom. There had to be a way to receive the recognition he deserved without ending up in a cell next to Jenkins. After all, he wasn't some common criminal. He was a political revolutionary who had eliminated a dangerous influence on the nation's youth. The artificial light from the overhead fluorescents made everyone look slightly jaundiced, their skin tones tinged with sickly yellow. Outside, the first fat raindrops began to spatter against the windows, distorting the view of the quad. The leaf blower had fallen silent, replaced by the growing percussion of the storm. Charlie's phone vibrated in his pocket, a news alert. Ordinarily, he would never check his phone during class, but the constant buzz of anxiety that had plagued him since the shooting made him reach for it instinctively, sliding it partially out to glimpse the screen. The headline that greeted him sent an electric shock through his system. Breaking Bible camp shooting leaves 6 dead, 11 injured in Arkansas. Charlie's fingers trembled as he slid the phone fully out, hiding it beneath the table's edge as he opened the article, scanning the text with growing disbelief. The shooter reportedly posted online that he was following in Void Riot 1312's footsteps. Quoted directly from the controversial manifesto that circulated after the Vance assassination. Authorities investigating links between the two attacks. A wave of nausea rolled through him, hot and sudden. Void Riot 1312. His handle. His manifesto. His words in the mouth of another killer. But this wasn't a surgical strike against a legitimate political target. This was a Bible camp. Children. Ordinary people. This was exactly the kind of indiscriminate violence he'd explicitly condemned in his manifesto. The phone nearly slipped from Charlie's suddenly clammy fingers. The room tilted around him, Professor Novik's voice fading to a distant murmur beneath the roaring in his ears. The overhead lights seemed to pulse in time with his racing heartbeat, growing brighter then dimmer in nauseating waves. Charlie felt a cold sweat breaking out across his forehead, his stomach clenching and unclenching rhythmically. Alicia shot him a concerned glance, her brows drawing together. Mike had stopped tapping his mug and was staring openly. Without consciously deciding to move, Charlie found himself standing, his chair scraping loudly across the floor. The notebook slid from his lap, pages fluttering as it hit the ground. His pens scattered, rolling in multiple directions. Mr. Blum. Professor Novik had stopped mid-sentence, her chalk poised above the board where she'd been diagramming power relationships. I am not feeling well, Charlie managed, gathering his backpack with wooden hands. I need to excuse me. Mr. Blum, we're in the middle of a... Professor Novik's protest fell on deaf ears as Charlie staggered from the room, his shoulder banging painfully against the doorframe as he passed. The hallway seemed to stretch and contract like something from a nightmare, the institutional beige walls pulsing in time with his vision. The framed faculty portraits lining the corridor watched him with accusatory eyes, their faces blurring as he lurched past. A student coming the opposite way flattened herself against the wall to avoid colliding with him, her startled "Hey!" barely registering. Charlie could taste copper in his mouth, realized he'd bitten the inside of his cheek. The bathroom door loomed ahead, its dull metal push plate reflecting the fluorescent lights in warped patterns. He shouldered it open with more force than necessary, the door banging against the interior wall. The men's room was institutional and stark, white tile floors, gray stall partitions, stainless steel fixtures worn dull from years of use. The chemical pine scent of industrial cleaner barely masked the underlying smell of urinal cakes and stale urine. The mirror above the sink was spotted with water stains and flecks of dried soap. He barely made it to a stall before violently emptying the contents of his stomach, his body convulsing with each heave. His knees hit the cold tile floor, one hand braced against the graffiti-carved partition as he retched again and again, bringing up nothing but bitter acid. The toilet water reflected his contorted face back at him, pale and sweating. Overhead, a faulty light fixture buzzed and flickered, casting the stall in strobing shadows. From a distant stall, the automated toilet flushed with a mechanical roar, startling him into another dry heave. Charlie's mind churned with contradictory thoughts. Horror at the deaths. Rage at the bastardization of his ideas. Fear of being connected to this new atrocity. And buried beneath it all, a shameful, sickening spark of pride that his words had possessed such power, had inspired such action. As the spasms subsided, leaving him weak and shaking, the bathroom door creaked open. Footsteps echoed on the tile, accompanied by voices already in mid-conversation. "Crazy shit, man," a deep voice was saying, the sound bouncing off the tile walls. "My roommate just showed me the news alert. About the Bible camp. Yeah, I just saw it too." The second voice was lighter, with a slight southern accent. "They're saying he was inspired by that Void Riot guy from the Vance shooting." Charlie froze, not daring to move, barely daring to breathe. His knuckles whitened as he gripped the edge of the toilet bowl. "Yeah," quoted directly from that manifesto. "The blood of tyrants line." The deeper voice again, followed by the squeak of a faucet turning. Water splashed into the sink basin. "They're saying he called himself a disciple or something. Left messages all over social media about it." The water shut off. A paper towel dispenser rattled as someone yanked sheets from it. "Fucking insane. A Bible camp. Like, what does that have to do with anything political?" The southern voice again, closer now to Charlie's stall. "I think that's the point, man. This Void Riot dude's whole thing was about how everyone's complicit, right? How the whole system's corrupt, even the religious institutions. So in some fucked up way, it makes sense that his follower would target a church thing." Charlie felt a surge of indignation rise through his nausea. That wasn't his message at all. His manifesto had been precise, targeted, focused on specific mechanisms of oppression and specific figures who perpetuated them. He hadn't advocated for random violence against civilians. He hadn't suggested attacking religious institutions. This disciple had completely misinterpreted his words, had twisted them into something unrecognizable. And yet, the shooter had cited him, had claimed his legacy, had expanded his influence beyond anything Charlie could have imagined. In the most horrific way possible, but still, his ideas were spreading. His name, or at least his handle, was becoming known. "Gotta admit though," the southern voice continued, lowering slightly as if sharing a secret, "there's something kind of fascinating about it. Not the violence, obviously, that's fucked up. But just like the whole phenomenon. Some regular person just deciding they've had enough and taking action." The mirror creaked as someone leaned against it. A zipper rasped, someone adjusting their backpack, perhaps. "Exactly, man. That's why the authorities are so freaked out. They can handle organized groups, known entities. But how do you stop random individuals getting radicalized online? You can't. You think this Void Riot person is going to come forward, claim credit now that they've started a movement?" Charlie's heart rate accelerated, his breath coming in shallow pants. He pressed his forehead against the cool metal partition, eyes squeezed shut. "Honestly, if it were me, I would. Think about it, if you've already done something that could get you the death penalty, and now you've inspired others, why not own it? Become the face of whatever fucked up cause you believe in." Drill. Plus, with social media and everything, they could become like, I don't know, a goddamn legend overnight. Think of how many others would be inspired if this Void Riot person actually stood up and identified themselves. "Yeah, but honestly," the deeper voice continued, "this Arkansas guy already one-upped Void Riot." "How do you figure?" asked his friend. "Well, Void Riot 1312 only killed Vance. One guy. This Avery dude from Arkansas. He took out 6 people and wounded 11 more. That's 17 times the body count. The sink ran briefly. A paper towel dispenser rattled. Shit, you're right, the southern voice agreed. Void Riot 1312's already old news. He might have started this party, but Arkansas Avery definitely upped the game to the next level. It's gonna be next to impossible to beat that. Their voices grew fainter. Unless someone goes even bigger. The bathroom door swung shut with a pneumatic hiss, leaving Charlie alone in the sudden silence. The overhead light continued to flicker, casting alternating patterns of light and shadow across the stained floor tiles. A dripping faucet marked time with metronomic precision. The smell of vomit and disinfectant mingled in Charlie's nostrils as he slowly pushed himself up from the bathroom floor. Outside, thunder rumbled, rattling the small frosted glass window near the ceiling. The storm had arrived in full force now, rain lashing against the building in sheets. From somewhere in the distance, a campus emergency siren began to wail, a tornado warning perhaps. Charlie stood frozen in the stall, his body rigid with a new emotion that eclipsed the nausea that had overwhelmed him moments before. The horror at the deaths remained, yes, but now it was drowned beneath a tsunami of fury. How dare he? How dare this Avery person upstage him and still pretend to be inspired by him? Charlie wasn't some dead messiah to be invoked and then surpassed. He was a living icon. Living being the operative word. He pushed open the stall door, his footsteps echoing on the tile as he approached the mirror. The face that stared back at him was almost unrecognizable. His eyes were bloodshot from lack of sleep, his hair greasy and unkempt. Had he showered since the news broke? He couldn't remember. You need to show them, he whispered to his reflection, his voice strange and hollow in the empty restroom. You need to show the Averys of this world that you're numero uno. The OG at this gig. The idea hit him with the force of a thunderbolt, the revelation so powerful it almost knocked him backward. His heart hammered against his ribs, a physical drumbeat accompanying the cascade of thoughts. I need to show them all, he whispered. Charlie moved to the sink and stared at his reflection in the spotted mirror. His face was pale, dark circles prominent beneath his eyes. A sheen of sweat glistened on his forehead, and his usually neat hair hung in disarray. The fluorescent light cast harsh shadows beneath his cheekbones, making his face look skull-like, almost cadaverous. But his eyes burned with an intensity that hadn't been there before. Something feverish and wild and alive. Charlie splashed cold water on his face, the shock of it bringing the world into sharper focus. He methodically washed his hands, watching the soap swirl down the drain. The paper towel was rough against his skin as he dried his face and hands, the institutional brown paper leaving tiny fibers on his stubbled cheeks. A semi-automatic this time. Something with real firepower, not a hunting rifle. And he knew exactly where to get one.
Chapter 17. The sharp scent of cumin and roasting peppers permeated the air at El Ranchero, mingling with the sizzle of fajitas on cast iron platters and the low murmur of lunchtime conversations. Ruth Baker sat across from Erin in their corner booth, the cracked vinyl seat squeaking beneath her as she shifted her weight. Her chicken fajitas lay mostly untouched, the strips of meat cooling amid multicolored peppers and caramelized onions. A basket of tortilla chips, edges curled and glistening with oil, sat between them, more than half empty thanks to Erin's methodical snacking. Above the horseshoe-shaped bar, 3 flat-screen televisions displayed different channels, one showing a baseball game, another a cooking competition, and the third tuned to CNN. The closed captioning crawled across the bottom of the news screen in stark white letters, lagging slightly behind the images. Ruth's eyes kept drifting to the CNN screen, half watching as she absently twisted her iced tea glass, leaving wet rings on the laminated tabletop. The ice had long since melted, diluting the tea to a pale amber. Aaron was working his way through a massive plate of enchiladas, the kind of meal that would have fed a small family. Unlike her, he never seemed to lose his appetite, no matter how grim their cases got. "How can you eat like that?" she asked, not for the first time in their partnership. Aaron shrugged, a forkful of enchilada suspended halfway to his mouth. "Years of practice. Besides, not eating won't solve the case." He gestured toward her plate with his fork. "You should try it sometime." Ruth opened her mouth to respond when movement on the CNN screen caught her attention. The broadcast had cut to a familiar figure standing at a podium festooned with microphones. The caption identified him: Director Levant, Secret Service, addresses media on Bible camp shooting. "Look," Ruth nudged Aaron's arm, nodding toward the screen. "Levant's back in D.C. already." Aaron glanced up, eyes narrowing as he studied the image. Director Levant looked exactly as he had when he dismissed them at the Vance crime scene, immaculately dressed in a navy suit that probably cost more than Ruth's monthly mortgage payment, silver hair perfectly coiffed, his expression composed and authoritative. "Turn it up on your phone," Ruth suggested, not taking her eyes off the screen. Aaron pulled out his phone, found a news live stream, and set it between them on the table, nudging aside the salsa bowl. Levant's voice came through clearly, mid-response to a question they'd missed. "Investigation continues to progress, but we're confident in our identification of August Jenkins as the sole perpetrator in the Vance assassination. The case remains open as we develop additional evidence, but we're no longer in active manhunt mode." A female reporter's voice cut in. "Director Levant, do you believe there's a connection between yesterday's Bible camp shooting in Arkansas and the Vance assassination?" The shooter reportedly cited someone called Void Riot 1312, who claimed responsibility for killing Vance in online forums. The camera zoomed in slightly on Levant's face, capturing the almost imperceptible tightening at the corners of his mouth, the only crack in his polished demeanor. He leaned into the microphones, one manicured hand gripping the podium edge. "Let me be absolutely clear," Levant said, his tone dripping with condescension. "The Arkansas incident, while tragic, bears no resemblance to the Vance assassination in methodology, target selection, or perpetrator profile. One was a targeted political assassination. The other was, unfortunately, a mass casualty event at a religious facility. Drawing connections between these distinct events is not just irresponsible, it's dangerous." His gaze swept across the assembled reporters, challenging anyone to disagree. A male reporter in the front row raised his hand. "What about this Void Riot person who claims he actually killed Vance, not Jenkins?" The Arkansas shooter specifically mentioned this handle in his social media posts. Levant's expression shifted into something approaching amusement, though his eyes remained cold. "If you're suggesting that we should take at face value what anonymous people post on internet forums, then I have a bridge in Brooklyn I'd like to sell you." A few nervous chuckles rippled through the press corps. August Jenkins confessed. "We have forensic evidence placing him in the vicinity. Everything else is just noise." Without waiting for follow-up questions, Levant straightened his already straight tie. "Thank you all for your time." That's all for now. He turned and walked off, ignoring the shouted questions that followed him. Aaron tapped his phone screen, ending the live stream, and turned his attention back to his plate. Well, that was illuminating. Ruth's fork clattered against her plate as she set it down with more force than necessary. That smug son of a bitch. Easy there, Ranger Baker, Aaron said mildly, though his eyes held a glint of the same frustration. The walls have ears, especially in Texas Tex-Mex joints. Ruth lowered her voice but couldn't keep the edge from it. He knows something's off with the Jenkins confession. He has to. But he's so determined to close the case and move on that he's ignoring obvious connections. To be fair, Aaron said, wiping his mouth with a paper napkin that immediately disintegrated, it is in Arkansas. Way outside our jurisdiction. Since when has jurisdiction ever stopped you from having an opinion? Ruth challenged. Aaron conceded the point with a tilt of his head. And he might be a dick, but he's not entirely wrong about the MO. Being different. Vance was a precisely targeted assassination from long range. One shot, one kill. The Arkansas thing was. He trailed off, face darkening. A massacre, Ruth finished for him. 6 dead, 11 injured. Right. And at a Bible camp, for God's sake. Kids, counselors. No high-profile targets, no political figures. Just random violence. Ruth stared into her watery tea, watching a lemon slice bob at the surface. The restaurant's noise faded as her mind raced, connecting fragments of information, testing theories and discarding them. What if it's not as disconnected as it looks? She asked finally. Jenkins' confession never sat right with me. Too many details that didn't match the evidence. And now this Void Riot person claims they're the real shooter, and suddenly someone else commits a copycat crime. Could be coincidence, Aaron suggested, but his tone lacked conviction. You don't believe that any more than I do. Ruth picked up a chip, broke it in half, and set it back down without eating it. What if Void Riot 1312 really is our shooter? What if Jenkins confessed for reasons we don't understand yet? And what if the Arkansas shooter was inspired by Void Riot's manifesto? Aaron set his fork down, giving her his full attention now. Okay, let's say you're right. How does this help us? We're still officially off the case. Levant made that crystal clear. Officially, sure. Ruth leaned forward, lowering her voice further. But Lambert is still working the case, and she's been feeding us information. And I'd bet good money that she's as skeptical of Jenkins' confession as we are. Aaron's expression shifted to one of careful consideration, the look he got when weighing options that existed in the gray areas of law enforcement protocol. What are you thinking? We work both ends, Ruth said, energy building as the plan crystallized in her mind. We have Agent Raff track Void Riot 1312's location through IP addresses or whatever tech magic he does. Meanwhile, we keep investigating locally, looking at all the possible people we've interviewed to see if any of them could be active on the same forum and might be Void Riot 1312. Aaron's face took on a familiar expression, eyebrows slightly raised, lips pressed together, head tilted just so. Ruth had seen it 100 times over their years together. What? She asked. Why do you have that look on your face? It's the same look you got when I told you we needed to buy a Range Rover instead of buying an American truck. Aaron shrugged, his broad shoulders rising and falling beneath his dark blue shirt. I still think we should get an American truck. But to answer your question, I'm worried that we could end up wasting our time chasing online ghosts instead of tracking down actual flesh and blood suspects. For all we know, this Void Riot 1312 could be some middle-aged woman in her pajamas out in the middle of Asia, or Russia, or Iceland, or anywhere but Texas. The ceiling fan above them spun lazily, barely stirring the air. A server passed with a tray held high, the smell of fresh tortillas momentarily overpowering the other aromas. Through the restaurant's front window, Ruth could see heat rippling off the asphalt of the parking lot. Another normal Texas day, while somewhere families were planning funerals for children. She reached across the table and patted Aaron's stubbled cheek, the familiar gesture grounding her. I love you, big guy, but that's where you're wrong and I'm right. We might not be able to track down exactly who Void Riot 1312 really is, but one thing I'm pretty sure we can track down, or at least Agent Raft can, is where they're posting from. The corner of Aaron's mouth twitched upward, a reluctant acknowledgement. He sighed and shook his head, reaching for his wallet and dropping a few bills on the table. Fine, I know that look. You're not going to let this go. Damn straight, Ruth said, grabbing her jacket from the back of her chair, the leather warm from the restaurant's heat. Now, if you're done chowing down, let's get back to work. Aaron pushed back from the table, the legs of his chair scraping against the terracotta tile floor. He followed her toward the exit, ducking slightly under the decorative string of chili pepper lights. You barely touched your food, he pointed out. Ruth pushed open the heavy wooden door, a blast of hot Texas air hitting her like a physical force after the air-conditioned restaurant. The sun was blinding, forcing her to shield her eyes as she stepped into the parking lot. I'll get something later, she said. Right now, let's go talk to Agent Raft.
Chapter 18. Grace Vance stood in the makeshift green room of the newly constructed stage at Blum Orchard, her fingers smoothing non-existent wrinkles from her cream-colored blazer. The jacket had been Caleb's favorite. He'd always said it made her look presidential. She hadn't worn it since the funeral. Outside, beyond the canvas partition walls, she could hear the steady murmur of the gathering crowd, punctuated occasionally by bursts of applause or shouted greetings as various dignitaries arrived. The sound was simultaneously familiar and surreal. The same location, a similar gathering, but everything fundamentally changed. Mommy, I need to pee again. Grace looked down at Miriam, whose blonde pigtails were secured with red, white, and blue ribbons that exactly matched her patent leather Mary Jane's. At 6, Miriam was still young enough to announce bodily functions without embarrassment. Again? Grace asked gently. We just went 15 minutes ago. I know, but I need to again. Miriam hopped from one foot to the other, her small face screwed up in genuine distress. Esther, standing near the small table of bottled water and untouched pastries, rolled her eyes in the way that 8-year-olds do. Her dark hair had been carefully braided that morning, the plaits wrapped around her head like a crown. She looked so much like Caleb that sometimes it hurt to look at her. Grace took Miriam's small hand in hers. It's okay. Let's go. They slipped out the side entrance of the temporary structure, Grace nodding to the security personnel who flanked the door. So many security people now. Secret Service, FBI, Texas Rangers, local police. The sight of them made her heart ache with the knowledge that they hadn't been there when it mattered most. The nearest restroom was a temporary trailer set up for the event staff, positioned discreetly behind a cluster of apple trees laden with small green fruit. As they approached, Grace could smell the ripening apples mingling with the earthy scent of the orchard. It was a beautiful day, just as it had been when Caleb was killed. Texas October at its finest, the oppressive summer heat finally broken, the sky a perfect, uncaring blue. While Miriam used the restroom, Grace and Esther waited outside. Grace gazed across the orchard grounds, taking in the sea of people still arriving. From this distance, they looked like colorful ants crawling toward a common goal. 3 days ago, she'd stood in almost this exact spot, Caleb's supportive wife, proud of his work but content to remain in the background. Now she was stepping into his spotlight, taking up his mission, becoming the voice he could no longer be. The weight of it pressed on her shoulders, not unpleasantly but noticeably. Like a coat that fit well, but was heavier than expected. "Mom." Esther's voice pulled Grace back to the present. "Yes, sweetie." "Are you scared?" Grace considered lying, then decided against it. "Yes." "A little." Esther nodded, accepting this with the simple wisdom of childhood. No further questions, no need to probe deeper. Just acknowledgement. The bathroom door opened, and Miriam emerged, her face freshly washed, water droplets still clinging to her bangs. "All better," she announced. As they walked back toward the stage area, Grace felt the weight of what she was about to do settle more firmly on her shoulders. It wasn't just about defiance or courage. It was about continuity, about ensuring that Caleb's work she believed in with her whole heart, didn't die with him. Mrs. Henderson met them at the green room entrance, her silver hair neatly coiffed, her pantsuit sensible and understated. "There you are," she said, relief evident in her voice. "The girls' snacks are ready, and Mr. Blum is asking for you. 5 minutes until you're on." Grace nodded, feeling the flutter of nerves intensify in her stomach. "Girls, stay with Mrs. Henderson, okay? I need to speak with Mr. Blum before we go on." "Can't we come with you?" Miriam asked, clinging to the hem of Grace's jacket. "Just for a few minutes, sweet pea. I'll be right back to get you both before we go on stage." Grace found Emmett Blum standing near the stage entrance, his weathered face solemn beneath his Stetson. At 78, he still stood straight and tall, a lifetime of working his land evident in the strength of his handshake. "Mrs. Vance," he said, removing his hat as she approached. "I wanted to thank you again for agreeing to this. I know it can't be easy, coming back here." Grace nodded, glancing past him to the edge of the stage curtain, beyond which she could see a sea of people stretching across the orchard grounds. "How many are there?" "Sheriff's estimating about 5,000, Blum said, following her gaze. "Plus media from all over. Not just national, international too." 5,000. The number staggered her. Caleb's event had drawn maybe 500, and that had felt substantial. The thought of all those eyes on her, all those cameras, made her mouth go dry. "Are you sure about the text of the speech?" Grace asked, more to ground herself than out of genuine doubt. She'd written every word herself, had practiced it until she knew it by heart. "It's your show, Mrs. Vance," Blum said, settling his hat back on his head. "The American way, committee unanimously agreed that you should say whatever you feel needs saying." Grace nodded, smoothing her blazer again. "I should get the girls," she said. "It's almost time." Blum placed a gentle hand on her arm, stopping her. "Your husband was a good man," he said, his voice roughening with emotion. "What happened here? It was a tragedy beyond words. But what you're doing today, he'd be mighty proud. Grace felt tears threaten and blinked them back fiercely. Thank you, Mr. Blum. When she returned to the green room, she found the girls sitting with Mrs. Henderson, carefully eating apple slices and cheese cubes to avoid staining their dresses. The sight of them, so innocent, so unaware of the magnitude of what was about to happen, steadied her. This wasn't just about Caleb anymore. It wasn't even about her. It was about them, about the world they would inherit. Ready, my loves? She asked, extending her hands to them. It's time. Esther nodded solemnly, setting aside her napkin and standing. Miriam looked less certain, but followed her sister's lead. Grace took each of their hands in hers, feeling the small, warm fingers curl trustingly around her own. Remember, she said as they approached the stage entrance, just like we practiced. If you get scared or tired, just squeeze my hand, and Mrs. Henderson will come take you backstage. The girls nodded, their faces suddenly serious with the responsibility of their role. The stage manager, a young woman with a headset and clipboard, gave Grace an encouraging smile. 30 seconds, Mrs. Vance. Grace took a deep breath and closed her eyes briefly. Caleb, she thought, give me strength. Then the announcer's voice boomed across the sound system. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Mrs. Grace Vance and her daughters, Esther and Miriam. The crowd erupted in applause, the sound hitting Grace like a physical force as she stepped onto the stage, a daughter's small hand clutched in each of hers. Camera flashes popped like summer lightning, momentarily blinding her. As her vision cleared, the true scale of the gathering came into focus. They filled the orchard grounds completely, stretching back far beyond where the original forum had been held. Some stood on tractor beds for a better view. Others had climbed trees. Temporary bleachers had been erected along one side, packed with people holding signs. America talks back, VANCE forever. Truth never dies. Dozens of news cameras lined the media area directly in front of the stage, their lenses trained on her. Behind them, satellite trucks with extended masts stood ready to broadcast her words across the nation and beyond. The applause continued, swelling rather than diminishing as she approached the podium. Grace felt Miriam's hand tighten in hers, felt Esther stand a little straighter beside her. When they reached center stage, Grace gently directed the girls to the chairs positioned just behind the podium, where Mrs. Henderson waited to sit with them. The podium itself was solid, made of dark wood with a discreet bulletproof panel. The microphones, at least 6 from different networks, clustered in front of her. Grace placed her speech notes on the slanted surface, though she knew every word by heart. As she looked out over the crowd, the applause finally began to fade, replaced by an expectant hush. In that moment of silence, a single thought filled her mind. This is where he died. Grace gripped the edges of the podium, steadying herself. Then she leaned forward slightly, just as Caleb always had when addressing a crowd, and began to speak. 3 days ago, on this very spot, my husband was murdered while speaking truths that some found uncomfortable. Her voice emerged stronger than she'd expected, carrying clearly through the sound system. He was killed by someone who believed that violence could silence ideas. Someone who thought that by ending a life, they could end a conversation that our nation desperately needs to have. She paused, letting her gaze sweep across the gathered faces, taking in their solemnity, their attention. They were wrong. The simple declaration hung in the air, powerful in its brevity. As Americans, we have never bowed to those who would rule through fear or force. We didn't bow to King George, and when he tried to force us to our knees, we fought and won our independence as a nation. We don't negotiate with terrorists. We don't trade with bullies and dictators. Grace felt a surge of emotion rise in her throat and channeled it into her words, letting her voice rise accordingly. The person who killed my husband was worse than any of these. He was an idiot. The word, so unexpectedly blunt, caused a ripple through the crowd. A stupid, foolish, misguided child of a person, to think that killing Caleb Vance would silence him forever. She glanced back at her daughters, drawing strength from their presence. Caleb Vance was the voice of America. He spoke for all of us, who know right from wrong and aren't afraid to speak the truth out loud. His was the voice of truth and justice, and the American way. This foolish, confused, childish bully thought he could shut up Caleb Vance by shooting his body. Grace leaned forward, her knuckles white against the dark wood. But all he did was show the world how important the truth is, and how important it is to keep speaking it even in the face of bullies and murderers. The crowd had begun to stir, murmurs of agreement rippling outward like waves. Grace could feel the energy building, could sense the shift from somber memorial to something more like a rally. We at American Way have decided that now more than ever, we need to keep talking about the things that Caleb talked about. To that end, the committee has asked that I step in to replace Caleb as the spokesperson for the cause. She paused, drawing a breath that felt like the first real one she'd taken in weeks. I'm here to tell you now that I have agreed to do so. The applause was immediate and thunderous, catching Grace by surprise. She waited for it to subside, feeling a strange lightness spreading through her chest. For the first time since the shooting, she felt something other than grief, purpose, clear and strong. Starting immediately, I will be taking Caleb's place on this tour, which will not only continue as scheduled, but will now be expanded to include as many of the dozens of new invitations as we can manage to fulfill, not only here across the USA, but across the world. More applause, punctuated by cheers. Grace raised her hand slightly, asking for quiet. This message is for all the foolish, child-minded assassins who believe that truth can be silenced with an act of violence, or that peace can ever come from the barrel of a gun. You are wrong. The only way peace can be accomplished is through more plain talking, truth-telling, and mutual empathy, respect, and love. Grace stepped back from the podium, suddenly needing to be closer to her children. She moved to stand between their chairs, placing a hand on each of their shoulders. I do this for my husband's memory, she continued, her voice carrying across the orchard without the need for amplification. For my daughters here beside me, and for America. She smiled then, a genuine smile that surprised her with its warmth. So to the man who thought he could silence Caleb Vance, and to anyone who thinks violence can stop the conversation this country needs to have, I have just 2 words for you. Grace paused, meeting the gaze of the nearest camera directly. Keep talking. The crowd erupted, the applause so loud it seemed to shake the stage. Grace felt Esther stand and slip a small hand into hers. Miriam followed suit, and then the 3 of them were standing hand in hand, facing the crowd together. Overhead, a flock of doves took flight from the orchard trees, startled by the noise. Their wings caught the sunlight as they wheeled against the perfect blue sky, the same sky that had witnessed Caleb's death, now bearing witness to something new. Grace squeezed her daughter's hands, feeling their small fingers press back in response. In that moment, surrounded by thousands of people, yet connected most intimately to just these two, she felt Caleb's presence more strongly than she had since his death. This is right, she thought. This is what he would want. The applause continued, showing no signs of fading. Grace stood a little straighter, lifted her chin a little higher. She had been the wife of Caleb Vance, and she would always carry that honor. But now, she was also something else, something of her own making. She was the voice that would not be silenced. She held up her hand, asking for quiet, and was about to say something when a glint of light reflecting off metal caught her eye and saw a shape approaching from off to the side. A dark, man-shaped shadow that coalesced into something she knew better than she wished she did, and had never dreamed she would see again so soon. No, she thought, it can't be. Not again.
Chapter 19. The glow of laptop screens cast the motel room in a spectral blue light. Ruth Baker sat cross-legged on one of the double beds, the cheap polyester comforter bunched beneath her, a stack of printouts spread around her like fallen leaves. Aaron had claimed the room's only chair, which protested with a plastic squeak whenever he shifted his weight. Agent Abigail Raft hunched over her computers at the small desk by the window, her fingers tapping at keys with the fluid speed of a concert pianist. The digital clock on the nightstand read 11:42 p.m. They'd been at it for hours. "Got 'em, Nit," Raft muttered, pushing away from the desk and rubbing her eyes. "This guy knows what he's doing." "Void Riot 1312, Ruth said, tasting the name. It felt strange in her mouth, like a foreign language. "You're sure it's a he?" "Most of these types are," Raft said with the weariness of someone who'd seen the pattern too many times. "But no, not sure. Just probability." The air conditioner beneath the window rattled and wheezed, struggling against the lingering October heat. Ruth had long since shed her jacket, rolled up her sleeves. Even Aaron had loosened his collar, uncharacteristically casual. "Maybe you should see this," Aaron said, turning his tablet toward Ruth. Grace Vance made her first public appearance since the shooting. Back at Blum Orchard. Ruth looked up from her notes. "Already? It's only been 3 days." Aaron nodded, his expression somewhere between impressed and concerned. Full speech, taking her husband's place on the speaking tour. Going full steam ahead. He tapped the screen, and a video began to play. The sound was low, but Ruth could make out Grace Vance's voice, stronger than she'd expected, declaring that her husband's killer was an idiot if he thought he could silence the message by killing the messenger. "Brave woman," Ruth murmured. "The response has been incredible," Aaron said, scrolling through news reports. 5,000 people showed up in person. The live stream had over 2 million viewers. "Keep Talking" is trending worldwide. Ruth nodded, genuinely impressed by Grace's courage, but her mind was already circling back to the case. Raft anything new? The FBI tech specialist shook her head, her short blonde hair catching the blue light. VPN upon VPN, routed through at least 3 different countries that I can trace. Whoever this is, they're taking extreme precautions. "Can you get past it?" Ruth asked. "Not without legal leverage. We'd need a bench warrant compelling the hosting services to reveal the user data." Raft sighed. "Even then, it's a long shot. The posts were made through multiple anonymous accounts." Ruth reached for her phone. "I'll call Ben." Captain Benjamin Miller answered on the 4th ring, his voice thick with sleep. Baker, do you know what time it is? Sorry, Ben. We need a warrant. Void Riot 1312 is hiding behind some serious digital walls. Miller's sigh came through clearly. What kind of warrant? The kind that forces a hosting service to reveal user data. Which hosting service? Ruth glanced at Raft, who held up a notepad. Cybernest. Servers in Nevada. Cybernest, Ruth relayed. Servers in Nevada. There was a long pause on the other end. Nevada's out of our jurisdiction, Baker. Way out. Ben's. Not to mention, we have exactly zero legal standing here. The Vance case is closed, FBI has their man. What am I supposed to tell a judge? That 3 Texas Rangers think they know better than the Secret Service and FBI combined. Ruth pressed her fingers against her temple, where a headache was beginning to pulse. What if I can get FBI backing? Someone higher up than local. Miller's laugh was short and humorless. Good luck with that. Call me when you've got something concrete. And Baker. Don't make a mess, I'll have to clean up. The line went dead. Ruth dropped her phone on the bed and looked at Aaron. No go from Ben. Aaron nodded, unsurprised. Lambert. Worth a shot. Ruth scrolled through her contacts, found Lambert's number. The FBI assistant special agent in charge had been a valuable back-channel ally, even as her boss Levant had shut them out of the investigation. After 5 rings, the call connected. Agent Lambert. It's Ruth Baker. Sorry for the late call. Ranger Baker. Lambert's voice was carefully neutral. What can I do for you at this hour? Ruth outlined their situation, keeping it concise. Lambert listened without interruption until Ruth finished by asking about the warrant. The silence that followed stretched uncomfortably long. I can't help you with this, Ranger Baker. Lambert's voice had dropped, almost a whisper. The case is closed. Jenkins confessed. The media has moved on to Arkansas. But if Void Riot 1312 is the real shooter? Listen to me very carefully. Lambert cut her off. The Bureau has officially closed the Vance case. The last thing anyone wants right now is even a whisper that we might have the wrong man in custody. Do you understand what I'm saying? Ruth understood perfectly. Lambert was telling her that politics had trumped truth. Got it, Ruth said, her jaw tight. Thanks anyway. Baker, Lambert said, her tone softening slightly. Be careful. The line went dead. Ruth set her phone down more gently this time. Let me guess, Aaron said. No warrant. Politics, Ruth confirmed, the single word carrying all her disgust. Raft pushed away from her computer, stretching her arms over her head. So we're out of options then. Ruth crossed to the window, pulling the cheap curtain aside. The motel parking lot was mostly empty, a few scattered vehicles gleaming under the yellow security lights. Beyond, the highway stretched dark and empty. She let the curtain fall back. There has to be something else we can try, she said, turning to face the room. Raft, is there anything you can tell us definitively about Void Riot 1312? Anything at all. The FBI tech specialist tapped her fingers against the desk, thinking. Well, there is one thing I could try. It's a long shot, but we've had some success with it on other cases. What's that? Aaron asked. Advanced linguistic analysis. AI algorithms that can extract patterns from the way someone writes, word choice, sentence structure, punctuation habits, the works. It won't tell us who Void Riot 1312 is, but it might give us a profile. Ruth arched an eyebrow, skeptical. You can tell that much from how someone writes. You'd be surprised, Raf said. The way we communicate is as unique as a fingerprint. Especially online, when people think they're anonymous and let their guard down. Ruth exchanged a look with Aaron, who shrugged. Worth a try, I guess. Do it, Ruth nodded to Raft. Aaron and I will grab some coffee. This is going to be a long night. The motel's vending area was a small alcove next to the ice machine, illuminated by a single flickering fluorescent tube. The coffee machine looked ancient, its plastic yellowed with age. Ruth fed it quarters one by one, watching the thin, watery liquid dribble into a paper cup. You really think this linguistic analysis thing will help? Aaron asked, leaning against the wall. No idea, Ruth admitted. But I'm fresh out of better options. The coffee machine gurgled as it finished dispensing. Ruth handed the cup to Aaron and started feeding quarters for a second cup. Outside, a truck pulled into the parking lot, its headlights briefly illuminating the alcove before shutting off. The door slammed and boots crunched on gravel. A moment later, a man in a cowboy hat rounded the corner, headed straight for the ice machine. He nodded to Ruth and Aaron as he grabbed the plastic ice bucket and shoved it under the dispenser. Evening, he said, his Texas drawl thick and friendly. Ruth nodded back. The motel's paper-thin walls had already informed them of the party happening in the room next to theirs. Music, laughter, occasional thumps against the shared wall. The cowboy's phone buzzed. He pulled it from his pocket, grinned at whatever message he saw, and typed a quick response. As he pocketed the phone, a woman's voice carried from the direction of his room. Hurry back, Murray, the kitten's gettin' cold. The cowboy's smile widened. He tipped his hat to Ruth and Aaron, ice bucket now full, and headed back toward his room with a slight spring in his step. Aaron frowned, watching him go. They have a kitten in there. Ruth gave him an impassive look as she collected her coffee cup. No red-blooded Texan woman be caught dead traveling without her kids. Aaron stared at her, brow furrowed in confusion. Ruth could almost see the wheels turning in his head, but the connection wasn't clicking. Before he could ask a follow-up question, Agent Raft appeared in the alcove doorway, her expression animated with fresh excitement. You guys need to see this. Back in their room, Raft had set up her laptop at the small round table that served as both a desk and dining area. She gestured for Ruth and Aaron to look at the screen. The algorithm went through every post made by Void Riot 1312 on the forums and analyzed the writing patterns. It then compares those patterns against known demographic and psychological markers. Ruth set her coffee down and leaned over the laptop. On the screen was a detailed profile, broken down into sections: demographic likelihood, educational background, psychological traits, political leanings, potential motivations. She read through it quickly, then more carefully a second time. Certain phrases jumped out at her. Male, 18-25 years old, college educated, narcissistic tendencies, likely from affluent background, history of feeling marginalized despite privilege, desperate to prove intellectual superiority. This is good, Ruth murmured. Really good. She pulled out her phone and scrolled through her contacts until she found the number for Dr. Miles Chambers, the FBI behavioral analyst she'd spoken to earlier in the investigation. It's almost midnight, Aaron pointed out. Profilers keep weird hours, Ruth said, hitting call. To her surprise, Dr. Chambers answered almost immediately. Chambers. Doctor. Chambers, this is Ranger Ruth Baker. We spoke about the Vance case. Ah, Ranger Baker. Still pursuing your alternative theories. Ruth could hear the smile in his voice, not mocking, but knowing. Something like that. I wanted to run a profile by you, see if it matches what you told me before. Go ahead. Ruth read off the key points from Raft's analysis. When she finished, there was a pause on the other end. That's remarkably accurate, Dr. Chambers said finally. Almost identical to the profile I developed based on the physical evidence. Ruth felt a surge of validation. So you don't believe Jenkins is the shooter? There was another pause, longer this time. You know I can't answer that, Ranger Baker. That's fine, Ruth said, understanding what wasn't being said. Thank you. She ended the call and looked at Aaron and Raft. The profile matches what Chambers told me about the real shooter. Not Jenkins. Aaron nodded slowly. So now what? Ruth stared at the screen, the pieces fitting together in her mind. So now we... Oh. Aaron exclaimed suddenly, his face lighting up with delayed understanding. You mean kitten as in? He stopped mid-sentence, suddenly aware of Raft's presence, both women now staring at him. Never mind, he said sheepishly. I get it. Ruth turned her attention back to Agent Raft. I need you to run one more analysis. What kind of analysis? Raft asked, fingers poised over the keyboard. Ruth told her. As Raft nodded and asked a question, Aaron's phone buzzed. Ruth heard him take the call, then draw in a sharp breath. Her hackles rose. She knew what that meant, trouble. She held up a hand to Raft, forestalling the question the agent had just asked and waited for Aaron to hang up. When he looked at her, his eyes had that look. We gotta go. Now. What's up? She asked, picking up her phone from where she'd set it down on the table. That was Sheriff Hutchins. We got another shooting. And this one's bad, way worse than the Vance killing, maybe even worse than Arkansas. Agent Raft was also grabbing her coat as she followed in their wake, all three of them talking as they went up the hallway, past the closed door of their neighboring suite with the loud music and laughter coming through the walls, and then down the stairs to their cars parked in the lot below. Don't tell me it's out of state, please, Ruth said as she unlocked the Range Rover and got in. Nope, Aaron said, sliding in beside her. Agent Raft got in the back seat without waiting to be invited, and Ruth acknowledged her with a slight nod. Right here in Blum Orchard, Aaron said. Ruth gunned the engine and floored it. Chapter 20. The Range Rover barreled down the two-lane highway, tires humming against sun-baked asphalt. Ruth guided the vehicle with sure control, her mind racing faster than the speedometer. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the road, turning the surrounding farmland golden as it began its slow descent toward the western horizon. Aaron sat beside her, one hand braced against the dashboard, his expression grim. In the backseat, Agent Raft clutched her laptop case to her chest, the young FBI tech specialist looking both terrified and exhilarated by Ruth's driving. The air inside the vehicle felt charged with urgency. Ruth had the air conditioning running full blast, but it did little to dispel the heat of anticipation and dread that had settled over them since Sheriff Hutchins' call. How much further to Blum Orchard? Raft asked, leaning forward between the front seats. About 10 minutes if Ruth keeps driving like this, Aaron replied, glancing at his partner with a mixture of respect and concern. Ruth kept her focus on the road, her thoughts circling around what they might find at Blum Orchard. Another shooting. Another tragedy. And somehow, she felt certain, connected to the first. The pieces were there, waiting to be assembled. Jenkins' dubious confession, Void Riot 1312's online manifesto, the Arkansas copycat, and now this. A sheriff's cruiser appeared on the horizon, heading toward them. The vehicle flashed its lights as it approached. "That's Hutchins," Ruth said, easing off the accelerator. She guided the Range Rover onto the gravel shoulder as the cruiser performed a U-turn behind them, dust billowing around its tires. Both vehicles came to a stop on the roadside, heat rising in visible waves from the asphalt. Sheriff Hutchins emerged from his cruiser, pushing his hat back slightly as he approached. His uniform was crisp despite the heat, but the circles under his eyes told of sleepless nights. He moved with the deliberate pace of a man, accustomed to delivering difficult news. Ruth stepped out of the Range Rover, the afternoon heat hitting her like a physical force after the air-conditioned interior. Aaron and Agent Raft followed, gathering around her as Hutchins approached. "Rangers," he greeted them with a nod. "Agent Raft." "Sheriff," Ruth acknowledged. "We're on our way to Blum Orchard." "What's the situation?" Hutchins removed his hat, wiping his forehead with the back of his hand before replacing it. His face held an odd expression, not the grim determination she would expect from someone coming from an active shooting scene, but something more complex. "That's why I flagged you down," he said. "You don't need to go to Blum Orchard anymore." Ruth studied his face, trying to decipher his meaning. "What about the shooting?" "We have that one under control," Hutchins replied, gesturing vaguely back the way he'd come. It was just a group of pro-Palestine protesters using a terrorist threat to create confusion and disrupt Grace Vance's speech and press conference. A flock of grackles rose from a nearby field, their harsh calls momentarily drowning out the distant hum of traffic. Ruth watched them wheel against the sky before returning her attention to Hutchins. The new private security that the Vance family now has, thanks to chairperson of their board Emmett Blum, identified the threat early, Hutchins continued. They were able to apprehend the suspects before they could be seen or heard by the crowd. Aaron squinted against the sun. "A false alarm." One of them managed to call in the threat to 911 that triggered the alert, Hutchins explained, scratching at the stubble on his chin. "We've already rescinded it." Ruth processed this information, the tension in her shoulders easing slightly. No casualties. No bloodshed. Yet something about Hutchins' demeanor suggested there was more to the story. What were they trying to achieve? She asked, watching a bead of sweat trace its way down Hutchins' temple. A panic in that crowd could have been catastrophic. People could have been trampled. Hundreds could have been hurt, Hutchins agreed, his expression darkening. And they're going to be slapped, with so many charges, they're going to wish they had never entered this country illegally. The statement hung in the air for a moment. A semi-truck roared past on the highway, momentarily drowning out all other sound. "Illegally," Aaron repeated when the noise subsided. Hutchins nodded, satisfaction evident in his posture. Most of their documentation is sketchy, and only 2 of them had actual student IDs. Ruth recognized the familiar pattern, a narrative that would play well with certain segments of the local population, regardless of its accuracy. Paid activists and rabble-rousers posing as students. "You said it," Hutchins agreed, his eyes crinkling at the corners as he regarded her. We've got ICE and Border Patrol arriving within the hour to take them into custody. The afternoon heat pressed down on them, the air thick with humidity and the scent of sun-baked earth. A hawk circled lazily overhead, riding thermals in an endless spiral. "So that's it?" Ruth asked, sensing there was more to this story than a foiled protest. Hutchins shifted his weight, his boots crunching on the gravel shoulder. "Not quite. That's why I pulled you over. We have something else brewing I'd like your help on, if that's okay." He gestured toward his cruiser, as if the issue might be physically contained within it. "Most of my force is still busy securing the Grace Vance event, and the few hands left on deck are taking care of the usual petty calls we get in a college town." Aaron wiped sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. "The event isn't over yet." A genuine smile broke across Hutchins' face, transforming his weathered features. Officially, it was supposed to be over. He consulted his wristwatch, the metal catching the afternoon sun, an hour ago. "Last I heard, the line of people waiting to see Grace Vance and sign up for the Keep Talking initiative was over 1,000 strong." Pride tinged his voice as he continued. "She said she won't be going home until she's shaken hands with every last one who signs up today and thanks them personally. That woman's a phenomenon." He looked back toward Blum Orchard, though it was hidden from view by the rolling landscape. If that shooter thought he could silence democracy by killing Caleb Vance, he was dead wrong. He's only passed the torch onto another even stronger torchbearer. Ruth thought back to their meeting with Grace Vance, the quiet dignity and unexpected strength she'd sensed in the grieving widow. "We met her. She's quite a woman. I could see her as the next, well, you name it. Governor, president, she could probably run the world if she set her mind to it." Aaron nodded, his expression thoughtful. "And she'd do a darn sight better job than most of the governments running it now." A moment of silence followed, broken only by the distant call of birds and the occasional vehicle passing on the highway. The Texas landscape stretched around them, farmland interspersed with patches of woodland, all baking under the relentless sun. "Tell us about this new threat, Sheriff," Ruth prompted, bringing them back to the matter at hand. Hutchins removed his hat again, running a hand through his thinning hair before replacing it. The gesture seemed to help him collect his thoughts. "As you know, this is a small community and most folks are close-knit," he began. "They talk to one another, and since the Caleb Vance murder, they've been talking even more, a lot more. We've had a couple of meetings with parents' groups and other citizen groups and asked for the community's help." Ruth studied his face, noting the lines that seemed to have deepened since the shooting. "To identify the possible shooter." "That too," Hutchins confirmed, squinting against the afternoon glare. "But mostly to try to keep an eye out for other possible copycats." He swept his arm in a wide arc, encompassing the surrounding countryside. "You know how these political things can be. One person with a rifle kills someone he disagrees with, and before you know it, a dozen others are thinking, hell, maybe this is my chance to put down that loud-mouthed so-and-so that's been spouting trash for too long. And maybe if they do it right, they'll blame the Caleb Vance shooter for it too." Aaron leaned against the Range Rover, the metal hot to the touch even through his shirt. "That happens a lot more than people think. The copycat murders don't always get publicized because the victims aren't as famous as the Caleb Vances of the world, but it happens." A dragonfly hovered nearby, its iridescent wings catching the sunlight before it darted away. Ruth watched its erratic flight, her mind connecting patterns, possibilities. "So you have some actionable intel on other possible shooter wannabes?" she asked, returning her focus to Hutchins. "We do," he confirmed, hooking his thumbs in his belt loops. And we've already managed to cut off a couple of them. Just misguided folks with a long-held grudge and at least one long-standing personal feud. You know how those can get around here. I sure do, Ruth said, thinking of her own hometown and her late husband's family, which she sometimes thought had built their entire fortune on the ill-gotten gains from feuds over generations. She studied the sheriff, taking in the subtle signs of stress and fatigue beneath his professional demeanor. Sounds like you've got that pretty much in hand, Sheriff. What do you need us for? Hutchins glanced toward Agent Raft, who had been quietly observing their exchange. Something in his expression shifted, uncertainty, perhaps, or a reluctance to share information with a federal agent present. Well, I've got one that I don't quite know what to do with, he said finally. In fact, I can't say as I understand it fully myself. I was hoping maybe you, and the nice technical person from the feds, might be able to help us out. Agent Raft stepped forward, her professional demeanor tempering her youth. The sun highlighted the blonde strands in her hair as she moved from the Range Rover's shadow. Glad to be of help, Sheriff. That's what we do. We're here to assist local law enforcement. Keep talking, Sheriff, Ruth encouraged, her interest piqued by his hesitation. Hutchins lowered his voice, despite the empty landscape surrounding them. Well, I'd prefer if you keep this under wraps, but we've been tracking the online activity of some young people in the community. Aaron raised his eyebrows, the gesture speaking volumes. Hutchins sighed, the sound heavy with frustration. Yes, I know. Invasion of privacy, violation of civil rights, blah blah, but it's not that simple. His voice took on a defensive edge as he continued. These are underage minors. They're living in their parents' houses. They're using devices paid for and bought by their parents. The internet connection is also paid for by their parents. And the servers they're posting on in this case are locally owned and operated, also by members of the community who volunteered to cooperate. The words came faster now, fueled by a passion that transformed his entire bearing. Unlike some of those overseas server farms that encourage and allow American kids to post whatever filth and poison they want, even criminal behavior and child porn and pedophiliac activities, these are local Texas homegrown folks who just want to do the right thing. Agent Raft shifted uncomfortably, her professional training clearly at odds with Hutchins' approach. Sheriff, I still don't think that qualifies you to invade the privacy of. Got 'em it, young lady. Hutchins interrupted, his face flushing beneath his tan. We're trying to save lives and prevent another tragedy here. Don't lecture me about God-darn civil rights. Caleb Vance had rights too. So does every other person living here. His voice rose with emotion. That's the problem with you feds and the whole stinking system. You'd rather protect a criminal's civil rights than do something that would save an innocent citizen's life. Ruth moved slightly, positioning herself between the two without being obvious about it. Cool down, Sheriff, she said, her tone calm but firm. Agent Raft is just eager, that's all. The young FBI agent's cheeks colored, though whether from embarrassment or anger was difficult to tell. I wasn't meaning to criticize, she said, visibly composing herself. I was just trying to tell you that. She paused, then shook her head. Never mind. I get it. I come from a small town too, just like this one in Idaho. Grew up on a farm. I understand where you're coming from. Hutchins regarded her for a long moment, then nodded, accepting the olive branch. The tension in the air eased slightly, though it didn't dissipate entirely. Well then, let me finish, he said, his tone moderating. Go on, Sheriff, Ruth prompted. Hutchins cleared his throat, seemingly gathering his thoughts. We believe there's a group of young people who have been inspired by the posts of some anonymous person called Void Riot 1312, Ruth supplied, the name sending a ripple of anticipation through her. Hutchins pointed at her, surprise evident in his expression. That's the one. We're trying to track down that one too, she said, exchanging a significant look with Aaron and Agent Raft. The sheriff's face lit up with newfound interest. Well, we might be able to help with that. We think he or she or they might be a member of our own community. Ruth felt her pulse jump as she registered the implications of his words. The familiar thrill that came when she sensed a potential breakthrough in a case, one that would lead straight to a killer. Tell us all about it, Sheriff, she said, unable to keep the excitement from her voice. In fact, tell Agent Raft all about it, she's the tech whiz here. Maybe if we pool our resources and you put your citizen watch in touch with her, we could figure this whole thing out right here and now and go nab ourselves a killer before he strikes again.
Chapter 21. Charlie Blum drove slowly up the winding dirt road that led to his father's hunting cabin, the tires of his truck occasionally slipping on the loose gravel. The dense pine trees crowded close to the narrow track, their branches scraping against the sides of the vehicle like skeletal fingers. It was mid-afternoon, but deep in these woods, the shadows were already lengthening, creating pools of darkness between the trees. 70 miles from Blum Orchard, the cabin sat in splendid isolation, perched on a ridge overlooking a small, nameless lake. Charlie had been coming here since he was a child, first for family hunting trips, then later with his father and uncle for men-only weekends of shooting, drinking, and talking shit about the orchard business. Now the cabin would serve a different purpose, a purpose that would make his manifesto more than just words on a screen. He parked the truck in the clearing in front of the cabin and killed the engine. For a long moment he sat in silence, listening to the ping of the cooling metal and the rustling of leaves in the light breeze. His pulse was steady, his breathing calm. This was just another step in the plan, nothing to get excited about. The cabin was a sturdy structure of logs and stone, with a wide porch wrapping around three sides. Solar panels on the roof powered the basic amenities inside: lights, a small refrigerator, and most importantly, the security cameras that his father had installed last year after a break-in at the neighboring property. Those cameras were Charlie's main concern. They were motion-activated and connected to an app on his father's and uncle's phones. If they detected movement, they'd send an alert, along with images. Charlie couldn't risk being identified. He reached into the glove compartment and pulled out the balaclava he'd brought for just this purpose. Black wool with openings only for his eyes and mouth. It would do the job. He'd considered gloves too, but dismissed the idea almost immediately. His fingerprints were already all over the cabin and the gun locker from previous visits. Besides, he wasn't concerned about law enforcement, only about keeping his family from discovering what he was up to until it was too late to stop him. As he sat contemplating his next move, his phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket, then again and again. Charlie frowned, pulling it out to see a stream of notifications lighting up the screen. All from Discord, all on the server where he'd posted his manifesto as Void Riot 1312. Something was happening. He tapped the app and the screen filled with comments, dozens of them, all posted in the last few minutes. Charlie scrolled quickly through them, trying to make sense of the sudden activity. They seemed to be responding to a new post, one made by a user he didn't recognize, Holy Vengeance 88. Charlie tapped on the original comment and began to read. The time for manifestos has ended. Void Riot 1312 has shown the way with words. Arkansas Avery demonstrated with action. Now we, the collective, will surpass them both. We are not one person but many, united in purpose against the imperialist fascist state that calls itself the USA. Today, we will recreate in microcosm the suffering inflicted on Gaza, bringing the reality of genocide to American soil. With weapons sufficient for a small war, we will hold siege to a central institution in our community, demonstrating the daily horror faced by innocent Palestinians under the brutal Israeli occupation. The siege will continue until America forces Israel to cease fire, withdraw completely, and abandon its illegal occupation. From the river to the sea, Palestine must be free. Globalize the Intifada. The revolution begins today, and blood will flow until justice prevails. Charlie read the message twice, his irritation growing with each word. Who the hell did these people think they were? This was his forum, his manifesto. He'd started this. Arkansas Avery had followed his lead, not the other way around. And now these posers thought they could hijack his movement for their own agenda. He scrolled through the comments, his anger mounting. Users were rallying behind Holy Vengeance 88, praising the courage of the collective, speculating about their target. Some were even suggesting that the collective and Void Riot 1312 were working together, that this was all part of some grand, coordinated plan. "Goddamn vultures," Charlie muttered, tossing the phone onto the passenger seat. He hadn't spent months developing his ideology, crafting his manifesto, and planning his actions just to have some random extremists steal his thunder. He needed to move quickly now, to regain control of the narrative before they upstaged him. He pulled the balaclava over his head, adjusting it so he could see clearly through the eye holes. The wool was scratchy against his skin, already making him sweat despite the cool air. As an afterthought, he reached for his personal handgun, a Glock 19 that his grandfather Emmett had given him for his 18th birthday. For protection, the old man had said with a wink and a nudge. Charlie checked the magazine and chambered a round, then tucked the gun into his waistband at the small of his back. Better to be prepared just in case. He stepped out of the truck, the pine needles cushioning his footsteps as he approached the cabin. The wooden steps of the porch creaked under his weight, a sound so familiar from his childhood that it sent a pang of nostalgia through him, quickly suppressed. This wasn't about memories. This was about the future. At the door, Charlie hesitated. He had a key in his pocket his father had given him 1 year ago, but using it would undermine his cover story of a random break-in. Instead, he moved to a window on the side of the cabin, picked up a rock from the landscaping, and smashed the glass. The sound of breaking glass seemed deafening in the quiet of the forest. Charlie waited, half expecting alarms to sound, but there was only silence. Carefully, he reached through the broken window, avoiding the jagged edges, and unlocked the latch. The window slid open smoothly, and Charlie hoisted himself up and through, landing softly on the hardwood floor inside. The cabin was cool and dark, smelling of pine and old leather, and the lingering smoke from the last fire his father had built in the stone hearth. Charlie stood still for a moment, letting his eyes adjust to the dimness. The main room was just as he remembered it, a large open space with rustic furniture, a stone fireplace, mounted deer heads and fish on the walls, and framed photos of family hunting trips. He knew he was on camera now. The security system would be silently transmitting images to his father and uncle. They'd be calling the police any minute, if they hadn't already. He needed to move quickly. Charlie strode across the room and down the short hallway to his uncle's bedroom, where the gun locker was kept. The massive metal safe stood against the wall, its digital keypad glowing faintly in the dim room. Charlie stared at it, considering his options. Breaking into it would be difficult, perhaps impossible without specialized tools. And he didn't have the time to figure it out. The police could be here in 15 or 20 minutes, despite the remote location. He'd have to use the code, even though it would immediately reveal to his family that this was an inside job. Damn it, he muttered, punching in the 6-digit combination, his grandmother's birthday, because his uncle was sentimental like that. Each beep of the keypad felt like a signature, like he was writing his name across the crime scene. But what choice did he have? The lock clicked and the heavy door swung open to reveal the arsenal within. Charlie's eyes immediately locked onto the AR-15, its sleek black form nestled in foam padding. He lifted it reverently, feeling its weight, the cold metal warming to his touch. He ran his fingers along the barrel, admiring its deadly precision. This was power concentrated and refined. This was his future. "Hello, beautiful," he whispered, checking the weapon expertly. His father had taught him well. He'd been handling guns since he was 10 years old, learning to respect their power and master their use. Those lessons were about to pay off in ways his father had never intended. Working methodically, Charlie selected ammunition for the AR-15, along with a Glock 19, a Remington shotgun, and several boxes of shells and magazines. He packed everything carefully into the duffel bag he'd brought, arranging them to minimize noise when he moved. The familiar routine of handling the weapons calmed him, focusing his thoughts. His phone vibrated in his pocket again. Charlie glanced at his watch. Only 5 minutes had passed since he entered the cabin, but it felt like much longer. He pulled out his phone to check the Discord notifications that were still coming in. What he saw made his blood run cold. Holy Vengeance 88 had posted again, and this time they'd included what appeared to be a cryptic code, a series of numbers and letters that Charlie recognized instantly as the GPS coordinates for Blum Orchard. His town. His territory. The message below the coordinates was clear. The collective begins its peace protest at the municipal building downtown. T-minus 30 minutes. Blum Orchard rising from the river to the sea. No, Charlie whispered, his heart suddenly hammering in his chest. No, 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 these bastards were going to attack his town. They would steal his thunder, erase his legacy before he'd fully established it. Nobody would remember that he was the one who killed Caleb Vance. They'd assume it was part of this collective's campaign all along. With trembling fingers, he typed a response under his Void Riot 1312 handle. This action is unauthorized and unwelcome. Blum Orchard is MY territory. Stand down immediately or face consequences from the original architect of this movement. You are not the revolution, you are parasites feeding off my vision. He hit send and waited, staring at the screen, willing them to respond, to back down. 13 minutes had passed since he broke in. He needed to leave soon, but he couldn't tear his eyes from the phone. The collective had to understand that they couldn't just step into his territory, couldn't steal what he had built. The distant wail of sirens broke his concentration. Shit. Charlie looked up, suddenly aware of how much time had passed. Through the window, he could see flashing lights approaching through the trees, far closer than he'd anticipated. His father must have called the state police immediately after receiving the security alert, and they must have had a patrol car in the area. Charlie shouldered the duffel bag and moved toward the door, then hesitated. Through the window, he could see a single police cruiser pulling up, lights flashing but siren now silent. One officer emerged, a state trooper in the broad-brimmed hat and gray uniform. He wasn't local. Charlie didn't recognize him. The trooper was young, probably not much older than Charlie himself, mid-20s at most. Even from this distance, Charlie could see the careful way he moved, the precise positioning of his hand near his holstered weapon, a rookie being extra careful, following protocol to the letter. The sunlight glinted off his badge and the wedding band on his left hand as he approached the cabin with measured steps, speaking into his shoulder radio. The smart move would be to abandon the balaclava, approach the officer openly, explain that he was just retrieving some family property. With a local deputy, that might have worked. Hutchins knew the Blum family, might have given Charlie the benefit of the doubt. But this was a statey with no connection to the Blum family name, no reason to trust Charlie's word over the evidence of a break-in. Charlie weighed his options, his hand hovering near the balaclava. Remove it and try to talk his way out. Keep it on and try to slip away unnoticed. Neither seemed likely to work. His phone pinged again. The collective had responded. Too late, pretender. The real revolution doesn't wait for permission. Your manifesto was just words. Our action will be legend. Something snapped inside Charlie. His reputation, his legacy, everything he'd worked for was being stolen. He was Void Riot 1312. He was the one who started this, who killed Caleb Vance, who was supposed to be remembered. Not these nobodies, these collective posers. What was at stake here wasn't just a gun charge or trespassing. It was his entire identity as Void Riot 1312. That was worth protecting at any cost. He pulled the balaclava down tighter over his face and moved away from the door, positioning himself behind the living room wall where he could see the entrance. The handgun felt heavy in his palm as he raised it, aiming at the doorway. The front door opened slowly and the state trooper entered cautiously, gun already drawn. "Police," he called out, his voice steadier than his years would suggest. "Drop your weapon and show me your hands." Charlie remained silent, heart thundering in his ears. In his mind, he could see the headlines tomorrow: terrorist cell attacks Blum Orchard. His name, his identity as Void Riot 1312, would be a footnote at best, forgotten in the chaos of a larger attack. "I've got one suspect on scene," the trooper spoke into his radio, eyes scanning the room. Young white male wearing ski mask, approximately 6 feet, medium build, tattoo visible on right forearm with a snake design. Armed and dangerous. His eyes were a clear blue, alert but not fearful. A silver cross hung from a chain around his neck, visible in the V of his uniform. The description hit Charlie like a physical blow. His family would know immediately who it was. The distinctive snake tattoo that wound around his forearm was unmistakable, a timber rattlesnake coiled to strike, the "Don't Tread on Me" design he'd gotten on his 18th birthday, the same day his grandfather gave him the gun. His cover was already blown. "Rodriguez reporting from the Blum cabin," the trooper continued into his radio. "Requesting immediate backup." His gaze swept across the room, lingering on the shattered glass by the window, the open gun safe visible through the hallway door. "Suspect appears to be armed with multiple weapons. Proceeding with caution." "A name." The trooper had a name now. "Rodriguez." Charlie tried to push that knowledge away, to keep the man as just a uniform, an obstacle, not a person. "Last chance." Rodriguez called out, taking a step forward. "Drop your weapon or I will fire." There was a slight tremor in his voice now, the first hint of uncertainty. Charlie's phone pinged again with another notification from Discord, the sound startlingly loud in the tense silence. That ping seemed to be the signal both men were waiting for. Rodriguez fired first, his shot going wide, shattering a framed hunting photo on the wall behind Charlie. The sound was deafening in the confined space. Charlie felt a searing pain in his shoulder, not a direct hit, but a graze that tore through his shirt and left a burning trail across his skin. Charlie returned fire without hesitation, his grandfather's lessons in marksmanship paying off. The state trooper jerked backwards, a look of surprise crossing his face as red blossomed across his uniform, directly over his heart. He tried to raise his weapon again, but the strength seemed to leave him all at once. Isabella, Rodriguez whispered, a name carried on his final breath as he collapsed to the floor, his gun clattering on the hardwood. For a moment, Charlie stood frozen, watching the man's life drain away. Rodriguez's eyes, already glazing over, stared up at the ceiling. The silver cross gleamed against the darkening stain on his uniform. A wife somewhere, Isabella, would get a phone call today that would destroy her world. Because of Charlie. I didn't, Charlie began, then stopped, unsure what he was trying to say. I didn't mean to. I didn't want this. But he had meant to. He had pulled the trigger deliberately, had chosen this moment of violence just as he had chosen to kill Caleb Vance. Rodriguez struggled to raise his weapon again, but the effort seemed beyond him. The gun clattered to the floor as his hand fell limply to his side. His gaze remained fixed on Charlie, something like confusion in his eyes rather than fear or anger. My wife, he managed, the words barely audible, bubbling with blood. Isabella. Tell her. Whatever final message the dying man had for his wife was lost, as another wave of blood choked off his words. His eyes remained open, but the light behind them dimmed, then vanished altogether. Officer Rodriguez slumped sideways, his body settling into the unnatural stillness of death. Charlie stared at the dead man, his mind oddly blank. The cabin was silent now, except for the steady ping of Discord notifications from his phone. He should feel something, he thought distantly. Guilt. Remorse. Horror at having taken a human life so directly, so intimately. Instead, all he felt was a strange, buzzing energy, like electricity running just beneath his skin. He'd done it again. He'd eliminated an obstacle. He was unstoppable. The duffel bag was heavy with weapons as Charlie hoisted it over his shoulder. He stepped over Rodriguez's outstretched legs, careful not to get blood on his shoes. The trooper's eyes stared sightlessly at the ceiling, already beginning to cloud. Blood pooled beneath him, soaking into the antique Persian rug that Charlie's mother had insisted on bringing to the rustic cabin to add a touch of civilization. Outside, the patrol car's radio squawked, voices asking for status updates, growing increasingly concerned at Rodriguez's lack of response. Charlie ignored it, moving quickly to his Toyota. He tossed the duffel bag onto the passenger seat and started the engine. As he pulled away from the cabin, he caught a last glimpse of the open door, the shadowy interior where a young man's body lay cooling on his family's floor. Some part of Charlie, small and distant, but not yet entirely extinguished, recognized that he had crossed a line that could never be uncrossed. Rodriguez had been real in a way that Vance, shot from a distance, had not been. He had had a name, a face, a wife named Isabella, a silver cross he wore against his skin. But that recognition was quickly drowned out by the continuing pings from his phone, by the urgency of getting back to Blum Orchard before the collective could act, by the heady rush of having once again exercised the ultimate power over life and death. Charlie took the maintenance track that his father had shown him years ago, an emergency exit originally cut for fire trucks but rarely used. It would take him on a roundabout route back to the highway, away from any approaching backup units. His tires kicked up dust as he accelerated, the cabin receding in his rearview mirror like a half-remembered dream. The collective thought they could take over his movement. Let them try. He was Void Riot 1312, the original, the genuine article, the spark that had ignited it all. And he was coming for them next. Charlie burst through the tree line onto a service road, flooring the accelerator as soon as the tires found purchase on the packed dirt. Behind him, the silence of the cabin gave way to the wail of approaching sirens, too late for the fucking pigs to stop what Charlie had set in motion. He punched the ceiling of the car with his fist, letting out a whoop of pure adrenaline as the Toyota fishtailed around a corner. "Let's fucking go," he shouted at the trees. "Let's fucking go."
Chapter 22. The police scanner on Sheriff Hutchins' dashboard crackled with routine traffic as they sped toward the staging area, a deserted gas station on the outskirts of town. Ruth's mind raced faster than the cruiser, processing what they'd learned in the last 30 minutes. "This Discord server," she said, leaning forward between the front seats of Hutchins' vehicle. "Tell me again how you got access." "Parent tip," Hutchins replied, his eyes never leaving the road. Concerned mother found messages on her son's computer. "Called us right away." Aaron, sitting in the passenger seat, scrolled through screenshots on his phone, messages Ruth had already seen but couldn't stop reviewing, as if their meaning might change with each reading. The time for manifestos has ended. Void Riot 1312 has shown the way with words. Arkansas Avery demonstrated with action. Now we, the collective, will surpass them both. And your citizen helpers identified who's behind this Holy Vengeance 88 account. Ruth asked. Hutchins nodded. A local kid. Well, college kid. 20-year-old named Elijah Kassim. Family moved here from Michigan 3 years ago. Agent Raft, seated beside Ruth in the back, tapped furiously on her laptop. "I'm monitoring the server in real time," she said, her voice tight with tension. "There's new activity." The cruiser slowed as Hutchins turned onto a side street. Through the window, Ruth could see other law enforcement vehicles converging on their destination. State police cruisers, county sheriff SUVs, even an unmarked FBI sedan that must have been within range when the call went out. "What are they saying?" Ruth asked, turning to Raft. The FBI agent's face was illuminated by the blue glow of her screen, making her look younger than her 28 years. "The coordinates they posted are definitely for downtown Blum Orchard. Municipal building." She tilted the screen toward Ruth, showing a new message from Holy Vengeance 88. The collective begins its peace protest at the municipal building downtown. T-minus 30 minutes. Blum Orchard rising from the river to the sea. "Peace protest my ass," Hutchins muttered. "We found a cache of weapons at Kassim's apartment yesterday. Girlfriend tipped us off after they broke up." "But you didn't arrest him?" Aaron asked, eyebrows raised. "Wasn't enough for charges," Hutchins said, frustration evident in his voice. "Legal guns, all registered. No direct threats at the time." The cruiser pulled into the empty gas station lot, joining a growing assembly of law enforcement vehicles. Officers milled around, checking equipment, radios squawking with updates and coordination. "Look at this," Raft said suddenly, holding up her screen. Void Riot 1312 just responded. Ruth leaned in, reading the message. "This action is unauthorized and unwelcome. Blum Orchard is MY territory. Stand down immediately or face consequences from the original architect of this movement. You are not the revolution, You are parasites feeding off my vision. Sounds like trouble in terrorist paradise, Aaron remarked. Wait, there's a response from Holy Vengeance 88. Raft continued, her eyes never leaving the screen. Too late, pretender. The real revolution doesn't wait for permission. Your manifesto was just words. Our actions will be legend. Ruth felt a chill despite the warm Texas evening. They're going to try to one-up each other. This is going to get bad fast. Hutchins killed the engine and turned to face them. According to our source, most of the collective is gathered at the Kasim house right now. Mother works nights as a nurse. Father's out of the picture. How many are we talking? Ruth asked. 12 to 15, Hutchins replied. College age mostly. A couple of high school seniors. Ruth tried and failed to suppress a wave of dismay. What happened to starting a garage band or joining cheerleader and football teams? When did American youth start getting radicalized and lose their minds? They're all students at Blakely College, Hutchins said, or about to start in the fall. Ruth winced. And when did our educational institutions start becoming breeding grounds for domestic terrorism in the name of activism? No one had an answer to that. Outside, a state police captain was gathering officers for a briefing. Hutchins nodded toward the group. That's our cue. As they exited the vehicle, Ruth did a quick mental inventory of what she knew. A group of college students calling themselves the Collective, armed and planning some kind of siege or hostage situation at the municipal building, motivated by a twisted interpretation of pro-Palestinian activism, and directly inspired by both Caleb Vance's assassin and the Arkansas Bible Camp shooter. The cascade of violence that had started with a single shot at Blum Orchard was gaining momentum, threatening to sweep up more victims in its path. The gathering of law enforcement personnel fell silent as Sheriff Hutchins approached. Despite his small-town jurisdiction, the respect for his experience was evident in the way the other officers deferred to him. All right, listen up, Hutchins began, his voice carrying across the lot. We've got solid intelligence that a domestic terror cell is planning an attack on the municipal building within the hour. Our primary objective is to neutralize the threat before they can deploy. He unfolded a map on the hood of his cruiser, and the officers gathered around. Most of them are currently at this address. He pointed to a location on a residential street about 3 miles from where they stood. It's the Kasim residence. 2-story home with a finished basement where the suspects are gathered. A state police captain stepped forward. What's their armament? Unknown specifics, Hutchins replied, but we have confirmation they possess multiple firearms, possibly explosives. They've been explicit about their intent to cause casualties. Ruth studied the map, noting the layout of the neighborhood. A typical suburban development with houses close together, families likely at home at this hour. The risk of collateral damage was high. Rules of engagement? Asked an FBI agent. This is a high-risk warrant service, Hutchins said, his expression grim. These individuals have declared their intent to commit mass violence. However, he paused, looking around the circle of faces. Most of them are young, some are minors. We take them alive if possible. There were nods of agreement around the group. We'll approach in a standard stack formation, Hutchins continued. State police will secure the perimeter. Sheriff's deputies and rangers with me on the entry team. FBI tactical support. Any questions? There were none. The officers dispersed to their vehicles, checking weapons, adjusting tactical gear, preparing for what everyone hoped would not become a bloodbath. Agent Raft approached Ruth, her laptop still open in her hands. "There's something else you should see," she said quietly. Ruth and Aaron leaned in to look at the screen. A private chat window was open, showing messages between Holy Vengeance 88 and another user named Palestine Warrior 14. HV 88, everything on schedule. PW 14, locked and loaded. Waiting on your signal. HV 88, remember the plan. Municipal building first, then the primary targets. PW 14, what about VR 1312? Still think he might show. HV 88, doesn't matter. This is our moment now. Primary targets. Aaron muttered. What primary targets? Ruth shook her head. We need to move. Now. The convoy of law enforcement vehicles moved through the quiet streets of Blum Orchard with lights flashing, but sirens silent. Stealth was critical. As they approached the target house, Ruth felt the familiar pre-operation tension, a coiling of muscles and sharpening of senses that had served her well over the years. The Kasim house was a modest two-story colonial with white siding and black shutters. Nothing about its appearance suggested it was currently hosting a meeting of would-be terrorists. Lights glowed behind drawn curtains. A basketball hoop stood in the driveway. An American flag hung limply from a porch post in the still evening air. The vehicles stopped a block away, and officers deployed according to the plan, moving quickly but methodically to establish a perimeter around the property. Ruth, Aaron, and Agent Raft followed Sheriff Hutchins toward the house, staying low and using the neighboring properties for cover. Mrs. Henderson is waiting to let us in, Hutchins whispered as they approached the back of the house. She's the next-door neighbor. Says the mother, Fatima Kasim, is home in the kitchen. The kids are in the basement. They made their way to the kitchen door where, as promised, a middle-aged woman was waiting. She silently guided them to the Kasim house, gesturing toward the back door. Be careful, she whispered. They have guns down there. I've seen them bringing them in. Hutchins nodded his thanks, and the woman retreated to her own property. The tactical team assembled on the back porch, weapons ready, faces set with determination. Through the window, Ruth could see a woman moving around the kitchen, apparently preparing food. At Hutchins' signal, a deputy knocked on the door. Mrs. Kasim. Sheriff's Department. We need to speak with you. The woman inside froze, then slowly approached the door. She opened it a crack, her eyes widening at the sight of the armed officers on her porch. What is this about? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Ma'am, we have reason to believe there are individuals in your basement planning an act of violence, Hutchins said. We need you to step outside for your safety. To Ruth's surprise, the woman opened the door wider and beckoned them in. Yes, yes, she said urgently. Please come. Those friends of my son, they are the ones you want. Not my Elijah, not my Sarah. They were good kids before those damn Sietis moved in and started filling their heads with all this jihadi BS. Hutchins and 4 deputies moved into the kitchen, followed by Ruth, Aaron, and Agent Raft. The room smelled of spices and fresh bread, incongruously normal given the circumstances. Ma'am, you need to leave now, Hutchins said firmly. Mrs. Kasim shook her head vehemently. No, no, those are my children down there. I cannot leave them. Mrs. Kasim, Hutchins began. You're going to shoot them, aren't you? She interrupted, her voice rising. You're going to kill my babies because of those others, those bad influences. "No one is going to shoot anyone who doesn't present a threat," Hutchins said, his patience clearly wearing thin. "But I cannot guarantee your safety if you stay." Their argument continued in hushed, urgent tones as more officers filed silently into the kitchen and took positions near the basement door. Ruth scanned the room, noting potential cover points, sightlines, escape routes, the automatic assessment of a veteran law enforcement officer entering an uncertain situation. The basement door suddenly opened, and a teenage girl stepped into the kitchen, heading for the refrigerator. She was perhaps 17, with long dark hair pulled back in a ponytail, wearing jeans and a baggy sweatshirt emblazoned with the Blakely College logo. She froze mid-step, a strangled gasp escaping her throat as she registered the kitchen full of armed officers in tactical gear. Ruth moved toward her, one hand outstretched in a calming gesture. "It's okay, sweetheart. Just stay quiet and—" The girl's hand lashed out, catching Ruth across the face with surprising force. Pain exploded across Ruth's cheek, her eyes immediately watering from the impact. "The pigs are here. The pigs are here." The girl screamed, turning to flee back toward the basement. A female deputy grabbed her before she could reach the door, wrestling her to the floor despite her violent resistance. Another deputy snapped handcuffs on her wrists, and they began dragging her toward the exit, but the damage was already done. From the basement came shouts of alarm, followed by the sound of furniture being moved, barricades being erected. Ruth realized with a sinking heart. "Deploy now," Hutchins ordered, moving toward the basement door. Before they could reach it, the floor beneath their feet seemed to erupt. Gunfire burst upward through the floorboards in a deafening cacophony, wild, panicked shooting from multiple weapons. Bullets splintered wood, shattered dishes, punctured appliances. The officers dove for cover, returning fire only when they had clear targets through the newly created holes in the floor. Ruth rolled behind an island counter, drawing her weapon. Beside her, Aaron pressed his back against a refrigerator, his face set in grim determination. Across the room, a deputy went down, clutching his leg where a bullet had found the unprotected area below his vest. "Cease fire," Hutchins shouted, but his voice was lost in the din. "Cease fire, damn it." A bullet struck a hanging light fixture, sending glass raining down on the officers below. Another tore through the refrigerator inches from Aaron's head. The air filled with plaster dust and the acrid smell of gunpowder. Ruth caught Hutchins' eye across the kitchen and nodded toward the basement door. They needed to end this before someone else got hit. Hutchins understood immediately, gesturing for covering fire as Ruth and Aaron prepared to descend. Staying low, they moved to the basement door. Aaron checked it for traps, then nodded to Ruth. She gripped her weapon tightly, took a deep breath, and plunged through the doorway, Aaron close behind. "Texas Rangers. Drop your weapons. Drop your weapons now," she shouted, descending the stairs in a controlled rush, sweeping her gun across the room below. The basement was a recreation room turned war zone. The carpet was littered with spent shell casings. Bullet holes peppered the ceiling. Behind overturned furniture, about half a dozen young people crouched with an assortment of weapons, hunting rifles, shotguns, handguns. Some were bleeding from wounds sustained in the exchange. One boy, no more than 19, lay on the floor thrashing in agony, blood pooling beneath him from a chest wound. They were just kids, Ruth realized with a sick feeling. Kids playing at Revolution with real guns and real blood. A girl with short-cropped hair and wild eyes stood up from behind a pool table, leveling a handgun directly at Ruth. Her face was streaked with tears, but her aim was steady. From the river to the sea. She screamed, finger tightening on the trigger. Please God, no, Ruth whispered, then fired first. Her bullet caught the girl in the shoulder, spinning her backward into an old jukebox that shattered in a spray of glass and metal. The girl crumpled to the floor, screaming for her mother, her gun skittering across the carpet. Stop shooting. Aaron bellowed up toward the kitchen. Stop shooting, we're clear down here. The gunfire above gradually ceased, leaving an eerie silence broken only by the moans of the wounded and the soft ping of a notification from a phone lying forgotten on a side table. Ruth moved through the basement, kicking weapons away from the injured students, speaking in the calm, authoritative tone she reserved for the most volatile situations. It's over. No one else needs to get hurt. Hands where I can see them. Most complied, too shocked or wounded to resist further. A few continued to sob or curse, but their fight was gone. As other officers poured down the stairs to secure the suspects, Ruth surveyed the devastation. Blood-spattered posters of Palestinian flags and revolutionary slogans covered the walls. A table held maps of the municipal building, hand-drawn plans for what appeared to be a siege operation. Duffel bags filled with ammunition and improvised explosive devices lined one wall. They had been planning a massacre. And now some of them were dead or dying on the floor of a suburban basement rec room. Ruth holstered her weapon with hands that weren't quite steady and made her way back upstairs. The kitchen was a scene from a nightmare, bullet holes everywhere, blood smeared across the linoleum, officers tending to wounded colleagues. And there, slumped against a cabinet, was Mrs. Cassom. Her eyes stared sightlessly at the ceiling, a dark stain spreading across her flowered house dress from a wound in her abdomen. One of the bullets from below had found her despite Hutchins' efforts to make her leave. A state trooper knelt beside Hutchins himself, applying pressure to a wound in the sheriff's thigh. Hutchins's face was gray with pain and shock, but he waved Ruth over when he saw her. "Baker," he said, his voice strained. "Got something you need to hear." Ruth knelt beside him. "Save it for the paramedics, Hutchins. They're on their way." He shook his head. "No time. We just got word this wasn't all of them. The main group is already heading downtown. These kids were just the secondary team." Ruth felt her blood run cold. "How many?" "At least 10, maybe more. Multiple vehicles. They don't know about this yet." He gestured weakly around the ruined kitchen. "My people have to stay here, secure the scene, tend to the wounded. I need you and whoever you can spare to get downtown before." He broke off, grimacing in pain. "Before they end up like these kids," Ruth finished for him. Hutchins nodded, his face seeming to age a decade in minutes. "Exactly. Stop them, Baker. Whatever it takes." Ruth placed a hand on his shoulder briefly. "You got it, Chief." She stood, scanning the room for Aaron and Agent Raft. When she caught their eyes, she jerked her head toward the door. "With me. Now." She didn't wait for a response as she sprinted for the Range Rover. Chapter 23. The Range Rover hurtled down the county road, its engine growling like some primordial beast as Ruth's hands maintained a white-knuckled grip on the steering wheel. The needle on the speedometer trembled just shy of 90, and she could feel every imperfection in the asphalt transferring through the tires and into her body. The late afternoon sun slanted through the trees that lined the road, creating a disorienting strobe effect that mirrored the chaotic pulsing of her thoughts. Ruth's face remained composed, a professional mask she'd perfected over years of crisis, But beneath that veneer, her mind was methodically cataloging possible scenarios, escape routes, casualty mitigation strategies. The images from the Cassim house basement flashed unbidden. The blood-spattered walls, the wild-eyed teenagers with weapons they barely knew how to use, the mother who would never see her children grow up. So much death, and for what? So that a bunch of radicalized kids could play at Revolution. 3 minutes out, she announced, her voice measured despite the turmoil within. The Range Rover took a curve at speed, tires gripping the road with just enough purchase to avoid disaster. In the passenger seat, Aaron braced one hand against the dashboard, his broad shoulders tensed, but his face showing none of the anxiety a lesser partner might display. After all these years, he trusted her driving as much as he trusted her instincts. From the backseat, Agent Raft clutched her laptop case to her chest like a shield, her knuckles bone-white against the black leather. The young FBI tech specialist had proven herself at the Cassim house, maintaining her composure even as bullets tore through the floorboards. Now, she was their lifeline to the collective's movements, monitoring their communications in real time. "Raft," Ruth said, eyes never leaving the road. "Any updates on the collective's location?" Agent Raft tapped rapidly on her phone, the blue light from the screen casting stark shadows across her face. "Last message was 8 minutes ago," she reported, her voice steadier than her trembling hands would suggest. "They mentioned deploying to primary positions. No specifics." Ruth absorbed this, her mind already spinning out tactical implications. If they had no concrete location, they'd need to assume worst-case scenario. The collective already in position at the municipal building, perhaps with hostages. "Aaron, call dispatch," she ordered, slowing fractionally to navigate around a delivery truck whose driver seemed oblivious to the unfolding crisis. "Get any available units to start evacuating the municipal building." Quiet evacuation, no sirens, no panic. Aaron didn't respond verbally, already dialing before she finished speaking. This was what made them such an effective team. The unspoken understanding built over countless operations, the ability to anticipate each other's needs without discussion. An ambulance screamed past them in the opposite direction, lights painting violent crimson streaks across the Range Rover's hood. 2 EMT vehicles followed close behind, all headed toward the Cassim house and the bloodbath they'd left behind. Ruth watched them disappear in the rearview mirror, a brief wave of something, regret. Sorrow. Responsibility, washing over her before being ruthlessly suppressed. There would be time for feelings later, if they all survived. "That could have gone differently," she murmured, not really meaning to say it aloud. The words seemed to hang in the air, as tangible as the Texas heat pouring through the cracked windows. "Ruth," Aaron said quietly, covering his phone's microphone with one large hand, his voice carrying that particular tone he used when she was being too hard on herself. "No one could have predicted." "I know," she cut him off, the words sharp-edged but not unkind. "Just final. Definitive." There was no changing what had happened, only dealing with what was in front of them. "We work with what's in front of us." The town of Blum Orchard appeared ahead, its water tower visible above the tree line like a sentinel. Ruth felt her jaw tight, involuntarily. What had once been an unremarkable Texas town, known for its apples, its quiet streets, its annual harvest festival, had become ground zero for a cascading series of horrors that threatened to consume even more lives. Agent Raff's phone suddenly erupted. The young agent answered it, listened, then tapped the screen and held it out. "It's Zach Lambert," she said. Lambert's voice filled the Range Rover. "Ranger Baker, I need you to stand down immediately." "Repeat, stand down immediately." Ruth didn't slow the vehicle, didn't ease off the gas pedal. If anything, her foot pressed slightly harder against the floor. "Hello, Miranda," she replied. "What's going on?" "We're treating the collective's actions as a domestic terrorist threat, which puts the FBI in charge jurisdictionally. I need the Texas Rangers and all local law enforcement to stand down immediately." Ruth guided the Range Rover through a sharp curve, feeling the weight of the vehicle shift beneath her. The tires protested briefly before finding purchase on the sun-baked asphalt. Through the windshield, she could see the first buildings of Blum Orchard proper. The gas station with its faded Texaco sign, the feed store with rocking chairs lined up on the porch, the Baptist church whose white steeple gleamed in the late afternoon light. "Where are you right now, Lambert?" Ruth asked, easing off the accelerator slightly as they entered a residential area. A father and child crossed the street ahead, both oblivious to the fact that their ordinary day might soon be shattered by violence. "I'm in a chopper flying to Blum Orchard," Lambert replied. Ruth could hear the rotor noise in the background. "What's your ETA?" There was a brief pause, muffled conversation as Lambert presumably consulted with the pilot. "ETA 19 minutes. Ruth felt something in her chest tighten, a cold certainty settling into her bones. 19 minutes. In 19 minutes, this town could become a graveyard. She'd seen what these kids were capable of, had watched their bullets tear through the Cassim house with wild abandon, had seen the dead-eyed determination in the girl who'd raised her gun and refused to drop it. "Lambert," she said, her Texas drawl becoming more pronounced as it always did when she was stressed or angry, "in 19 minutes this is all going to be over. These kids aren't playing around. They're armed and radicalized and brainwashed and ready to die for their cause. We can't sit around with our thumbs up our asses while they shoot up Main Street." She caught Aaron's eye briefly, a wordless exchange that contained volumes. His slight nod was all the confirmation she needed. He was with her, as always. "This comes straight from the director, Baker," Lambert said, her voice hardening with the particular steel that came from having to enforce orders she herself might not agree with. "If you don't stand down right now, he's going to have your badge." Ruth slowed the Range Rover as they entered the town proper, navigating around a delivery truck double-parked in front of the hardware store. The driver waved an apologetic hand without looking up from his clipboard. The normality of it all struck Ruth as surreal, this man checking his delivery schedule, unaware that heavily armed terrorists might be setting up just blocks away. "Well, he's going to have to do that then," she replied, her voice as dry as the Texas plains in August, "because I'm not going to stand by and watch innocent Americans die while I wait for the federal cavalry." Through the windshield, Ruth could see the heart of downtown now, the row of storefronts with their Western-style facades, the courthouse with its manicured lawn and flagpole, and at the end of Main Street, the municipal building. 3 stories of limestone and glass, with tall columns flanking the entrance and a clock tower that had told Blum Orchard time for over a century. It looked peaceful in the golden light of late afternoon, nothing to suggest it might soon become a war zone. "God damn it, Ruth." Lambert's frustration finally broke through her professional facade. "You could lose your career if you don't comply." Ruth guided the vehicle onto Main Street, her eyes constantly moving, scanning. "Okay then," she said, her voice deceptively light. "Now that we've got that sorted, I'm going to go ahead and do my job while I can. By your clock, I have 19 minutes left to be a ranger, right? So I'm going to spend those 19 minutes saving as many lives as I can." She paused, then added with mock politeness, "Until then, please fuck off." An astonished silence filled the Range Rover. broken only by the rush of wind against the vehicle's exterior and the rumble of the engine as Ruth slowed their approach further, not wanting to announce their arrival too dramatically. Aaron cleared his throat, turning to address Agent Raft in the backseat. "And this is one of her good days." His attempt at levity cut through some of the tension, and Ruth felt a surge of gratitude for this man who had stood beside her through 1,000 crises, who could still find humor in the darkest moments. Raft stared at Ruth with a complex mixture of horror and admiration. "I've never heard anyone tell Sack Lambert to fuck off." Ruth felt the corner of her mouth quirk upward despite herself. "Sure, but I said please. That's 'cause I'm from Texas." A surprised laugh escaped Raft, and Aaron joined in, his eyes crinkling at the corners in the way that had always made Ruth's heart do a little sideways skip, even after all these years. Ruth allowed herself a moment in that bubble of camaraderie, knowing what lay ahead might shatter it forever. Then she eased off the accelerator as they reached downtown proper, her expression sobering completely. The municipal building loomed ahead, its early 20th century architecture standing solid against the Texas sky like it had withstood 100 years of storms and would withstand 100 more. People moved along the sidewalks, ordinary citizens living ordinary lives, shop owners closing for the day, office workers heading home, couples strolling toward restaurants for dinner. All of them unaware of the danger, potentially heading their way. Ruth's expression hardened, the brief moment of levity evaporating like morning dew under the Texas sun. "Okay now, guys," she said, her voice dropping to a focused murmur, "time to get serious again." She killed the engine half a block from the municipal building, the Range Rover rolling to a silent stop in the shadow of the old Masonic Lodge. The abrupt cessation of the engine's rumble left an expectant silence, broken only by the distant sounds of traffic and the soft electronic pinging of Raft's computer. Through the windshield, Ruth could see the target, a 3-story limestone structure with tall windows and a columned entrance, looking almost benevolent in the late afternoon light. "Too peaceful." "Agent Raft," Ruth said without turning around, keeping her gaze fixed on the street ahead, "you seeing anything on that Discord server?" Raft's fingers flew across her keyboard, the clicking of keys unnaturally loud in the Range Rover's interior. "Last post was 11 minutes ago," she reported after a moment. "Holy Vengeance 88 said Phase 1 commencing." "Nothing since." Ruth's eyes narrowed slightly, the only outward sign of her escalating concern. 11 minutes of radio silence. Not good. Either they'd gone dark intentionally before the attack, or someone had taken their devices. Either way, they were running blind. She continued her methodical scan of the street. An elderly couple shuffled past on the far sidewalk, the man with a walker, the wife holding a small dog's leash. A mother pushed a stroller while a little girl in a frilly dress skipped beside her, approaching the crosswalk. A middle-aged man in a Dallas Cowboys cap waited at the bus stop, checking his watch impatiently. 2 women stood outside the thrift store, one holding a shopping bag, both laughing at something on a smartphone screen. Everything looked normal. And that was exactly what worried her. "Aaron," she said quietly, pitching her voice so it wouldn't carry beyond the vehicle, "we need to clear this street." Quietly. "No panic." He nodded, already reaching for his door handle. "I'll take the west side, you take east." "Roger that," Ruth agreed, checking her sidearm discreetly before exiting the vehicle. The late afternoon heat hit her like a physical force after the air-conditioned interior of the Range Rover. Even in October, Texas afternoons could be brutal, and this one carried the particular stillness that often preceded a storm, the air heavy, almost pressurized with anticipation. Ruth intercepted the elderly couple first, moving casually into their path with her badge visible but not conspicuous. The small terrier looked up at her with suspicion, its beady eyes assessing her as a potential threat, but it didn't bark. "Excuse me, folks," Ruth said, keeping her voice calm and friendly. "I'm a Texas Ranger. This is official police business. Would you mind turning around and going back the way you came?" The woman looked confused, cloudy blue eyes blinking rapidly, as if trying to process this unexpected interruption to her routine. The old man, bent over his walker, lifted his head with visible effort, roomy eyes squinting against the sun. But as he studied Ruth, she was surprised to see clarity sharpen his gaze, not confusion, but recognition. "The outside table," he said quietly, nodding toward a coffee shop across the street where 5 young people sat around a metal table, each glued to their phones. "They're the perps." Ruth's eyebrows rose involuntarily. The old man's weathered face crinkled with something like pride as he reached into his pocket and withdrew a worn leather wallet. He flipped it open to reveal a badge, so old the metal had acquired a patina that spoke of decades of service. "Detective First Grade, El Paso PD," he said, his voice stronger now, resonating with professional authority despite his frail appearance. 30 years on the job, retired about that many years ago this past July. Ruth felt a smile tug at her lips, despite the tension coiling in her gut. A fellow cop, even retired, understood the situation immediately. The body language, the subtle tells, the wrongness that civilians couldn't see, but that stood out like neon to trained eyes. She shifted slightly, positioning herself between the elderly couple and the coffee shop, assessing distances and angles automatically. "Sir, your car is parked over there by the store, but it could be dangerous. I can't protect you if you go that way." The old man's eyes twinkled with unexpected mischief, a glimpse of the young officer he must have been half a century ago. "I'm 97, and Shannon here is 82. We're both on our last legs." He tapped his walker lightly. "Literally. If something's going to happen, it's going to happen. We'll take our chances." Ruth studied his weathered face, saw the determination there, the lifetime of service that had taught him when to push back. Across the street, she could see Aaron had reached the 2 women outside the thrift store. They were already walking quickly away, heads bent close in conversation. The mother with the stroller had crossed the intersection and was heading around the corner, the little girl now held tightly by the hand instead of skipping ahead. "Okay, sir," Ruth said quietly, a fellow officer's respect in her tone. "You take care now." She watched them shuffle forward, the little dog trotting obediently beside them, making no sound. Then she pulled out her phone, checking Aaron's position, while keeping the coffee shop in her peripheral vision. The afternoon light seemed to shift, taking on a quality that Ruth had seen before, a strange, crystalline clarity that often preceded violence, as if time itself was compressing, focusing to a knife's edge. The air felt suddenly charged, like the moment before lightning strikes. Things started happening very fast. A car came roaring down the boulevard, the same route they'd just taken. Ruth heard it before she saw it, the engine gunning hard, taking the corner almost on 2 wheels with rubber burning against asphalt. A Toyota, not a hot rodder's vehicle, but the driver wasn't interested in showing off. Ruth's body tensed, combat instincts kicking in before her conscious mind had fully processed the threat. The Toyota screamed past her, close enough that she felt the displaced air tug at her clothing, and in that split second, she registered everything. The young white male driver, his face a mask of determination or perhaps rage, and the unmistakable shape of a semi-automatic rifle in the passenger footwell. Her training kicked in instantly, the world around her seeming to slow even as her perceptions accelerated, every detail sharp and significant. Gun. Gun. She said into her Bluetooth earbud, already moving. Young white male in Toyota, semi-automatic weapon. She was running now, legs eating up the distance to the coffee shop as the world seemed to shift into slow motion around her. The elderly couple still shuffled forward, 50 yards away from her, 100 short of the coffee shop. The Toyota burning passed them like they were standing still. The 5 people at the outside table looked up from their phones, finally registering the noisy car racing toward them. They showed no alarm, no recognition of danger, just mild curiosity at the interruption. They couldn't see what Ruth had seen, couldn't know the driver was armed and clearly intent on using that weapon. The Toyota screeched to a halt about 50 yards from the coffee shop, the driver cranking the wheel hard as he stood on the brake. The tires screamed in protest, and the car stopped sideways in the middle of Main Street, blocking both lanes. The driver's side door flew open. The young man emerged in one smooth motion, rifle already in his hands. He placed it on the roof of the car, taking aim at the table of 5 people who were only now beginning to register that something was wrong. Chapter 24. The young man's rifle barked, a vicious, stuttering roar that shredded the afternoon's fragile peace like cheap wrapping paper. Ruth's world narrowed to the thunderclap of muzzle flashes blooming from the AR-15's barrel, orange tongues of fire licking the air above the Toyota's roof. The shots came fast, too fast for anything but slaughter. A merciless hail that chewed through the wrought iron table and the 5 souls who'd been sipping lattes and scrolling feeds just moments before. The first 2 victims, a lanky kid in a Blakely College hoodie and a girl with purple-streaked hair, didn't even have time to stand. Their bodies jerked like marionettes cut loose in a storm, the impacts lifting them half out of their chairs before slamming them back. Ruth saw it all in that frozen heartbeat. The kid's chest exploding in a wet bloom of red, his foam cup of coffee erupting across the table in a scalding arc that sizzled on the pavement. The girl's head snapping sideways, her phone flying from her hand to shatter against the curb, screen spiderwebbing into 1,000 useless pixels. They toppled together in a grotesque tangle, wrought iron chairs screeching as they flipped backward. One leg of the girl's catching the edge of a potted fern that shattered on impact, spilling dark soil like spilled blood across the sidewalk. The air filled with the coppery tang of fresh slaughter, sharp and nauseating, mingling with the acrid bite of cordite that clawed at Ruth's throat like invisible talons. Screams erupted from the survivors, raw, animal howls that clawed into her gut, yanking her back to the night she'd held Ava through her own silent sobs after Jim's graveside vigil, the world reduced to the unbearable weight of a child's grief. One of the remaining 3, a wiry young guy with a scruffy beard and wire-rimmed glasses, lurched to his feet, his face a mask of shock and blooming agony as a round clipped his side, tearing through the pale flesh beneath his untucked flannel shirt. He spun away from the table, staggering toward the coffee shop's gleaming plate glass window like a man chasing salvation. Ruth watched, helpless in that split-second stretch of time, as he collided with the unyielding surface, full-body impact, shoulder first, then cheek slamming flat against the cool pane. Blood sprayed in a fine mist from the gash across his temple, painting a vivid crimson smear that bloomed outward like a grotesque Rorschach, thick rivulets tracing erratic paths down the glass as gravity claimed him. He slid slowly, gracelessly to the ground, his glasses askew and fogging with the hot spray of his own breath. Gasps rattled from his chest, wet, gurgling hacks that sprayed flecks of scarlet across the concrete, bubbling from his nostrils in frothy pink streams that pooled beneath his chin. His hands scrabbled weakly at the air, fingers curling as if grasping for the life leaking out of him, eyes wide and uncomprehending, locked on some distant point beyond the shattering normalcy of Main Street. The last two, a pair of women in their early 20s, one with a hijab framing her fierce blue eyes, the other with a shaved undercut and a rainbow scarf looped around her neck, had the barest sliver of instinct on their side. They dove behind the fallen table as the wrought iron absorbed the onslaught, bullets ricocheting off its heavy frame with high-pitched whines that sang like demonic wasps. The metal held, barely, sparks flying where rounds gouged shallow furrows, the tabletop shuddering under each impact but refusing to yield. Their screams pierced the chaos, high and keening, blending with the relentless chatter of the rifle until it all blurred into one unbroken wail of terror. Ruth's heart hammered against her ribs, a war drum in her chest that drowned out everything but the primal roar of asterisk move, move, move. This wasn't some abstract threat from a Discord feed. This was blood and bone and the metallic reek of voided bowels hitting the sun-warmed pavement, the kind of visceral hell that clung to your skin like smoke from a house fire you couldn't outrun. She'd smelled it before, too many times, in too many small-town crime scenes where the illusion of safety cracked open to reveal the rot beneath. Ava's face flashed in her mind, those small hands signing I love you over Thanksgiving pie, Jake's tentative grace the night before, and fury ignited low in her belly, hot and unyielding as Texas asphalt in July. The rifle's fury stuttered to a halt, the mechanical chatter giving way to a hollow asterisk click 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 asterisk, the impotent dry fire of an empty magazine. The shooter kept squeezing the trigger, his body locked in the rhythm of rage, oblivious to the betrayal of his weapon. Sweat plastered his dark hair to his forehead, his shoulders heaving with the effort, but the clicks echoed mocking in the sudden hush, betraying him as the amateur he was. Ruth had seen it before. The ones who bought their bravado online, who jerked off to manifesto PDFs but fumbled the reload under fire. His finger whitened on the trigger, confusion flickering across his face like a shadow before realization hit. He slapped at his pockets with frantic hands, cargo pants bulging with spare mags, the fabric whispering as he yanked one free thumb smearing blood across the steel baseplate from some unnoticed nick on his knuckle. That was her window. She moved low and fast, boots silent on the pavement as she angled toward his left shoulder, the blind spot where the rifle's stock shielded him from his own periphery. The air was thick with the stench of burnt powder and spilled coffee, now undercut by the sharper, fecal edge of fierce sweat and ruptured bodies. Her pulse thrummed in her ears, steady despite the adrenaline spike, years of drills and active encounters channeling the chaos into focus. 30 feet. 25. Breathe. Texas Rangers. Drop the weapon and freeze. Her voice cracked out like a whip, authoritative and edged with the gravel of command she'd honed in 100 standoffs. He didn't flinch, didn't even turn, his focus a tunnel straight to the table, and the women cowering behind it. The mag slapped home with a metallic chunk asterisk, his hands trembling just enough to betray the lie of his certainty. A freeze. Now. She barked again, closing to 15 feet, her Glock tracking his center mass, finger hovering featherlight on the trigger. From across the street, Erin's voice joined the chorus deeper, resonant, cutting through the din like a bass line to her alto. Ranger. Weapon down. On the ground. Still nothing. The shooter shouldered the rifle again, the barrel swinging back toward the table with grim inevitability, his breath coming in ragged snorts that fogged the air before him. Ruth's mind raced. Asterisk he's too far gone, too deep in the script, the one he wrote for himself in some basement chat room asterisk. and she edged closer, pulse steady, world sharpening to the glint of brass in his mag, well, and the faint tremor in his stance. He squeezed the trigger. The rifle awoke with a vengeance, but this burst went wild, high and left, the rounds chewing into the coffee shop's facade instead of the table. Glass exploded outward in a glittering cascade, shards and splinters raining down like jagged confetti, tinkling across the sidewalk in a deadly percussion. The women behind the table shrieked anew, the sound raw and fracturing, but Ruth's eye caught the shift. The hijab-wearing one had the duffel unzipped at her feet, a compact Beretta clutched white-knuckled in her grip, the other fumbled a snub-nose revolver free, her lips moving in urgent whispers. "Errand!" she yelled, voice slicing through the settling glass chime. "You take the collective, I've got Toyota Guy." No need for elaboration. He knew her shorthand, the years of shared ops etching their shorthand into muscle memory. She caught his nod in her peripheral, a quick jerk of confirmation, his own cig already up and sweeping toward the women as he melted into the shadow of the thrift store awning. Ruth didn't wait for his move. She surged forward, Glock steady, hugging the Toyota's flank to stay in the shooter's blind spot. 10 feet now, close enough to smell the sour reek of his sweat-soaked shirt, the faint ozone tang of overheated barrel. Her boots crunched softly over a scatter of glass, each step a calculated prayer. Don't turn. Don't see me. Let me end this clean. The women didn't waste their sliver of mercy. The hijabi rose first, her Beretta bucking in her grip like a cornered animal, the crack of 9 shots splitting the air in sharp counterpoint to the rifle's fading echo. Bullets hammered the Toyota's flank, thunk 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 into the door panel, punching divots in the faded blue paint, one shattering the side mirror in a spray of plastic shards that peppered Ruth's arm like angry hornets. The rainbow scarf girl joined in a heartbeat later, her revolver spitting fire from behind the table's edge, rounds whining off the fender and cracking the Toyota's rear window into a milky spiderweb. They were aiming for the shooter, Toyota Guy, but panic and inexperience sent their fire wide, stitching the vehicle without finding flesh. The wrought iron table rang like a struck bell under the recoil's vibration, and Ruth caught fragments of their hissed exchange. Get him before he reloads. Ruth's gut twisted for a split second, her eyes flicking across the street to where Aaron had vanished into the alley's shadow. Please, God, don't charge in like some greenhorn, she thought, the fear sharp as barbed wire in her chest. Circle flank, use that big brain of yours. He's got you covered, always has. They'd danced this dance before, in dust-choked barns and rain-slicked backroads, but every time felt like the first, that knife-edge worry that one wrong step would leave her picking up pieces alone. No time to dwell. The air hummed with lead, and hesitation was just another word for a body bag. She snapped her focus back, sighting down the Glock sights at the Toyota's rear tire, the one closest to the shooter, fat black rubber gleaming innocently in the sun. Her mind calculated, finger squeezing smooth and deliberate. The Glock barked once, a thunderclap punch that cut through the women's frantic barrage like a judge's gavel. The round tore into the tire with an explosive whump bang, rubber shredding in a black cloud of smoke and debris that billowed up like a signal flare, the sidewall rupturing in a hiss of escaping air. The vehicle sagged violently, rim scraping pavement, with a screech that set Ruth's teeth on edge, the sudden jolt yanking the shooter's stance off balance mid-reload. He turned then, slow, almost lazy, like a man surfacing from a dream, his frown creasing the sweat-slick planes of his face, dark eyes narrowing as if she'd been no more than a buzzing fly until now. The rifle's muzzle tracked with him, a black maw swinging inexorably toward her chest, the brass-cased rounds in its mag glinting like tiny accusations. Time stretched thin as cheesecloth, Ruth's breath catching in her throat. This is it, her mind screamed, a cold flood of certainty washing through her veins. 25 yards, maybe less, and nowhere to drop. No cover but this goddamn car that's a sieve now. He's got me. The world funneled to that yawning barrel, the faint whiff of his unwashed panic reaching her on the breeze, her pulse a deafening roar in her ears. She didn't freeze. Up came the Glock, two-handed grip iron steady, barrel aligned dead on his torso. Throw it down now. The words ripped from her throat, raw command laced with the fury of every life he'd stolen today. Caleb Vance's blood on that stage, the trooper's cross in the cabin dirt, these kids' futures shredded like confetti. He kept turning, oblivious or defiant, the muzzle's black eye locking on her like a heat-seeking curse. No flinch, no blink, just that cold, scripted certainty she'd seen in too many dead-eyed shooters before the light went out. Across the street, the women's fire hadn't slackened. If anything, it ramped up, their Beretta and revolver barking in ragged unison, bullets drumming the Toyota's hood like vengeful hail. Obscenities flew with the lead, "You fascist piece of shit." "Die, you murdering prick," punctuated by gasps of horror as they registered the carnage around them. "He shot Cahill." The rainbow scarf girl wailed, her voice cracking over the thunder. "And Raina, oh God, Raina's gone. Heddle's hurt bad too, I don't think he's gonna make it. Get that asshole, get him now." A sharp crack to her right yanked Ruth's head sideways, her hyper-alert senses snagging on the sound like a tripwire, every nerve screaming. There, spilling around the corner like morbid tourists, were the cluster of young people she'd seen around the block earlier. College kids in hoodies and ripped jeans, no more than 20 yards off now, phones thrust out like talismans, lenses hungry for the feed. Faces alight with that wide-eyed, rubberneck thrill, the same voyeuristic glow she'd seen at crash sites and crime scenes, where tragedy became content, pixels over people. "Oh my God, that's Charlie Blum." One gasped, a girl with neon pink nails tapping her screen furiously. "He has a machine gun." A guy in a beanie yelped, zooming in as if it were a concert, not a slaughter. Something buzzed past her left ear, a hornet's whine, hot and invisible, followed by two more, zip-zip, stitching the air where her head had been a heartbeat ago. Instinct hurled her right, body folding into a crouch that scraped her knee raw on the pavement, glass biting through her jeans like teeth. She whipped back, vision tunneling. Charlie Blum, that's who he was, the Blum kid from the files, was firing at her, the rifle's muzzle blooming fire in controlled bursts now, rounds thwacking into the Toyota's fender inches from her shoulder. If she'd held that glance on the gawkers a second longer. Face gone, her mind flashed, cold calculus of near miss. Multiple to the skull, Jim all over again, but messier, Ava signing to a closed casket. The thought ignited something feral, a red haze that burned away doubt. No hesitation this time. Ruth surged up, Glock extension of her arm, sights kissing his center mass. "Breathe. A squeeze." The shots rolled out, crack, 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 3 precise punches, each one a hammer blow she felt in her wrists, the recoil a familiar kick like an old mule. The first bloomed red high on his chest, staggering him. The second and third drilled home lower, punching through the thin cotton of his shirt with wet thunks that sprayed misted crimson backlit by the dying sun. He lurched like a drunk on ice, drunken, disjointed, the rifle jerking skyward in a final, impotent salute, before slipping from numb fingers to clatter on the asphalt, barrel-scraping sparks. His body rebounded off the open driver's door with a meaty asterisk thud, shoulder slamming the frame, then crumpled against the chassis in a slow-motion collapse, legs folding like cheap lawn chairs. He bounced once off the door, a grotesque half-rebound, elbows flailing, then slid down in a boneless heap, ass hitting the street with a dull whump, knees splaying wide. Blood welled dark and quick from the trio of holes, soaking his shirt in a spreading Rorschach of its own, his head lolling back against the tire's deflated flank, eyes half-lidded in glassy surprise. The air hung heavy with the fresh pepper reek of his wounds, mingling with the rubbery smoke from the burst tire, and for one suspended breath, Ruth let the fury ebb, replaced by the hollow what now that always followed the thunder. "Get the hell back!" She roared at the rubberneckers, voice scraping raw over the settling echoes, her free hand slashing the air like a blade. "Stop recording, are you people crazy? Get the hell back!" Phones wavered, faces paling under the weight of her glare, but she didn't wait to see if sanity prevailed. The street was a powder keg, one spark from exploding into full panic. Boots pounding, she closed on the Toyota, Glock sweeping in a tight arc, every sense screaming. Caution quilled her steps, 5 yards, 3-gun train now on the shooter's slouched head, the world narrowing to the rise and fall of his chest. Up close, he was younger than she'd imagined, early 20s at most, all sharp angles and farm boy leanness. Close-cropped dark hair matted with sweat, a faint scar hooking his left eyebrow from some boyhood scrape, the snake tattoo coiling up his right forearm timber rattler. "Don't tread on me, ink." His cargo pants were stained with orchard dirt and something darker, his hands limp and blood-flecked, fingers still curled as if reaching for the rifle that had defined him. She lashed out with her boot, the AR-15 skittering across the pavement like a discarded toy, barrel gouging a skid mark in the asphalt 10 feet away. Then down she bent, close enough to catch the ragged whisper of his breath, shallow, bubbling, her fingers hovering at his carotid, questing for the pulse that would tell her if she'd ended him or just bought time. Dead, her gut whispered, the stillness too profound, the blood too still. But before her fingertips brushed skin, gunfire cracked from across the street, sharp and staccato, yanking her upright in a crouch, Glock whipping toward the sound. Her heart slammed back to full gallop, vision locking on the tableau. Aaron, thank Christ, had circled true, flanking through the alley's mouth, his broad frame emerging low and lethal from the thrift store's shadow, sig extended in a 2-handed brace as he stalked the women's position. The hijabi was pivoting toward him, Beretta rising like a venomous snake, her blue eyes flashing murder in the fractured light. Time dilated again. No, not him, not today, and Ruth was moving before thought caught up, vaulting around the Toyota's hood in a spray of glass and grit, boots skidding for purchase. She fired once, deliberate and high, the round slamming into the coffee shop's pillar just behind the girl. A crack boom that erupted plaster and concrete chips in a stinging gray cloud, fragments peppering the air like shrapnel confetti. The hijabi flinched, hands flying up to shield her face, eyes squeezing shut against the debris, and that was Aaron's window. He closed like a freight train, massive forearm, sweeping in a brutal arc that caught her wrist mid-rise, the Beretta flying free to pinwheel through the air and clink onto the street at Ruth's feet. She didn't miss a beat, boot lashing out to send it skittering into the gutter, where it splashed into ankle-deep, runoff stained pink with blood. Ruth's Glock snapped to the rainbow scarf girl, who froze mid-aim, revolver trembling before clattering to the ground. She raised her hands slow, palms out, face a storm of rage and tears, lips peeled back, eyes blazing like she'd swallow the world whole if she could. "He killed our friends." She shrieked at Ruth, voice shattering on the words, spit flecking her chin. "Cahill, Raina murdered them." "Yeah," Ruth ground out, the word tasting like ash and copper, her cuff case slapping open in her free hand. "Well, you were about to kill a whole lot of people." She lunged, grabbing the girl's arm in a vice grip, twisting it down and behind as she forced her to the pavement, face first into the grit, knees buckling under the pressure. The girl bucked once, a wild thrash that scraped Ruth's knuckles raw, but Ruth rode it out, knee pinning her spine, cold steel ratcheting shut around her wrists with a final click. Across from her, Aaron mirrored the takedown, hijabi girl hitting the deck with a muffled asterisk oof asterisk, his bulk keeping her pinned as he worked the cuffs home, her curses muffled against the concrete. A shout pierced the haze, frail but fierce, yanking Ruth's head up. There, 30 feet down the sidewalk, the old El Paso detective stood defiant, raising his walker 30 degrees, which was probably all he could manage, his free hand pointing at the street behind her. Ruth whipped over her shoulder, heart plummeting. The Toyota was shuddering back to life, engine coughing to a growl despite the shredded tire, rim grinding sparks as it wrenched into a tight U-turn. Rubber squealed, smoke billowed, and then it was bolting, accelerating up Main Street in a fishtailing lurch, blue paint flashing under the streetlights as it rounded the corner and vanished from sight. "Didn't you check him?" Erin called, voice tight with the same disbelief knotting her gut, both of them frozen for that one impossible beat as the taillights winked out. "I did," she said, surging to her feet. "He must have been wearing a vest." Her mind raced ahead, fury hardening to steel. "But I know who he is. We can get him."
Chapter 25. The vest had saved him, mostly. Charlie could feel the Kevlar's rigid embrace under his shirt, a second skin of black nylon weave that had turned 3 slugs into blunt force sermons, bruising his ribs like a bar fight gone biblical. But the lowest round, the one that had punched low and left during his wild spin toward the crazy bitch cop, had found a gap. It nicked something vital, an artery maybe, judging by the hot seep of blood that soaked through the vest's edge, trickling down his side in a relentless, tickling stream that pooled in the cup of his hip bone. Each breath tugged at it, a wet rasp that made his vision swim at the edges, but the pain was distant, muffled under the roar in his ears. "Fuck it," he said, grinding his teeth as he stomped the accelerator, the Toyota's engine howling in protest. "Blade later. Drive now." He barreled down Main Street's far end, the fishtailing wreck fishtailing harder with every pothole, the shredded tire flapping like a wounded bird against the rim. Squad cars screamed past in the opposite direction, sheriff's cruisers with lights fracturing the dusk, state troopers in their gray and black Chargers, even a couple of unmarked feds with antennas bristling like porcupine quills. They blurred by in a Doppler wail, oblivious to the bullet-riddled Corolla limping the other way, or maybe too focused on the clusterfuck downtown to clock one more ghost in the machine. Overhead, a helicopter thrummed the sky like God's own chainsaw, rotors chopping the air in rhythmic fury. Charlie's gut clenched, but it banked hard right, spotlight sweeping the municipal building's columns like a judgmental finger, then veered downtown without a backward glance. He snarled inwardly, flipping the bird at the fading strobe. Where the hell was he even going? The thought looped, slippery as blood on vinyl, his mind a hamster wheel spinning too fast to grip. The apartment, Ms. Place, with her sharp little laugh and the way she'd arch under him like she was made for it, flashed first, a siren call of normalcy. But the apartment he shared with Mihaela was downtown. Back the way he had just come. No, hell no, that was suicide, a straight shot into the maw of badges and barricades. He couldn't go back. Not with the echo of those 3 shots still blooming in his chest, not with the collective's grand revolution leaking out on the sidewalk like so much spilled soy latte. That cop, he seethed, knuckles whitening on the wheel as another spasm tugged at his side. Crazy fucking witch, charging me in the open like that, just a puny Glock against my AR. What kind of death wish is that? He'd unloaded damn near the whole clip at her, zip zip zip, bullets parting her hair by inches, stitching the air where her face should have exploded into hamburger. Angels, that's what it was. Some bullshit guardian angel riding shotgun on her shoulder, whispering dodges. Who the hell is she? The question gnawed, but he shoved it down. Doesn't matter. None of it matters now. All that mattered was the sweet, acid rush of victory curdling in his veins. I showed those posers. Collective my ass, I collected their asses. Owned them. Their seed. Their peace protest. Bleeding out with Cahill and Reyna, Heddle smearing the glass like finger paint. Take that, motherfuckers. Voidry at 1, you keyboard jihadists 0. A bark of laughter tore from his throat, raw and jagged, bubbling up from somewhere deep and unkillable. It caught him off guard, turning into a cough that sprayed copper on his lips, but he rode it out, slamming the heel of his palm on the dash. The radio crackled to life, static, then music, some algorithm's idea of comfort, and he cranked the dial to max, speakers blasting tinny triumph into the cab. A bar song, Tipsy, by Shabuzi thumped out, all boot-stomp beats and that hook about drinking through the hurt, upbeat as a Friday night line dance. Charlie hated country, hated the twang, the heartbreak wrapped in hay bales, but this felt right, a rousing middle finger to the dying day, the blood dripping down his elbow to pat 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 on the seat. Poor me, he bellowed the chorus at the top of his lungs, voice cracking on the high notes, off-key and defiant. The words vibrated through his chest, jarring the wound, but he sang louder, ignoring the warm slickness soaking his belt, the way his vision grayed at the corners like bad reception. He drove like a man possessed, fast and hard, no plan, just momentum. Cut the corner at the feed store too tight, clipping a parked F-150's bumper with a spark shower screech that sent the owner diving for cover. Blew through a stop sign at the edge of town, gravel spitting from the dying tire like buckshot, the Toyota bottoming out on a cattle guard with a bone-jarring thunk that made fresh fire bloom under his ribs. The road blurred into familiarity without him clocking it, the old county stretch, mesquite clawing at the fenders, the red barn looming on the rise like a guilty secret. That roof, he thought dimly, the AR's ghost recoil twitching in his arms. Caleb Vance's last view. Then the curve, the wrought iron gates swinging wide on rusted hinges, and he was home, Grandpa Emmett's lavish estate, all manicured acres and pecan groves heavy with October gold, the big house glowing like a false promise in the twilight. The Toyota hit the final bump, a pothole gouged by last spring's rains, and that was it. The engine coughed once, a death rattle wheeze, then quick cold, steam hissing from the hood in lazy curls that reeked of burnt oil and scorched rubber. It smelled like a wreck because it was one, body pocked with bullet holes like a colander, leaking fluids from every seam, oil black as sin dribbling from the undercarriage, gas fumes sharp in the air, the tire hanging in ragged flaps like flayed skin. Just like him. Leaking, stalling, done. The driver's door sagged when he yanked the handle, hinges groaning in surrender, then gave up entirely, falling half off with a metallic clang, dangling by one bolt like a broken wing. Charlie lurched out, feet hitting gravel that crunched under his boots, the semi-heavy in his right hand, his dad's Glock 19 tucked cold against his belt buckle, spare mags bulging his pockets like tic-tac dispensers ready to spill minty death. The cider house squatted at the estate's edge, a low-slung barn of weathered cedar and iron, its double doors yawning open to the press inside, massive oak beams scarred from decades of apple crush, the air thick with the ghosts of fermented fruit and sweat. Charlie stumbled toward it, vision tunneling through the blood-loss haze, each step a grind against the gravel that bit his heels like accusations. This place. The memory hit like a gut punch, dragging him back 13 years, him at 12, all gangly limbs and stolen sips of cider, creeping through the groves on a dare from his cousin. Peering through the slats, heart hammering like a tripwire. Grandpa Emmett fitter then, ramrod straight even at 50-something, his silver hair cropped military short, pinned against the shadowy wall by that pretty picker girl, fresh up from the border with wide eyes and sun-browned skin that glowed in the lantern light. Her skirt hiked, blouse unbuttoned just enough, pushed back against the cold stone near the press, while Emmett's jeans pooled at his ankles, his skinny but hairy ass flexing with each thrust, grinding her, hips snapping in that ancient rhythm, her gasps muffled against his shoulder, his grunts low and animal. Until the peak, her nails raking his back, his head thrown back in a sewing release, both of them shuddering together in moans that echoed off the rafters like forbidden hymns. Charlie had frozen there, adolescent cock straining, the thrill electric and shameful, wanting not just the girl but him. Emmett Blum. The power, the conquest, the unapologetic take. I wanted to be that man, he thought now, the cider house blurring as blood dripped from his elbow to spot the threshold. Virile. Unstoppable. A man. Figures scattered at his approach, workers wrapping the day's harvest, a couple of pickers in bandanas and dirt-streaked tees, an old foreman with a clipboard frozen mid-note. They clocked his face first, pale and slick with sweat, eyes wild under the matted hair, blood crusting his shirt in a dark bib. Then the arsenal, semi-sweeping lazy arcs, Glock's butt peeking like a threat, mags clinking with each lurch. Gasps rippled out, bodies peeling away like leaves in a gale, scatter, scatter, as he brought the barrel to bear, directing them like cattle. Point left, they bolted for the groves, swing right, they fled toward the barn. Eager, oh so eager to vacate this sudden pressure cooker, to outrun the violence coiling in his wake. Yeah, run, he said, a feral grin splitting his lips, tasting salt and iron. You should run. I'm the man with the power now. Not Caleb Vance. I put him in the ground. And now I'm gonna bury his legacy with him. Because he'd missed. The shot from the barn roof, clean, or so he'd thought, hadn't finished the job. Vance had died, but his poison survived. Through his wife, his family. The disease's carriers. Grace and those two little bitches, Esther and Miriam, with their solemn eyes and swinging patent leathers. They would continue Vance's legacy, go far beyond where he had ever dreamed of going. Charlie couldn't leave even a single vector alive, no antibodies to mutate the rot. They had to go all three right here, right now, on Blum soil. Eradicate the strain at its root. The cider house's shadows swallowed him, the press looming like a monolithic altar, Vat's silent witnesses to his stagger. Voices echoed from the far end, soft, murmured, laced with that Vance piety he despised from the forum feed. He rounded the corner semi-rising, and there they were, Grace Vance, pale but unbowed in her light cardigan, daughters flanking her like pale sentinels, hands clasped in a chain of defiance. And Grandpa Emmett perched on a stool by the tasting table, a half-empty snifter of last season's reserve in his gnarled fist, his sharp blue eyes flicking up from the trio with the slow dawn of recognition. Surprise first, Charlie, then something deeper, shrewder, blooming like ink in water. Suspicion hardening to certainty. I know. The old man's gaze traced the blood, the guns, the wild glint, and Charlie saw it click. The barn roof, the forum shot, the why of it all. Vance's poison seeping into the orchard's veins. Emmett's jaw tightened, but he didn't rise, didn't shout, just nodded once, a grimace of distaste on his hard, thin-lipped mouth. Grace Vance, Charlie rasped, the semi's muzzle centering her forehead, steady despite the throb in his side that was turning to fire now, blood sheeting down his thigh to puddle at his boot. You and your little miracles. Time to join him. The words spilled out, manifesto shorthand, Vance's dialogue as Trojan horse, traditional values as chains, faith as the opiate keeping the sheep fat and docile. They had to die to cauterize the wound, to prove the revolution's blade cut clean. Charlie loomed over them, 6-foot frame casting long shadows in the sunset glow, the power thrumming in his trigger finger like a live wire. Beg, he thought, chest swelling with the liege's thrill. Blubber, cry, plead for the mercy only I can grant. Towering, godlike, but they didn't. Grace met his eyes, those clear, unflinching hazel pools, flecked with the same quiet steel that had armored her husband, and squeezed her daughter's hands tighter. Esther, 8 and solemn, straightened her posture like a tiny soldier. Miriam, 6 and fidgety no more, pressed against her mother's side with patent leathers rooted firm. No screams, no sobs, just a shared breath, heads bowing slightly as Grace's voice rose, soft and even, "Our Father who art in heaven." They prayed together, words weaving a shield he couldn't pierce, eyes close to him, to the barrel's black eye, to the blood dripping from his elbow onto the pressed wood floor. As if he were air. As if he didn't exist, didn't matter. The erasure hit like acid, me, Voidriot the architect, and rage boiled up white-hot, drowning the pain, the doubt, the seeping weakness. You don't get to ignore me. The semi rose higher, sights kissing Grace's temple, finger whitening on the trigger. One squeeze and... Throw your weapon down or I'll shoot. The voice sliced the prayer like a blade, cool, gravel-edged, laced with that Texas whip crack he'd heard on Main Street. Charlie turned, slow as turning pages in a book he no longer cared to finish, the muzzle dipping but not seeking. There she was, the cop, the angel-touched witch, Glock steady in her two-handed grip, positioned in the cider house door like she'd materialized from smoke. Blood trickled down her jaw from a glass nick, eyes locked on him with that same feral focus, but he didn't raise the rifle. Didn't care. Shoot me, he thought, a tired smile ghosting his lips, the world tilting as blood loss whispered soon, soon. You've already killed me, Ranger. The nick in his side was a faucet now, life sluicing out in warm pulses, his legs leaden, vision fringing black. But before the dark took him full, he'd finish. Stamp out Vance's plague, America's plague, root and stem. From the river to the sea, his mind echoed, twisted now, let freedom ring. Fingers tighten. The trigger kissed back, a lover's promise. And then bang, gunfire exploded in his skull, a thunderclap that rang his bells and dropped the world to slow-mo. He looked down, surprised because he hadn't fired. Not yet. But there it was, fresh blossoms erupting across his chest and belly, a thigh, crimson flowers unfurling wet and wide, the vest no match for the new angle. Numbness bloomed outward, hand gone slack, semi-dipping toward the floor. What? The Ranger stared not at him but passed, her eyes widening in something like awe, mouth parting on a breath. No. Charlie followed her gaze, head lolling heavy. Grandpa Emmett, stoic on his stool, sniffed her set aside, held the old Colt python steady in both hands, barrel smoking, the shot's echo still rattling the rafters. Understanding crashed in, cold as cider dregs him. The old man's eyes, once shrewd, now flint-hard, regret flickering but unyielding. I'm sorry, Charlie, Emmett said, voice a gravel whisper over the prayer's dying cadence, the Vances frozen in their chain of hands. I'm sorry I failed you. But you failed me too. And I gotta stop you now before you fail us again. The python bucked again, muzzle flash etching Emmett's lined face in hellfire, and Charlie felt his world disintegrate in a hot spray, face shattering like cheap glass, everything plunging to velvet black.
Chapter 26. The November sun slanted low through the kitchen windows of the old Victorian on Elm Street, painting the worn oak table in strokes of honeyed gold that warmed the room like a quilt pulled fresh from the dryer. Ruth stood at the counter, sleeves rolled to her elbows, her hands buried in a mound of pie dough, flour dusting her knuckles like fresh snow, the buttery scent rising in lazy curls to mingle with the cinnamon she'd ground that morning. It was a Thursday, or maybe a Friday. The days had blurred into a gentle haze since the harvest moon had waned, but time didn't press here, not in this house with its creaking floors and laughter-scarred walls. The radio hummed softly in the background, some old Patsy Cline croon about walking after midnight, and Ruth hummed along under her breath, her hips swaying just enough to mark the rhythm. Ava perched on a stool at the island, her small fingers flying in precise signs as she helped with the apples, quartering them with a plastic knife that bent more than it cut, her face a sunburst of concentration and mischief. Still with that gap-toothed grin that could melt glaciers, her dark curls tied back in a ribbon the color of autumn leaves. "Mommy, this one's for you," she signed, holding up a lopsided slice with exaggerated pride, juice glistening on her palm. Ruth leaned over, pressing a kiss to the sticky offering, then to Ava's forehead, breathing in the clean soappan juice smell of her. "Perfect, Bean," Ruth murmured, her voice thick with the kind of love that settled deep in the bones, the kind that made the world outside feel like a distant radio station you could tune out. "You're a natural." From the living room, the unmistakable thump and cheer of a basketball game filtered in Marcus and Jake, turning the rug into a makeshift court, the ball bouncing off the coffee table with a whap that drew mock groans from Aaron, sprawled on the couch with a dog-eared paperback in his lap. Marcus had shot up like a weed, all long limbs and easy grace, his laughter booming as he sank a layup against his little brother's determined defense. Jake, still catching up in height but not in heart, feinted left and drove right, crowing victory when the sockball swished through the upturned laundry basket. "Foul." "That's a foul, Mark." Jake protested, but his grin betrayed him, wide and unfiltered, the one that crinkled his eyes just like Sadie's. Aaron chuckled, low and rumbling, setting the book aside to referee with exaggerated impartiality. Traveling on the big man, 2 shots for the kid. He ruffled Jake's hair as the boy lined up his free throws, then caught Marcus's eye with a wink. The ease of it, the unhurried joy, wrapped around Ruth like the apron strings at her waist. This family they'd stitched together from frayed edges and quiet mending, thread by thread, until it fit like it had always been whole. She dusted her hands on a towel, glancing at the oven timer ticking down on the apple pie, her mama's recipe, the one with the lattice crust that always turned out crooked but golden, and felt a swell in her chest, warm and full, like the house itself was breathing with her. These moments, stolen from the spin of the world, were the real anchors. Ava's signs dancing like fireflies, the boys' banter a soundtrack she'd never tire of, Aaron's steady presence the gravity holding it all in orbit. He wandered in then, drawn by the scent or the song or maybe just her, his sock feet silent on the linoleum. Broad-shouldered and rumpled in his favorite flannel, the one with the frayed cuffs she'd mended twice, he came up behind her, arms circling her waist, chin resting on her shoulder. His breath tickled her ear, warm and familiar, carrying the faint trace of aftershave and the coffee they'd shared on the porch swing at dawn. "Smells like heaven in here," he murmured, nuzzling her neck, his hands splaying gently over her hips. "Or close enough." Ruth leaned back into him, her head tipping to fit the curve of his jaw, the pie dough forgotten as she covered his hands with hers. The kitchen noise faded to a soft underscore, the boys' game resuming with renewed vigor, Ava humming as she arranged her apple slices into a wobbly heart on a plate, and for a breath, it was just them, this quiet harbor they'd built brick by brick. "Heaven's got nothing on this," she whispered, turning her face to brush her lips against his stubble, tasting salt and home. Aaron pulled back just enough to meet her eyes, his own crinkling at the corners with that tentative light she knew so well. The one that carried years of almosts and maybes, of postponements wrapped in practicalities. He cleared his throat, thumb tracing lazy circles on her knuckles. Ruth, we've been putting it off a long time now. The wedding. All of it. His voice dipped, soft as the radio's fade. Maybe we start thinking about a date. For real this time. You and me, the kids. Make it official. She looked at him, really looked, taking in the faint lines etched by laughter and loss, the steady hazel that had held her through storms she never thought she'd weather. Her heart did that sideways flip it always did, the one that said yes before words could catch up, and she rose on her toes, cupping his face in flour-dusted hands. Their kiss was slow, deep, a promise poured into the spaces between breaths, soft at first, then sure, his fingers threading into her hair as if anchoring himself to the shore. From the living room, twin wretches erupted, Marcus's theatrical gag me with a spoon. Overlapping Jake's, yo dad, get a room, the boys collapsing in exaggerated heaps of horror, sockball forgotten in the face of parental PDA. Ava, undaunted, clapped her hands and signed furiously from her stool. Kissy, kissy, kissy. Her grin was pure delight, eyes sparkling as she mimed smooching the air, drawing giggles from her brothers even as they protested. Ruth broke the kiss but didn't pull away, her forehead resting against Aaron's, their breaths mingling in the golden light. The chaos around them, the retching, the signing, the easy orbit of her family, only made the moment sharper, sweeter. She smiled against his lips, voice a husky whisper meant just for him. Let's do it. Click here to continue reading more Baker and Tate thrillers. This concludes the audiobook recording of Blood Orchard by Sam Barron. Narrated by Virtual Voice Heart. We hope you enjoyed this audiobook. Visit BookEmpathy.com for free books daily. Thank you for listening to this free full-length audiobook recording. Please support the author by buying a copy of the book and by subscribing to the BookEmpathy channel here on YouTube.
I hope you enjoyed part 1 of that audiobook. Again, please consider subscribing to the channel Book Empathy on YouTube so that you can keep listening to my audiobooks free of charge. And do consider buying a copy of this book to support the author. Thank you.